All right, I think I am live. Hello. Sorry if you got cough there. Hello, everybody. Happy Friday to you. Happy weekend to you. We have a little thunderstorm rolling in right now. I can hear the thunder, rain starting to hit against the window. So we got a little rain coming in, which we needed. So hallelujah, right? So happy evening to you, morning to you if you're on the other side of the planet. And as always, excited to see what messages are going to come through from Spirit this day. Before we get into all that, though, we like to come back to this moment by taking a big, deep breath together, coming out of the chaos of the outside world, coming out of the future, the past, coming back to here right now, into the now, where we have a beautiful presence of unconditional love and joy and gratitude and peace that we can access. So we'll do that, and then we will bring in the singing bowl for more energy too. So if you want to join me, we'll just take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Slow exhale out is the key to kind of slow our roll. Come back to this moment, right? So that is what we're going to do. So let's do it. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Sorry if you could hear the. My host has a. He's a. I don't know how old he is. Probably a couple months old puppy, is a pit bull puppy. Then they have their, black lab too. And then I think they were walking above me right here, and they can hear them run and turn around the house. That's always their little joy. It just makes it so joyful, doesn't it? I love it. So, we will hit the singing bowl 3 times, bring in some beautiful energy, and, as we're letting this energy vibrate out, you can let it vibrate into your emotions to raise your love energy into your mind, all your stories and thoughts and beliefs to raise those vibrations into our energetic system through our chakras, our meridians, our auras, through our physical body, every cell, just transforming and raising the love vibration. Let it fill us up and then overflow out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to raise the vibration of the planet. And then on the third bong, after I hit it, we'll bring in the magic feather here to magnify love energy and have it flow out to the world. And I've been focusing in on just flooding every authority, every office of authority across the world, flood it with unconditional love energy. And the individuals that hold those offices, if they don't want to raise their love vibration to match it, they can't stand to be in lower vibration, can't stand to be in high vibration. So it like scatters like a roach away, right? Whatever way their higher self wants them to scatter out of those, then there is that energy of this beautiful love energy that floods, and then uh, all these authorities across the world will make higher vibrational choices for humanity. So that's what I'm going to do on the third one. Of course, something we can do to spread the Zen love and to raise our vibration is to think of something we're grateful for. Just one little thing we're grateful for immediately rises it up, and it's so powerful. Gratitude energy, thousand, 100,000, a million times stronger than low vibrational energy. So it just takes one moment of gratitude to counterbalance a lot of lower vibration energy. So thank God it's not one for one because it's so powerful. So that is what we're going to do. So let's get into it. Remember, gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. She's gonna sing all night. Don't know if you guys can hear the rain hitting against the big drops against the side of the house here, the window where I'm at. Oh, thank you guys so much, so much. Beautiful, beautiful energies. Welcome, welcome, welcome to your weekend. Hope you guys are having a blast already. And like I said, excited to see what's coming in. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome, welcome. I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea with spirit, find out what we can find out, what we can learn from one another, and always learning something new. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. And I'm so grateful for that because I love to laugh. I love to have a good time. I love all the flow of love and support. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all listed down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. You can make a donation by using the super chat, or down in the description area, I have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. And you can donate any of that way. I don't have any set dollar amounts currently, but how much you donate does depend on how deep we dive. So like a dollar reading is, ankle deep, and then we, dive further and further. So appreciate all of your patience as we get through the deep dive readings. And if you make a donation of $5 or more, you get a little piece of cake. I call it a little spiritual piece of cake. Tonight, we're moving into the shamanic medicine oracle. We finished up using all those art therapy ones. So we're moving into those now. If you have a donation of $5 or less, we're in the middle of using these. The Dead Inside deck is dark, real, hilarious. So that is for us. A dark, funny deck for spiritually exhausted people. I didn't read that. So it's a fun little deck. So it's a little extra fortune cookie that you get with your reading. We're going to be using this Violet Veil tarot tonight. Nice little deck here. Beautiful purple energies as we dive in to the crown chakra, evidently. I do post a pinned comment at the end of every session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I also mention if I'm able to get to some, all, or none of the free readings, I always put in there. If I don't finish all of the free readings in the evening session, I do pop in the morning to complete those, and I'll mention that in the pinned comment. So just keep an eye out for those. I do like to make sure we complete those at some point because I feel like Spirit wants to bring messages for everyone, and not everyone can afford to have a donation. And so we do honor that, and we do follow up with that. So some point. Also, I have a free podcast, if you haven't checked it out, called The Easier Path. The link is always down in the description area and on my main page. If you click on go to my main YouTube channel page, the last episode was episode 20, which we finished out a little kind of mini series, I was calling it, within my podcast, talking about growing our empathic gifts and our spiritual gifts. So this last one was being the gift, and I just posted it down there. But if you want to catch up on all those, it started in number 15 is when we started, called the Empath's Heart Song. So if you want to start at the beginning and work your way through it, then you can do that one there. So so that is for that. And let's see what else. I think that's almost everything. I do have a celebration going on for reaching 2,600 plus YouTube subscribers. Here's the link to the video announcement that tells everything that's going on with it there. Every Monday I'm giving away for anyone who makes a donation from Wednesday through Sunday, you're put into a drawing where you could win a 30-minute personal recorded reading. And all the free readings from Wednesday through Sunday, I pull one winner separate for that, which wins a 15-minute personal recorded reading. So those are automatic. I keep track of that. You don't have to do anything besides, make a donation reading or a free reading request or both. You can get into both readings, both drawings, I mean. And so I automatically do that. But on August 3rd, I'm having a special drawing in addition to doing these other ones. Then we have this, or I'm giving, uh, picking one 60-minute personal recorded reading, two 30-minute personal recorded readings, and four additional 15-minute personal recorded readings. All you have to do is comment on one of the winner videos that come out on Mondays. And here's the three. All this information is down in the description area, by the way, if you need to find it. Um, but if you comment on each of those, you have three entries in, and then we'll have one more next week on Monday. And then the third, I'm going to be doing the drawing on the third. So you at least have four chances of getting into that drawing there. But the announcement I make on August 3rd you won't be able to, the drawing will already been completed because the announcement will include those winners. So, so that's the way it's going to work there. So, I feel like that is the skinny on all of that. I like to make sure everyone knows all the stuff that's available, especially the free stuff and the giveaways, because you know how I like to give stuff away. So, all right. So that is the skinny. Let us get our uh, lists all updated here. I don't know, I'm having trouble talking. Saturn did go retrograde today. I'm Capricorn, ruled by Saturn. Maybe that's what's doing it. I'm a Capricorn rising, so maybe I'm going whoa. So let's get caught up here, and we'll get into everything. So see, the last one I have for the free readings, we ended up with Taya Patel. I do see you have a reading request there. So welcome. If you have a specific question, put it out there. Otherwise, I will assume it's a general reading. We got Debbie. Oh, hey, my Texan friend. Good to see you. I will show you guys the puppy someday. In fact, I wonder, let me see if my host has posted a recent one here. I can find it really quick. Maybe. Whoop. Didn't want to hear that. What's going on? Stop. It's gone wild here. What did I? Oh, I just needed a. Let's see, those are those. Let's go to the profile. Well, here's a pretty. Here, let me just show this. Don't want to share her information, but so that's a newer picture of him here. He's got his little ear flipped over. Isn't he adorable? So he's a cutie pie. So there you go, Debbie. Oh, and Debbie, you are number 4 on the free readings and number 1 on the donations. So that's where we're at on there. Let's see here. So we got there. Yeah, you sent me the rain. Thank you. It is. Thank you for sending the rain, Deb. Does it stop where you're at? All right. And then we've got Val. You'll be number 6 on the donations there. So thank you for your donation there. And you want a general. Oh, come on. The sun is out today, drying away the floodwaters. All right, very good. So let's give that a love and a like there, Val. And we got Deb in the house. Hey, you like the bread of bear? Yeah, and you got to hear the singing bowl. Awesome. I love that. Ooh, thank you so much for your donation. You'll be number 7. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold your horses, everybody. My emails just came through. All right. So actually, so Debbie, oh, I see your additional donation. What I'll do is we'll just complete it with your number one here. You got those questions. So since you're number one up here, we'll just do all that together here. All right. So we'll join those together and do all those together. So you'll be up first for all of that. Okay. Then Deb, you are number 7. So those all stay intact there. And I'm going to have an oracle card for you. Your favorite spiritual guru. You're so sweet. All right. We'll grab that. Saturn retrograde causing all the cray-cray today. It can be. There's a bunch of stuff happening in the spiritual world as well. So, there like definitely can have some stuff to do with it, but it's been a weird energy this week for sure. Out there. So we definitely have that there. All right, we got Ruby G. Hey, we get you onto the free reading. You'll be number 11. And the FC, we got you too. We'll get you on the free readings. You'll be number 12 on the free readings there. All right. Oh, this is doing this again. Come on. There we go. I think that'll fix it. Okay. So I think I've got everybody on here. I'll give an update on the full list here in a moment. I just want to make sure I didn't skip over anyone. And we got Star Ruby Guidance. We got that. Just give all these a love and likes. Make sure they're all there. All right. I think I am up to date. So since I'm on the free readings, we've got Ashish up first for free readings, Swaroop, Kritika, Debbie O then, and then Bay, Steffi, Onifoto, adorable, Butterfly, and then Taya Patel, Ruby G, and the FC is where we're at on those. When we get to those, of course, donations get first priority. So we got Debbie O will do your group of readings first, and then Sudeshan will be number 2. Lauren of Light will be number 3. Then May will be number 4. Star Ruby Guidance will be 5. Val, you'll be number 6. And then Deb, you'll be number 7. So there we go. But yeah, definitely some interesting energies this week. It's been kind of I don't know. I've just been like a tired, heavy, not sad, but low, kind of like the gravity feels heavy on Earth this week. So I don't know what's going on with that energy, but it's been all week. So it is what it is. We just try to focus on as much joy as we can, right? Joy and gratitude, and enjoy the moments and rest and nurture ourselves. That's the biggest thing we can do is nurture ourselves, fill up with love and overflow. When we try to give everyone else first, then we're exhausted, right? So it's important for us to take time for our own self too. So I like it. All right. Well, let's take a quick sip of some yum coffee here. I guess I overspilled here. Good thing I'm on this side. Cheers. Thank you guys so much for all your love and support, all the thumbs up, all your donations, all the comments you guys make on my videos and watching my all of my other videos, my podcast, even watching some old stuff. All that just helps the algorithm and gets the channel out in front of other people so they can also get messages from Spirit. So you're part of the giant love tsunami, helping spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful. So cheers to you guys. I love you. And salud. Oh, yum. You did watch some old stuff. Yeah, some other people as well. And people are commenting on old things. And I'm like, wow, you need to go check those out and see what they said. It's been a couple years for some of them. So thank you for doing that. And yeah, and if anyone has any ideas on any of the future podcasts, I'm open to hearing ideas too. Someone mentioned about talking to people in heaven and visiting heaven, how you can do that. And so we'll have some interesting podcasts coming up too. So thank you. We flow to the rhythm and make sure to balance. That's right, Debbie. Deb, and Debbie. We got Rolina in the house too. We'll get you on the free reading list there, Rolina. You'll be number 13 when we get to the free readings. Donations do get first priority, so we're going to be doing those all first. So let's dive in and get the party started. So we got Debbie O. 2215 is your first. Actually, you'll be your timestamp. We're just going to include it all in one this evening. So we'll start off here. So thank you for your donation in the super chat and then also your PayPal. So thank you for those. We will get them. See what we got going on here. So we want to start off with messages from Papa O, Mama O, Chuck O. We'll see what's going on here. That's funny. Okay. The card that came flipping out is the Lover's card. So they're going to give you another love reading. I don't know. That just kind of flew out. I'm like, I haven't asked anything yet. They're like, here's the theme. Whoopsh. They go, we know she wants to hear about love, 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 love. So we'll take a look here and see what we got here. So what from Papa O first here. Get those. And then from Mama O. And then from Chuck. Call him Chuck O. And then we'll dive into the thing about spirit here. So from Papa, yeah, wow, 3 major arcana. So he has the first one is the death card, which is like a death and rebirth energy that comes in with this energy, along with the Empress. So this is this, it's and the Wheel of Fortune too. I mean, 3 amazing kind of transformative cards with energy. Like the Wheel of Fortune being number 10 is an energy of like rebirth and endings and beginnings. The number 10, get the death card itself. And the Empress is about birthing new things. But I feel like he's kind of saying it's been lovely to see the birth of the Empress, which is they're reminding me of like I forget which show it is. It was one I watched a couple years ago. It was like a TV series or a Netflix series where it was when I think it was someone that got married to the king of Russia or something, and they treated her really badly and kind of like, "You're just here as a token, as a, some sort of agreement." But it was all about how and there's a couple of them out there that have been like that, where the women, stepped into their role of power instead of being, submissive and wimpy and, like in the beginning, they're like really treating her poorly. She's away from her family and everything, and she's trying to be the good, um, queen for the king and everything. And then she realizes this ain't going to work, and they step into their power kind of energy. So I like that's the kind of energy he's going is you're really stepping into this power of who you are and this rebirth that you're going through. So he wanted to recognize that for you. And it's great for this lovers, the relationship, because the whole thing about relationships that comes through is that someone doesn't become our life. Like our life, sometimes we feel doesn't begin until we're in a relationship, especially with women in a lot of societies, because that's what's taught, right? And it's like, oh, your life doesn't begin until then you're worth something. And it's like, no, no, no. And I love Mel Robbins. She mentions this in her Let Them Theory book. She, when she talks a lot about relationships in that book, um, and she says, we don't come here to be someone's spouse, someone's mother, energy. We come here with a gift. We come here for a mission of exploring and adventure, and we share our life with someone, with our spouses and children or whoever, but they don't become our life. We share our life. And I like that clarity, and I feel like that's what he's saying here is like, you know, that's just a part of sharing your life, but your life is powerful now, It's not it doesn't get its meaning from the relationship. That's just an expression of your life is the relationships you have. So I like that. Papa speaking up. And then Mama O says, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight, happens on purpose, to use that slow time to transform and transition." But then the Page of Wands is zap, action, movement energy. So, uh, Mama O is saying that, you know, things slow down for us to work on things, to raise our love vibration, to dump a lot of or transform a lot of beliefs that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, things in our physical world that don't serve us anymore, energy that doesn't serve us anymore. And when we start working on that, then our love vibration goes higher and higher. And we go higher and higher, things speed back up again. So it's kind of how fast things speed up all has to do with us. And I feel again, she's mentioning the amount and time that you put into work, you've gone ludicrous speed, almost going plaid, if that's from Spaceballs, if you if you were a fan of that the movie, uh, you know, but it is this, you're going, you've sped things up so fast that you can relax, you don't have to go at that speed forever, but you have definitely sped things up, because of your inner work. And then Checo, yeah, he says temperance that, this is the alchemy with the timing of things suddenly out of nowhere, boom, it will turn to gold and it will unfold. So I like that. So he's kind of um, piggybacking on of what Mama O said, and but it is alchemy. It's you create stuff, and it's worth the wait. Is his big message? It's worth the wait. There is gold that forms at the end of the process, and that's what we want. We don't want to settle for just an iron ore. It's like, oh, that's nice, but don't you want gold? You're like, yeah, we do. We want a golden relationship, not a bland relationship. So I like that. And then you wanna know what spirit or the other side wants you to know about August and February that came up yesterday. So let's take a look here. So what else about August and what else about February? Is that it? All right. So on the bottom of the deck there, saying the 3 of swords, the unexpected, not disappointment, but they're like, there's unexpected things that happen for you in August and February in positive ways, not, you know, like, "Ooh, unexpected stuff," but, "Oh, wow, that's unexpected." So I like that kind of energy. So they're gonna keep some stuff kind of back for you because they're surprises and there is purpose to them veiling it, and that's what happens for us sometimes because if we know something's gonna happen, we might go from focusing on gratitude and joy and moving forward. If we're like, what is happening? We might fall over into expectations and want and need. And they're like, let's let the concrete dry on what you're learning and growing kind of energy. And then we'll build upon the concrete. So some unexpected things, but let's just focus on getting a strong foundation and letting the concrete dry so you can build upon that. So what they want you to know about August. Yeah, 4 Pentacles, solid foundation. Here's that getting a solid foundation in August. Being able to feel all the feelings while staying in your power with the Emperor, with you choosing what path you want to go on and what you want to do. So I like that. August is a big kind of a check in showing you how you've learned to be able to feel your emotions without going into reactionary mode, where before we kind of feel out of control when we feel emotion, we trigger and then we black out in a way. because we're booted out of our head and we, react with old stories and old emotions. Now your August is a month where you have realization of, wow, I'm feeling strong. I'm feeling this foundation that no matter what I feel, I can feel it without going into extreme anger or extreme sadness. And I can experience extreme joy if I want to. So I like this feeling the feels and feeling empower of those feelings in August. And then as we come around for February, yeah, it's just like what in a week, right? Isn't that crazy? August is like in a week. And then you have the entire month, right? And then February isn't really that far away either. Yeah, we got the Seven of Pentacles. They're like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So there is fruit that comes for you in February. Queen of Cups, really being in power of your emotions. And the Ten of Cups. So we have a lot of joy energy, but this is also a relationship energy. So I feel like February can be when you actually meet the individual, um, become aware and meet them, kind of energy. I don't feel like that's when like a relationship starts, but I feel like that's the big thing for them for that month. But it's the building up and the having the foundation of your emotions independently, because that's part of then we start building upon that foundation. So we got time. That's based on current energies, of course. So I like that. So that's for that one. Let's see what you get a fortune cookie for this one and for that other one too. So let's see here. We got the shamanic medicine. So what's the first one? All right. That one came flying out. Sorry, I mean just crunch my rest of my cough drop. Let me see, I gotta cover this up. YouTube doesn't like some nudity. So I got air energy with creativity, spinning of the mind and mindset. Come on, there we go. So the winds of change billow as air fills your wings and directs your journey. Work with this medicine, so air medicine, through meditation and connection with the astral world. The power of air sweeps through your imagination, gracing you with fresh ideas and awakening your creative juices. Disregard doubts about your ability, as your fears will blow you off course. Instead, breathe in inspiration, right? Stand firmly in the eye of the storm and know your ideas and visions are valid. When you truly get creative, a gateway to real magic opens up and beckons you to a world you've been longing to discover. Call upon air to assist you with all aspects of ingenuity. Paint, draw, write, dance, and be free as the creative spirits of air fuel your imagination, encouraging you to make wishes and to dream big. You're being urged to take your head out of the clouds and leap into action so that air can usher in all that is needed for you to fly towards your goals. This is a time of fertility as the air blows you towards new beginnings. See? Throw caution to the wind and watch as your visions manifest into reality. Air revealed. It says the element of air is vital for our survival, for without it, we would all perish, right? Air. We do need that. On a very deep level, each breath in reminds us of our communion with nature. All living beings are dependent on air for their existence. Air governs the magic of the four winds. It is the common denominator that binds all things together. From tempestuous winds, hurricanes, and tornadoes to a fresh, gentle breeze, this element is the breath of life, from our first breath of birth to our last. Other divinatory meanings work with the element of air to still the mind, meditate daily, a perfect time to begin new projects, Trust the images you see in your mind. Get creative. Go into nature. Listen to the wind. Take long, hilly walks. Parachute or skydive? Hell no. Take a risk and follow your dreams. you, you, you won't you won't catch me jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. And then the air speaks a little riddle, not a riddle, but a little poem. Upon the breeze, whispers talk, parachute skydive, hilly walk. Air fuels the mind, brings clarity, enhancing creativity. Yeah, heck no. I get you. My brother was he was he was an airborne for a while, and so he jumped out of airplanes. Even in when he was stationed in Alaska, they did snow jumps where you couldn't see the ground because it's all white until you're like, "Oh, here I am!" Well, bam. So, right. So that's for your first one, and we will continue here with your email. Let me just catch up on the chat real quick here, and we shall continue just before it gets too far out here. So we got Ruby G. Thank you for your donation. You'll be number 8 on the donation list there. And there is your question. Get that here. Boop, boop. All right. And we got Livia Vagata in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'm doing good. I hope you're feeling well as well. Here is your question. So you'll be number 14 on the free list when we get there. Happy Friday. And we got the heater. Hello, hello. One of your good old general readings, please. I love it. It'll be number 15 on the free readings when we get there. For there, and then I did get your, let's see here. Actually, I did get a donation. So I think you don't want it to be a free reading. We want it to be a deeper reading. So I remove you from the free readings. You'll be number 9 on the donation readings there instead. So thank you for your Venmo. We got that here. Boom, boom. So thank you for that. And then we have sufficient for today. Hello, hello. I do have your free reading request. You will be number 15 on the free reading. So we'll get you added there. All right. I know, right? The airplane. Ooh. I'm not good with heights. Went to the Grand Canyon with a friend of mine. A couple friend of mine at one point. Oh, thank you so much, Heater. And just thinking about it, I had to walk on the sidewalk doesn't go like on the edge, but I'm like, I know the edge is right there. I go, I have to be over here. And she wanted to go out and get a picture close to the edge, and I'm just like, oh god, oh god, oh god. I have a healthy fear of heights. I evidently don't want to die yet. Yeah, I don't like heights either. All right, let's focus. Otherwise, I'm going to start hyperventilating. No, it's not that bad. All right. So, Debbie, thank you so much. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to put your second timestamp just when we started this one, 4:37. We'll just put them next to one another here. That's what will be in the pinned comment here. All right, so let's jump into your email. So thank you for your additional donation via PayPal. And this one, so we've got 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. So actually you had the whatever you put in for the donation here, you added into here. I get it. So you had already done this before I even did it. Now that I read your email here or the PayPal, it's number 1 and number 2 is what we've already talked about. Now number 3 is what we're diving into for the extra here. So you're so smart. You're way ahead of me, and you're like, he'll catch up. He'll see it eventually. You're like, oh, I thought you knew. And I'm like, no, I was flying blind. Now I get it. but I will give you a another shamanic medicine for this one. I'll consider this the second one. So anything else that spirit wants you to know right now? Let's take a look here. I know sometimes I'm not the sharpest tool, but that's all right. Don't want to cut everyone all the time, right? All right, I got those and this one too. All right. So bottom of the deck, you do have wow, you have both the Six of Swords and the Eight of Swords here too. These cards are shedding. So this is movement of mind. It's interesting that you got the air element for your little fortune cookie for your first part. And this is movement of thought and belief and mindset on the bottom. So really changing a lot of stories. And I like this. This even have the strength card underneath there, which they're wanting to point out, which is having the courage to question your stories and to the courage to change them, realizing, yeah, you even have is that the Queen of Swords underneath that? So the balance between head and heart, and she has that power to really look at, you know, when something's happening out here and we revert to an old default story of, oh, when that means this, there's this great oh, I have to remember write people's names down. I have it saved in my Instagram, but one of the things that they mentioned is, and this is what's coming up with our swords and our stories, is when when we're when we're having anxiety or we have some sort of reaction to something going out here, after we take deep breaths and calm down, right? And we name the emotion we're feeling, it's either really anger or sadness really helps. Is it anger, sadness, or joy? Well, if it's not joy, then we're probably in fear and it's being expressed as, sadness or anger. So once we identify what the feeling is, then we can ask ourselves this: what did I make this mean about me? And isn't that powerful? Powerful question to ask. What did I make this mean about me? And that's what I can change the story because I'm the one that made it mean something about me. I'm the one that can change it. So I love this. I feel like this is kind of what you're doing with your reflection. You're feeling the feeling, naming the feeling, but getting to the story, I feel, is what you're getting into next and what you've been doing, but you're going to be doing a lot more of because that's where a lot of freedom comes from too. Is I'm changing the meaning of that story. When they did that, I used to have a story that meant I'm unworthy, that I'm to blame, that I'm not sexy enough, that I'm this and I'm that, and not this and not that. But then it's like, now I'm changing the story, right? So I like that. With that new information, yeah, you have the Three of Wands. You're changing your direction with this, you're looking at life differently, when we have those different swords, those thoughts and those beliefs. Once we change the story, then those stories that limited me and made me feel small and powerless and, blah, all those ugly lower vibrational emotionals, right? I can change and go a different direction because I don't have those stories limiting me anymore. I like that. Yeah. And of course, these stories seem to be about the Four of Wands, which is marriage, also the Ace of Cups, about love and self love, and the Five of Swords, the conflicts that we've had. And I feel like this is more the conflicts with people. Usually we talk about the conflict between our head and our heart, but this one feels like um, the conflicts that we did have with people. These are the stories, the subjects, three major subjects that you've been dealing with and transforming. And I feel like that's great to kind of put it that. What does relationship and marriage look like for me? What does self love look like for me? And what about the uh, fights, right, that I've had with people, disagreements, family and uh, friends and, lovers. It's like, yeah, those are the big kind of big three ones, right? For us all. And then what else do they have here for you? All right. Yeah. And then And I like this that they're bringing in here because, you've been working on your emotions, mastering your emotions with the Queen of Cups, the Five of Cups, transforming lower vibration to higher vibration. And that is part of and really, I think we've talked about how one emotion can create 1,000 thoughts and beliefs. Because if we have, like, a lower vibrational emotion we feel, we don't wanna feel that again, then we create a whole bunch of thoughts and processes, gateways, so to not feel that again. Same thing with pleasure. Well, when we feel good about and we create a bunch to try to make that happen again. So we avoid pain and seek pleasure. We create all this mindsets around it. Well, when we get to an emotion that has a bunch of stuff attached to it, when we transform the emotion, it's like the house of cards. Those thoughts fall apart too. So we don't have to do a bunch of thought work when we're doing emotional work. Sometimes it helps to start at a thought and work our way and find the emotion, then transform it, and then everything else falls. So sometimes I feel like you've done a lot of big emotional work. Now we're kind of going, kind of approaching it in two different directions, through the heart and then also through the mind to get to the heart. So I like that. Yeah. And then here's the Seven of Swords. So really facing your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that kind of cheated you out of opportunities, um, that held you back, and then also our kind of the stories that we've created around people lying to us and betraying us and, stabbing us in the back, family, Chuck, So, this is changing those stories, and this is what we're talking about here. Yeah, I love it. Wow, and then, I put all the cards back in separately. So to have these 2 come back in, the Lovers and the Empress from your first part of your reading, there you go. This is all helping you. It's worth it all because you're nurturing yourself and you're stepping into your power, and it all helps you with how you approach and experience your relationship in the future. So I love all this. All right. So that's the skinny. Let's see what your other shamanic medicine is here too. Oh, mother, Lauren, why your brother was better than you. Why, mom? Because he puts up with more of your shit than I do? I would think he was better too. Yeah. Did you respond? I think he's better than you too. He is the better one out of us both, right? I know, right? You're just like, what mom must be in fear. Story of your life, Chelsea. I know, right? uh, we're the island of misfit toys, right? Do you remember that old Christmas one? Oh my goodness. My goodness. Proud of you, right? Yeah, because we're all funnier and cooler. All right, look at this for your second one here, Debbie O, you got the shapeshifter, which is what's going on, right? You're shifting that, perspective, and this is what's happening. This is what we were talking about. It's seeing things differently, right? A new story that we're putting here. Yeah, he has that flexibility. Yeah. Yeah. So, it says to understand a troubling situation in your life, see things from a totally different perspective. Shape-shifting helps you do this. So, by taking on the qualities of a powerful animal, you will see or hear what is being conveyed with clarity. Choose an animal that suits your current needs, such as a lion for strength, a dove for peace, a wolf for protection, or a raven to understand the bigger picture. Or, of course, In my mind, I'm like, or a vulture, you can go pick at the skulls of your dead enemies, you know? It's fun to think about, but we would never do that because 'cause we're loving beings, I know. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and focus on the animal's characteristics. Breathe them into your very being. As you continue, you will become one with your animal and be taken on a visual journey. At first, you may find it unsettling to feel the body and characteristics of the animal you've become, but do not fear. The insight and perspective of this animal will be of great benefit. A smooth transformation back into your own mind and body is assured. An understanding of how to resolve your dilemma will stay with you. So you can do that in like a meditation where you just imagine, even if you see a dove, like as you're saying, a dove outside your, your window, you can imagine yourself embodying the dove and picture what it feels like to see through their eyes and be able to fly and coo and all that stuff that they do. And then and then do that, right? She didn't pick on Chuck today. Giving him a break. Uh, so Shapeshifter revealed the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Iliad, Norse sagas, and Celtic legends describe the metamorphosis from a deity or human into an animal for the purpose of employing its physical and sensory talents. This comes from a time when the relationship between animals and shamans was intrinsic to life. Modern examples of shape-shifting can be found in the X-Men, Twilight, and Harry Potter. No breaks for Chuck? You're like, "All right, mom, you gotta step it up." Uh, so other meanings for this card for you, listen to and observe your thoughts carefully. Here, this is what we were talking about in your reading. List all the positive attributes about yourself and the world around you. Change negative words to positive ones. Be free with your compliments, gratitude, and praise. What you deem as right may not be so for another. I like that. Chuck is up, he's like, damn, girl. And then the shapeshifter speaks says, whichever form you choose to take, bear, butterfly, wolf, or snake, the medicine will speak to you of what it is you now must do. So I like that. It's like getting in tune with your spirit animal. So I like those for you, Debbie. Oh, Debbie. Oh, so thank you again so much for all of your donations here. Oh, he loved your mom. He would say, "You're sweet, mama." Yeah. So now he gets to take on her fun little whippersnapperness. Here, I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. They're making me cry. No, it's this weather. Got some wonderful storms, barometric pressures clearing up my can finally it's like, and I feel like that's kind of what's been going on this week too. This energy of the barometric pressures going up and down and things needing to cleanse. And that's Chuck's allergies. Chuck, get the hell out of here. Again, I'm gonna have to get some salt. Just put it around me. You're out. You're banned from being in my. You can't influence me that much. All right, so let's check in here. Yeah, Lauren, I'm so proud of you for, not reacting, and Chels, all of you, all of my Zen friends here, we've been through a little bit of stuff in our life and how powerful we are now, aren't we? Oh, yeah, at least yeah. Isn't that lovely, the manipulation that is passed down from generation to generation about, well, at least they're doing that for me, guilt and shame, trying to get us to do and be who they want us to be. And it's and I love that you're seeing that as that's a cry for love from your mom. She feels like I need validation from the outside world, and I want you to validate how lovable I am because 'cause I'm feeling unlovable, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's that little something's triggered her to go into fear. Yeah. Guilt and shame, guilt and shame. Oh, the emotional immaturity. Yeah, it's like, okay, you know, and all humans do when we go into fight, our inner child feels unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, then we revert back to the age we were, and that's what little kids do. "Pick me up, I need attention." And so they do things kind of demanding attention, right? I get it. Yeah, right. Not good enough? So cheers to all my strong Zen friends, you know, look at how powerful we are, we've made it through. Cheers. Love you guys. Tell you what, thank you everyone for your vulnerability too and sharing this with everyone because, you know, it helps us all to realize, "What, you too? Me too?" Everyone is like, "Yeah," it's like group therapy, right? We're all like, "Yeah, we're all in this together." Yes, grateful, absolutely. Alright, so we'll continue on here. We have Sudeshna up next. We got 5838. So we'll complete this one, and then Lauren, you'll be up after that. So, Sudeshna, thank you for your donation. Excuse me. And you like message from spirit in the universe regarding your career. All right, let's see what they have to say today. All right, let's take a look here. All right. Yeah. So the bottom energy we do have here the Four of Cups first. And the Four of Cups talks about, you know, the things that we're taught, the relationships, situations, and things like jobs and career are one of the bowls that we're taught are going to fulfill us, right? But we know that those things don't fulfill us because what will fulfill us is the Ace of Cups that's being offered us from the heavens there. The Ten of Swords represents the expectations, right? The supposed to be, should be, need to be that we're taught that a career and a job are supposed to bring us. And really, all three of those buckets, we get a lot of those expectations around. So, familiar theme, on the bottom that, a career is a way in which we can express our self love. But when we're trying to define our self worth, by any of those buckets, then that's what falls short. It will always disappoint us, and they point us to the inside. So there's a little message here of just, if we can get out of our head, sit in our heart and go, if I fill up with love of myself and who I am, how do I want to share this amazing love in my heart with the world in my own special, unique way? Now, it could be IT, it could be a manager, it could be a spiritual practice or spiritual business or whatever, there's no, like, career usually that can't be a unique expression of our love. Doesn't have to be, "Oh, if we're gonna do that, we have to be a monk or a nun," you know? No, there's this, um, there is this beautiful ability to, you know, express ourselves in a position that will the position won't be the same with us in it with that energy versus us in it trying to achieve and define ourselves by it because we're so controlling and you know focused in on lack and need and want and all that. But when we're in it, because like now I used to think I can't be a supervisor and follow this spiritual practice and do what I wanna do, but now I know I could. I would just be a very different supervisor or manager than I was before because I wouldn't, I'd be using my intuition a lot and I wouldn't be freaking out and trying to achieve, achieve, achieve. It would be a very relaxed flow, getting stuff done, building relationships, helping people discover who they are. And, it would be different. So we can do anything, right? So I feel like that's kind of that message underneath there. And then you've got 3 sets here. You have the 5 of Wands and the Judgment card. Yeah, they're saying here, you do have this calling. Here's your higher self blowing the trumpet, trying to raise you from the dead down here in the dead end job you're in, right? Do 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 do, the little, trumpet, and the 5 of Wands, which represents the drama train that has many stops at the job that you're in, meaning there's a lot of conflict, that you experience there. But that is part of that energy. It's like realizing that where you're at now, the uncomfortability is because that's not where you're to stay. That's just a layover before you're heading off onto your next destination. So there is transformation and change with that 5 of Wands energy. So that is coming towards your career. Yeah, the 7 of Wands, the Ace of Cups. Yeah, again, I know I keep on having, I hate to say the message over and over, but it's like they're saying it over and over. Because the Ace of Cups is when you're following your heart, this position that you're going to end up in with the 7 of Wands is one where you feel like you don't have to dim your light. You don't have to ask permission to shine. You don't have to feel like you have to defend yourself all the time. You shine bright and you just are able to be yourself and you're happy and you're just shining and you're not, uh, dealing with so much instability in the job, because you're not sure what's going on with all these individuals. So it's a much happier and solid foundation with where you're heading here, where your heart is leading you, right? And you have the 10 of Wands and the Empress. Yeah. Beautiful energies. It does change from what feels like a burden to what feels like gratitude and abundance. That's the 10 of Wands in itself. But then you get the Empress card too, which she's all about abundance and birthing. And the Empress does have a lot of energy underneath from you know, uh, all the queens. So she's 5 parts water, right? 1 part air, 1 part earth, 1 part fire. So again, it's a lot of emotional meaning and feeling and draw to a position, not so much air, energy of the mind, or fire, go, 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 or, earth energy of money and financial stability and those kind of things. You know, we've got this, change of energy that is focused in on it's all about how you feel for yourself in the job, not what other people will feel, but how you feel in a position. So hopefully that helps a little bit, but it is happening. It will be there in the future there for you. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. This is from the the Dead Inside deck. This is hilarious little deck. Yeah, I like it. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Suppression, numbness, facade, right? You're like, "No, you're not." So, that is that feeling of and that's like the 4 of Cups too, which is numbness. I'm not excited about this. I feel emotionally stagnant in this job. I wanna be somewhere where I feel happy and excited, right? So, that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Let's see here, catch up on the chat real quick here. So, lowering your parents' guilt and shame is the worst. Yeah, it does eat us alive when we believe when we're defining our worth by our parents, it definitely can eat us alive. When we start defining ourselves by the inside, then we're like, okay, I know when I had written a letter to my dad, I must have been like 17, 17 years old, probably. And because they were divorcing, I sent him a letter. I was really excited about what's going on in my life. And his response was, because he wasn't in the place of spirituality at that time, and he said, "My relationship with God is between, me and him. You can keep yours to yourself." I was just like, "Whoa," and I was standing there, and it, like, hit me. It was like a smack to the face, right? And there was a trash can right by, and the creator was like, "I'll be your father," and I just dumped the letter, released it, and then creator became my father, and they're my mother, the mother and father of all things. So when they become our parents, that's the unconditional love we're looking for. Then we can look at, these, humans as humans, and realizing they've got their own adventures that they had when they were children that they're still doing with stuff too, and then we can kind of release that. So I love that we have options. Yeah, I'm grateful for everyone here too. Yeah, you stopped, oh yeah, you stopped falling for it, but you had to get away from it first. Yeah, yeah, that, choosing yourself, I love that. And then we've got, Helen Hummingbird. I was like, "Hell in Hummingbird?" And I'm like, "No, Helen, right?" "Hello, good to see you." "Hello, hello." We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 16 on the free reading list once we get to that one there. Alright. Allegedly, yeah. Yeah, it is, manipulation, but they were manipulated. They learned it from somewhere, you know? They didn't someone invented it, and I don't think invented it, it was just out of fear, right? Passed down from generation to generation. When we realize when we did it, right, how we act sad when we don't get our way, or if that doesn't work, how we get mad and upset, and if that doesn't work, how we block people and reject them and cold shoulder and withhold sex and, um, you know, uh, that rejection, right? And if that doesn't work, then we go back and go, "I can't believe that when I rejected you, you didn't come running after me. I'm so sad." And if that doesn't work, then we get mad again. We just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, until we realize how people have done that to us and then how we have done it to others. There's this freedom that comes in, right? Oh, yeah, right? Back in then those days, right? Yeah, I hear you. Fun. What a wonderful adventure. And we did choose our parents. That's one thing with healing with parents is, there was I forget, it was, I mean, because this was like 30 years ago probably, or around then, that I, read whatever I did, and you look at it and, you really look and go, "Why did you choose your mother? Why did you choose your father?" And, like, what characteristics of, like, my mom did I want influencing me? What characteristics of my father did I want influencing me? Even my brother did it for siblings, and it's like, okay, you know, and, it helps us understand and make it not that all this stuff was happening to me, it was happening for me kind of energy even back then, and so I like that. 7 others after her. Oh, holy moly. I know my mom was the oldest of, 11, and she told me she discovered when she saw she found her parents' wedding certificate, and she counted, and then she was like looked at when she was born, counted back 9 months, and she was like, "Oh, they were pregnant before they got married." Yeah, right? Yeah, cheers, cheers, right? Plenty of wonderful generations. Wow. I have a new creamer that my host didn't like. It's banana nut bread, creamer, That just reminds me of my mom because she would make banana nut bread. I'm like, "Why did I go, what does that taste like?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's because that's new creamer." Mm-mm. Oh, isn't that great? All the patterns, going on and on. Yeah, I get you. Too funny. All right, well, let's continue on here. We got Lauren of Light. You're up next. 11202. Look at all those ones and 11202 coming in here. So thank you for your donation via Zcash app. I really appreciate that. And I love this. So you and Jake had the best FaceTime last night. Communicated proactively beforehand. Wow. To ask if he would push it back an hour, and he let you know 5 minutes before and to give you a heads up. And he was so sweet and loving the entire time. He was even back at home at his apartment, clean shaven, like he was really trying. He even like wanted to present himself in a nice way. Well, I love that. Great. Wow, right? Love the gratitude for all the things, because the more we're grateful for the things they are doing, right, it just expands. Isn't that amazing? All right, so let's dive into your questions. First, is he back at the apartment for good, or did he do that just for the FaceTiming, right? And a haircut. Wow. Getting ready for his trip out next week, right? Gotta get his gotta get all gussied up for his girl. So is he back at the apartment for good, or did he do that just because of the FaceTime here? Got the King of Pentacles. That feels like, well, as far as for good, you know, I feel like he's staying back in his apartment right now. Right. Oh, you didn't ask if it was, uh, if they're for good. Okay, yeah. So I like that. This King of Pentacles energy is that, um, solid foundation of my physical world, though I do feel like he's gonna be moving out when his lease is up. I don't think he's renewing it still, but I feel like he's there until the lease is up. Um, and he wasn't just there for the FaceTime. I feel like he's going back and forth still. I don't feel like he's like back there like permanently. I feel like he's there a lot because he's cleaning things up and packing things up. Because I do feel like he's, not going to be there for long because he's getting ready for transformation kind of energy. So I like that. Has he thought about what he wants to do differently and show up different in your relationship? And if so, what is it? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, well, 10 of cups. So definitely so, right? Yeah. I feel like he's, you know, gonna kind of be there in the intermission, but I feel like he's trying to decide what he's doing next. And that's kind of just that, um, he knows he doesn't want to be in that apartment, that he's going to be somewhere else. So he's like, I'll just move home and then I don't have a lease. I can leave and go anywhere at any time. I don't have to worry, kind of thing. But yeah, I like this 10 of cups. Definitely wants to have happy relationship energy. He wants to do it differently. That's what he wants to do differently. I want a happy relationship. What does this look like, right? How does he want to show up differently? Alright, yeah. So the Justice card. So here's the balancing energy around relationship, right? Libra energy, the house of, let's say the house of pancakes. That's funny. What's that about? IHOP, the house of pancakes, the International House of Pancakes. Um, so something about IHOP. Maybe that was a happy moment for him. Did you guys go to IHOP? But the Justice card is clarity on what they're wanting, what they're not wanting, right? Oh, you love getting pancakes? Okay, that's what came in here. So he's thinking about all the things that he loves about the relationship, the happy times, and trying to balance the scales that are in there, right? Okay, well, there you go. I love it. I was like, what are they bringing in House of Pancakes for?" Um, and then the magician, I'm wanting to put the energy in, and I want to I feel like what he's doing differently is he's seeing where getting a clear picture of where I'm at and then where I wanna be, and then I click the GPS, and then things of the mind and the heart and the physical world and my energy, I'll put towards that goal. So I feel like that's what he's trying to figure out exactly what he wants and how he wants it, and transformation too. So not keeping things the way things are, doing that inner work, doing that inner transformation too. I am really proud of him because I feel like the way he was headed, he was on a downward spiral, but he like, he like, it's like someone going down a ice mountain and he, you know, gets his boots and his knives and whatever and stops himself from going down an ice mountain to climb back up and to go a different route, right? So definitely feel like there's this kind of energy that's coming in here, right? Yeah. He was downward spiraling, and, but now he, like, found his will found his will again, his will, his power to choose, where he felt he was choiceless and kinda going backwards. So I feel like that's a big piece of those things. And then from his lens, his perspective, where are we with our relationship, right? Look at that first here. Come on. And where does he want to take it? Has he thought about our future? All right, let's take a look here. So, from his lens, where are we in our relationship? That's what I was talking about, right? With he's trying to get that with the magician. Where are we now? Yeah, we got the Two of Swords. We're at a decision point. We're at a crossroads, right? Positive crossroads. Um, and we're at a decision point. Um, and I like that. Where does he want to take it? Six of Wands. So victory and movement energy. So we like that. Can I get more on that? What does that mean for Mr. Man here? Yeah, taking it a different direction than it had been going. That makes sense, right? And what are these here? Wow. Yeah. So I'm gonna do it this way so it doesn't look so freaky at first. Yeah, yeah, I know, right? I'm like, Spirit is like, and this is why they're doing this too. So we have the Knight of Cups. So this is what he wants to do going forward, right? But this is what is from behind, right? Um, the Tower, this leaving energy all the time, the lying or the not being truthful, the hidden stuff. All this is behind. It's all blown up. He blew he's blowing up that life, and it's like he said that, you know, that, that part of me is gone, that one from April is gone, and then this is what he wants to do, right? Yeah, and the moon is full. So this energy of the hidden and the not being honest and, all of that energy, he's like, "That's behind. I'm ready to move forward as this, knight, this, loyal." Not that he was disloyal, he just wasn't being his true self. He was just playing all these games and doing all this stuff and just, but now he's like, "Okay, yeah, I know what I want," right? So I like that. And then he wants to just and it's like the destination, I mean, and we know the ultimate destination, you know, you know, the regular stuff of the future, but he doesn't wanna, all that expectations and intentions and all that starts to freak him out, so he just is like, "Let's take one step at a time, together, one step at a time. Let's focus on moving love forward." And I feel like love will automatically express itself in the way that it does automatically as long as we're focusing on love, 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 energy instead of hitting, you know, we need to do like marriage means you love me, an engagement ring means you love me, blah blah mean it's like no, the how I treat you in each moment will show you that I love you. Those things will be an expression of my love, but that's not the love I have for you. So I like that. Yeah. And not forcing and yeah, just enjoying the journey of love and it'll unfold, and I like that. And I kind of feel like that's what he's saying here with, where does he want it to take it? I just want to fill it with love and see where we flow with it, um, that it doesn't have to be, it'll just unfold. It'll just be natural. Best friends, sleeping over, enjoying life, doing life, and then, I wanna be with you every second, and I want you to be my wife. Then it's like, I want us to be together, tied so close together, and it's like, "Alright, there we go." It just unfolds. It's like, yes, instead of, "It needs to happen, otherwise it doesn't mean this, right?" Yeah, you're just like, boom, 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 boom. Confirmation, confirmation. So I love that. And then has he thought about our future recently? Let's just take a look, because I'm sure his mind thinks a lot of things. Um, yeah, Queen of Wands. I got that on the bottom too. So the Queen of Wands, looking at actions and passion and love for the future, seeing what future actions are there. So they're thinking about it, but I feel like they're more, focused in on let's enjoy what's unfolding, um, like we were talking about. Because he gets caught up into his mind too much. When he's in his heart in the moment, then he doesn't freak out. When he's gets into his mind with all the expectations, that's what ignites his avoidant and run for your life. Expectations equal disappointment and failure, and you know you're rejected because you can't do anything right. And instead, he's like, okay, you know, I'm going to try to stay in my heart, and then we move forward, with that. So I like that. All right. And then you want to know what are his thoughts and feelings about his trip next week. So let's take a look. Thoughts and then feelings. Oh, that one too. And that one too. And that one too. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Ah, they're just all keep coming. All right. There's a lot of feelings here. Let's see what these are about. And what is he hoping for? So I feel like that'll be in there. Yeah. Bottom of the deck, I like this, the high priestess. This is that energy of being pocketed away with you is the underlying energy. They're like, I'm just looking forward it just being you and me away from the world, kind of energy. Um, and he likes that feeling of just being disconnected from, you know, this reality TV show that he lives in. And he's like, "I just wanna be somewhere that feels real." And and when it's just the 2 of you, it feels real, kind of energy. So I like that, High Priestess. His thoughts, 2 of Wands, Page of Swords. Yeah, I mean, just like his mind is trying to see things from a higher perspective, a different perspective. I feel like his mind is like, thinking about, "We can do this or this or this or this or this or this." I think, like, their mind is just looking at either or, either or, either or kind of scenarios, the planning just to prepare themselves a bit, mentally about what we could be doing or not doing and different things like that. I feel like his mind needs that kind of a foundation there. Emotionally, yeah. So, yeah. So, again, we're at a positive crossroads. We've got the justice card, we've got the strength card too. So this bravery to step forward into those good choices, right? So his heart's excited for that, because he does feel like things will be decided when you guys are back together, kind of thing. Because there's a lot of when we're in person, is it gonna feel the same like when what we've been experiencing from a distance, right? Knight of Swords, yeah, movement of communication. His feelings about the trip is a lot of talking, a lot of conversating, in person too, because he likes the conversations that you guys have, and he does enjoy that, um, you know, uh, as well there. And the unexpected, the 3 of Swords is not heartbreak in this one. This is I wanna do some unexpected things. Oh, okay. So, anyway, we'll leave it at that for that. Um, and yeah, and I like this here, this transformation with this, 8 of Pentacles, because we got the 5 of Swords and the 5 of Pentacles, and I like this, I know. Us My face doesn't hide anything, does it? I'm like, "What is this unexpected?" Okay, anyway, let's moving on. We're not supposed to know right now, but, there is this, going past the 5 of Pentacles and the conflict and the feelings of fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold. The 8 of Pentacles is this beautiful transformational energy of that stuff, of really facing it, talking about it, the fear that we'll get in arguments and that, you'll leave me, and, you know, I feel like those things are transformed during the trip here, and I feel like that's what he wants to kinda just realize, if in person, are these fears gone? Because I feel like a lot of those fears are gone at a distance, right? I feel like that's what's changed a lot, but I feel like, he wants to make sure in person, and I think that's kind of the feelings that are there too. I know. Alright, so I like that. Um, Let me take another sip here, so, we'll continue on here. We're at halfway. Cheers, cheers. Hey, Jamie G. Alright. So what internal monologue is he having now? Alright. Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet it's like the Emperor or the King of Wands, and it is. And one of his, um, this energy of, um, the King of Wands, that's the balance between his head and his heart. So I feel like the internal dialogue, one of the things is he's realizing what a wonderful, wheel of fortune, the how, abundant it is when you balance your head and your heart. When you get out of your head and into your heart, and then you allow this dialogue to be from both, not just your mind. I like that his internal dialogue is about his internal dialogue. That's such a Jake thing, right? I like him. And then, yeah, he is looking at the Justice card and the Victory card of the 6 of Wands, coming in there. So I feel like the internal dialogue is a lot about, the success of our relationship, and, figuring out what do I need to do? What can I do for the success of our relationship, kind of energy, right? Whoa. Steady, steady. Yeah, and then again, and you got the Emperor too. So the King of Wands, the Emperor, and I feel like his internal dialogue is, when I'm balanced between my head and my heart with the Emperor, that the Lovers card, then our relationship feels very balanced. So my emotional choices are important when it comes to all this too. So I like this that it feels like he's in a place of balance between his head and his heart, and it's helping him in more ways than just you guys' relationship too. So I feel like it's allowing him to see things more clearly in the external world. So interesting. All right. And then he mentioned recently that his life is so much better with you and that you light him up. Of course, Lauren of Light. You are a sun in his life. So, what mental limitations has he overcome? All right, let's take a look here. All right. I like the bottom that we've got like the world card here as the bottom energy. So, that is so much about realizing that I've reached this cycle and I'm done with that. I'm ready for, like the full card. I'm ready for a new adventure, free of all my expectations and full of adventure and possibilities with you instead of, you know, feeling. And so it's like a breaking free from the mind. So, the mental limitations he's overcome is realizing that he's ready for something new, and, I feel like that's an important piece. We got the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, and again, I feel like, there was this, the it's important that I'm okay with taking my time and not rush, not, rush in and rush away, but walk slowly back to you and then walking slowly with you. And that it's okay for me to go slow and not feel I have to rush and go and rush and go kind of energy. And I like it because you have a lot to do with him feeling comfortable doing that because you're not rushing him anymore. You've realized I don't need to rush me. I don't need to rush him. I don't need to rush anyone or anything else. I can just enjoy, right? So I love that. Got the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, this beautiful balance, equally giving equally back and forth here. So I like that. There's something about, this old codependency energy of this, feeling like we can just um that you don't need to overgive um and we can give equally. And I feel like again, it's amazing and we can make it easier or harder for people. And I feel like you made it easy for him in this too because you stopped overgiving as well, right? So a lot of the stuff you know, they you know, you didn't make them feel a certain way and make them change. That's not this at all. Just they were reacting to some of things you were doing, right? And vice versa, right? Sure as heck I did. No. But because we trigger on the inside, people just do actions, right? But my triggers are mine. Other people doing something didn't trigger me. That situation, because if I didn't have the trigger, that action wouldn't have done anything. But you're realizing, for your own self that, the rushing wasn't good for you on yourself and the overgiving wasn't good for you. And so you made those changes for you. They just happen to also influence and make it easier for him too. But I like this because those are things that have made him be able to maintain their balance and that's made him stronger. So I like that. Yeah, isn't it beautiful? And then we have the devil card. Yeah. So this is letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that kept him feeling bounded and trapped and old mentalities that they were caught in. Yeah, right? Healthier for yourself means healthier for each other too. Yep, and then the 9 of Pentacles. So this is about, you know, that it's okay for me to have my own space too. So this I feel like he's gotten comfortable with allowing himself to be what he needs, and because of what some things you've done, he realizes that you've, made changes, and so he's realizing, um, I even if in my alone time, if I communicate and don't make it weeks, that this helps. Um, I know you need connection, so I'm gonna stay connected to you, and I need alone time, and you're gonna allow me to have my alone time, and we're both not gonna freak out. It's like, wow, I love that you guys are grown up. You guys are all grown up. Yeah. I feel like he's able to express the love he has had for you, because the love has always been there. It's been kept a very well-kept secret because of fears, right? So, I like that. Alright. Ugh, I feel like I need to stretch. Oh, there we go. Did you guys hear that? It's probably all this the storms coming in. My rheumatism. Alright, so for the next thing we have, has he mentioned you to anyone lately? So, is he mentioning anything? Let's take a look here. You know, I I feel like, we've got the Judgment card, we've got the King of Cups, and the Queen of Cups. And I feel like maybe the only thing that he's mentioned is that he's gonna go visit you. Like, "I'm going on a trip. Where are you going?" "I'm gonna go visit, Lauren." They're like, "Okay." But I don't feel like they've talked a lot, more than that. Again, I feel like with this King of Cups and Queen of Cups, he feels like this, your divine counterpart energy together kind of energy, right? And, he just again, it's not out of feel like he just wants to keep it peaceful. Um, he just wants to go have a good time with you. He doesn't want any of the blah, 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 blah stuff, from them. He just like, I wanna enjoy the time having you to me before, we have to face the world together, you know? It's just like, that's why that high priestess, I just want time away from you, away from all the crowds, everyone, and just you and me. And then it can be you and me against the world when the time is right, but let's just solidify this. Let's cement and get it solid, and then let's face the world instead, right? Yeah, so I like that. So does his mom, let's see, does his mom know? I feel like, the mom, it's hanging out, you know? I don't know if that's really, does dad know? We got the Leo energy. Um, and then do his friends know? Sorry, I'll tell you what they're telling me in my head here in a sec. No, not 9 of Pentacles, so the friends don't know. I feel like he's holding off on waiting to tell mom, but I feel like he had the courage to talk to dad because and I feel like just not a ton either, just, yeah. Yeah, I feel like mom is he's kind of the controlling one, I feel like. I feel like that's why dad worked a lot and was away. And so I feel like he can tell dad because he knows his dad won't say anything. Like, and I don't feel like he told him a lot. I just kinda, you know, feel like he said a little bit, but, um, because he wants his dad to have what is that? culpability where he could deny that he knew, "I didn't know." Yeah. 'Cause I feel like he wants to be Sweden, he wants oh, no, Switzerland, not Sweden. He wants to be Switzerland, he wants to be yeah, there you go, plausible deniability, that's it. So, I feel like he still wants to stay Switzerland, though. But again, so I don't feel like he's, uh, you know, mentioned it, a lot. I mean, to a lot of people here lately, I feel like he's just, um, preparing. He's gotta have his go bag ready. That's funny. Yeah. Might throw a rocker at him, right? Alright, so has he thought about marriage at all recently? Let's take a look here. And, or where we'll live. His dad will help him escape. Um, next steps. And do we get married first or move in first? So based on current energies, what comes first? Okay. And when? We'll do a when card here in a minute. All right. So I don't forget. So, has he thought about marriage at all recently? I feel like with the 10 of swords, he's trying not to again, that is the thing that, the next, you know, okay, that's the cage kind of energy that if I'm trying to do intentions and expectations, that's what starts to freak me out. So I feel like it's not, he's like, let me think about the next. Yeah, don't want to get ahead of myself. Let's just look at the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. Let me get into that flow. And then I start to, once I'm comfortable with one step out of a time, then I can look at ahead a couple steps and kind of look further. But I feel like right now I don't feel like um too much all at once kind of energy, right? Um and not that he didn't cross his mind, but I feel like planning it and really putting a lot of thought into it, no. Um for the marriage itself. Um Where will you guys live? Has he put a thought into it? I feel like he has that. 9 of Cups, he is been thinking about what the dream come true is like, and thinking about where you guys could live, possibilities of some different, kind of energies that are there. So I feel like that's kind of there. Next steps, I know, again, the magician, right? And that's that energy we had before where he's, looking at where are at now, where we want to end up, and kind of what I need to do to, go through and head those, energies, um, going forward there. So we've got that um there. So he's thinking about more next steps, but not tons down there, right? Um, do you get married first or move in first? I feel here with the Page of Cups and the World card coming out for that, this does feel like you guys may move in first with this energy, because it's about happiness, ending old cycles, letting go of expectations. So I feel like there's more of a, cohabitation, feels natural next steps. Like, and I feel like it's like, um, he ends up spending a lot of time and depending on where he moves, um, yeah, it's like kind of going this and then okay, now we're uh now let's stop being sinners, in a joking way, right? He goes, okay, I gotta stop living like a sinner. Will you marry me? you know? That's funny. So let's see when do you guys move in? uh to each other here. That's funny. So when movement, yeah, it's like next spring is the moving in, the official moving in kind of energy based on current energies, right? And then marriage looks like April based on current energies. Not sure if that's this April next in 2027 or 2028, but it is in an April energy. So I feel like that's what we have there, which is good. And then, of course, fluctuation energies, that's based on current. And who knows, after next week, that could totally change timelines, because when he's mesmerized by the light, yeah, I feel like there's going to be some stuff happening there. All right, just a few more questions here, and I'll answer everyone in chat here in a moment. Yeah, totally. All right, so what does he need right now? Yeah, I like this. Let go of expectations. 10 of swords, no expectations. I was gonna go, is there's gonna be more here? Yeah, the full card. I just need an adventure with no supposed to be, should be, intentions. What's next? What's this? What's this? What I need is be here now with me in this moment and enjoy it for what it is and focus on the gratitude of what we have and have had, right? And it's just like, yeah, let's just enjoy what's happening, not get caught into the, well, what do you when do you think we'll move in together? Any of those things are just gonna be like lack energy, right? And it just begins to suck the life out of it instead of just love it for what it is, right? And then things just grow that way. That's how relationships and life grows. Focus on what we are in the moment and what we love about what is happening and what we're grateful for about what is happening and that has happened and even sharing those things. I love this. I love this. I love this. Wow. I'm just and then that's great instead of, that's nice, but what about this and this and this? That just ixnays all that other stuff, right? So I feel like that's what he needs right now. And I love that because you're like, that's what I want too. All right. So why are you so anxious yesterday and today, but not about him? What's the energy from? All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers. Cheers. Mercury has gone direct. Rip, rip, rip. Maybe we'll see here. Is it star astral energy or what is it that's going on here? Yeah. I feel like you think it's not about him. You've been hiding from people. But because you got on the bottom, you got the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Swords and the, 7 of Pentacles. So maybe below the surface, there's a little bit of excitement that might feel like anxiety, but I feel like it's excitement is below the surface here, and, a little bit of anxiety of the unknown, and I feel like it's your inner child a little bit that's, sending warning signals of, "Oh, the scary man is coming to visit." Because to the inner child, right, they're the ones that are like, "That's that stranger that comes and goes and runs. That's the one that runs from us." They think I'm a monster, and it's like, "No, no, no. Come here to boo boo boo. It's all right." But I feel like there's a little anxiety from your inner child that just, and you can spend some time with your inner child going, "It's all okay. I'm here. I won't abandon you. I'm here." Because I feel like there's that fear of abandonment from your inner child that's below there, just showing its head a little bit. But I feel like a lot of it is um, excitement energy that's kind of all joined together, and it makes it's like a lot of excitement with a little bit of anxiety, makes it seem like, "Oh god, is that all anxiety?" No, there's a lot of excitement and a lot of like, "Oh god," the unknown, the fear of the unknown. What is this gonna be like, right? So, there's a little bit of that in there, so we do have that. Um, so we'll look at that. Let's see what these other ones are here too. Yeah, you got and then another night, the Knight of Wands, the movement, the passion. Oh, there's some of that rallying up to that energy of excitement. So there's that happening. Yeah, and the Four of Swords. I feel like you have been the anxiousness is a little bit from tiredness too. You do need to rest some as well with that. Yeah, and then I feel like there's even this pulling from spirit, this calling and moving things upward as well. Um, so I feel like there's, trying to balance a lot of things, and you feel a lot of, I feel like some of the anxiety is around work and feeling like you're not able to keep up and you're falling behind and different things with that too. So just a lot, and I feel like if you write it down, and just go, "Okay, you know, um, it's all gonna be fine," you know? So I like that. Right, so just a couple more questions here. Hey, Dason Case, I'll kind of, in between readings, I'll talk about with people in chat, so I'll let you know where you're at on the list and stuff and catch up when I'm done with Lauren. I just have a couple more questions. For her and her fortune cookie, and then I'll catch up on the chat. So I see you, but I try not to pay attention to the chat when I'm in the middle of someone's reading. But I see you kind of starting to post, so I just want to make sure I see you, and I will be right with you. Right, work. I know, Lauren. All right. So let us here look at your next one here. So, what do your angels and guides want you to know? All right, let's take a look here. Got those. Any others? Nope, that's it. All right. Yeah, we got the King of Cups. I get it here. You know, balance your head and your heart. Two of Pentacles, balance. High Priestess. It's important to kind of take a step back, breathe kind of energy coming in here too. But there is balance is key. So I kind of feel like they're just piggybacking on that rest and relaxation, kind of energy. Um, Maybe get out into the sun. But here's shine bright, just be you. Realize, um, you're already a perfect son. Everything else is just, it's not about what you're doing, it's about who you are, and that it's an expression of you. And when because we can get sucked out into work, 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 and that we define ourselves by all that, right? And it's like, no, I'm coming back to me, realizing I'm the sun. I'm just going to shine bright and be me and do me and enjoy it. And if I'm not going to be able to meet a deadline, just communicate it and ask for an extension if this is all right, um, and, be gentle with yourself, right? And and that's the thing is we put a lot of pressure on ourselves when other people are like, "Dude," I can see someone calling you dude. "Dude, just relax. Give it another week. You're fine. No problem. I don't need that right away." "Okay. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, no problem." You know, and, so I like that. And not to overpromise, you know? It's like, give yourself, wiggle room. Do like Scotty on Star Trek. He used to say, How long is it gonna take to fix?" 3 days. I need it in th I need it in a day." "Okay," and he does it in 3 hours and then blows their socks off, right? It's like, you give a big window, allow yourself wiggle room for other things, and then you can, you know, do it earlier, and they're like, "Wow." That's funny. Alright. What else do your angels and guides want you to know? Ace of Swords, and the Five of Pentacles. Yeah, so it's kind of that energy we're just talking about, some clarity around our fear of lacking, of not being enough, of not having enough. So there's some of that energy that kind of goes behind our tendency to work so hard because we fear if I don't do enough, I won't have enough. And when you realize it's the creator, it's the universe that brings you what you need in each moment, then, you we can relax knowing we're in good hands, not in unstable hands of the outside world. We're in stable hands, right? You also have the Three of Wands, the Star card, the Four of Swords. Yeah, I like it. You know, we've got the wonderful, here's the rest energy coming in again, and that you have this dream come true, but it's your higher self, again, balancing energy with the Star card too, but it's balancing energy with the Three of Wands. Three of Wands is there's different routes. There's the highway going 100 miles an hour, and you're gonna get there fast, and you're gonna spend a lot of fuel getting there, because when you speed, you burn more fuel. You can also take the windy, long, scenic route that, takes longer, you'll enjoy it more, it'll be beautiful there, you'll arrive when you arrive, and you'll be relaxed and had enjoyed the countryside. Or you can take the streets through the city with a lot of stops and goes and, honking of horns and, different experiences. There's more involvement with people going through the town, but there's different ways of getting to that, and that there's no right way or wrong way, there's just different ways, so, I like that. Alright, and then for your final questions here, what do his guides and angels of truth and love want you to know, and how are they helping him, right? Alright, so let's take a look here. What do his guides and angels want you to know, and how are they helping him? Alright. Yeah. I like it. The Tower card on the bottom. We are the remover of obstacles. Let's take a look, see here. So what do his guides and angels of truth and love want you to know? Yeah, I like this. That, the Five of Swords, the battle he has between his head and his heart, that the Chariot card with that moon, Cancer moon energy, there's a lot of emotion below the surface. And it's funny here, I like this, the when it comes down to the battle between the head and the heart, they're like the mind battling the moon. They're like, "Good luck." The heart will always eventually win. And I feel like that they're saying here is, when he gets in his head, just know the heart will eventually pull him back, and to trust the moon, that they will win over the emotions and allow emotions to be there. And I feel like it's trusting that, you can't control his choices of story, his choices of emotions, his choices of actions, or his choices of his energy. Yeah, we can make it like we're talking before, you can make it easier or harder for him to make choices of higher vibration or lower, but ultimately, you could give someone the world and they could still choose a lower vibration emotion. So, they're kinda saying the biggest thing that you can do to help him is to focus on you. Sweep in front of your own front door, right? Just focus on your love energy. And the more you build up your love and overflow, then that makes it easier for them to choose love and activate their emotional side. Um, and like we were talking before, because like when you're working on yourself and you're like, I'm not going to rush, I'm not going to push, I'm backing off, and I don't need to do this. And I'm going to stop doing this because now I see when I do it, the impact it has on him and on my own life. I'm going to stop doing it for me and then you see like, wow, it makes it easier for him to choose to do that, and you didn't, like you said, you didn't make him feel a certain way or choose a different way, but you made it easier for him, you know, by you choosing for you though. And you're realizing, oh wow, that's interesting. And then the other thing we're talking about, um, what around oh yeah, around the alone time, and you're like, I've become more secure in enjoying my alone time. And I'm like, yeah, he can have his alone time too. And then it makes it smoother and he's more comfortable. He doesn't feel like he's doing something wrong and beating himself up and pushes him further away. You just allow it and then he comes back faster. So I love this, that they're like, realize you're not responsible for his choices. You just get to choose for you. And then you can see how it choices of higher vibration, how that makes it easier for them to choose higher vibration. Also, when you choose lower vibration, how it's easier for them to choose lower vibration too. Same with anyone, right? I like that. How are they helping him? Yeah, they help him balance his head and heart. So they help him with that. They help with that Emperor King of Wands energy. So I like that. I like it. I like it. I like it. Because they're like, that's the key. When they're balanced, then everything else. So they try to give love energy to help them balance, but still they honor his power of choice. They don't make things happen or not. They honor his power of choice with that Chariot card. And they're like, that's we help him by honoring his power of choice, but we give him a lot of love, and um, we do try to do what we can within the areas of our energy to help make it easier for them to balance if they want, but we don't. It's like they spot them, like when how when people are working out, they have a spotter. We stand there, and if they're struggling and we're ready for when they ask for help, we help them. Um, when they cry out for help. But until then, we let him struggle because he wants to struggle, he wants to grow. And if we help him lift the weights, then he doesn't grow. That's funny. Muscles, beefcake. All right. So I love all that. And then you have a shamanic medicine oracle for your fortune cookie. And upper world future. The zodiac. Here comes the as the astrological world turns, so are the days of your life. So upper world welcomes you to the ethereal realm of spirit, the dwelling place of the star nations, gods, goddesses, and the spirit guides, and of what you can become. Upper world bends its branch for you to climb onto and up through the world tree. Here you will obtain philosophical advice and guidance from sentient spirits who are waiting to assist you cement a much more positive outcome. Here's that cementing message again. Turn to upper world for spiritual guidance that is of higher vibration than that of the lower world. It is not better, it is just a different medicine to draw from as when it is needed, especially when making plans for the future. Upper world is waiting to reveal the heights of your essential nature to awaken your full purpose and raise you into your potential. Upper world calls you to work with spirit to bring about healing in the earthly realm. The upper, middle, and lower worlds of the tree of life are fully connected and equal. One cannot exist without the other. Traversing between each world will take you closer to being in unity with Great Spirit. Wow. I love it. Boom, boom, boom. So, upper world revealed. It says, the upper world is where those who have passed on from the middle world now live. In Siberian culture, The world tree is a symbol of Mother Earth. She gives the Samoyed shaman the drum that allows him to travel between worlds to access things to come. Mesoamerican cultures also hold this belief. So the expectation that something profoundly divine exists above us and is yet to come is implanted in our collective unconscious. This is expressed in Abrahamic religions as a heaven above. Oh, look at my cell. I'm like, my what? Oh, my phone. So you send it over here. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. Oh, you got 10 of Earth Guardians Rainforest, 9 of Earth Guardians, Mountain Plating Earth Guardians, and Microcosm Initiative Earth Guardians. I got all this Earth energy. That's crazy. I love it. Other divinatory meanings too. Spiritual experience will change your view and outlook. See the bigger picture. Honor your feelings. Give sympathy where it's needed. Lessons to be learnt here. You're a natural healer, and time to realize and embrace your life purpose. Make a commitment. Isn't that crazy? I love it. The upper world speaks and says, reach for my branches in the sky. Potential stretches very high. Spirit wisdom to retrieve. Healing guidance to receive. I love it. You can't make it up. I know, right? I love it. I love it. So that is your fortune cookie there. My goodness. I love all this that's flowing in here for you. I mean, wow, I love how, you take things and you run with it, and when you apply it and you're just like, "Holy crap," right? The changes that happen, and I mean, just over a few months, right? Since April even, because that's when a lot of the Shazam hit the ceiling, right? And, over 3 months, huge, huge changes. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm so blessed, so blessed. Thank you again so much. All right, my dear, let me jump in here. Let me look at the chat and we'll catch up here. We'll get back into the readings here. Let me just make sure. Got everything here. All right. So let me scroll up here. And wow, we were way up here. Okay. So we got up here. Okay. So this was all that. And we got Jamie G, of course. So Jamie G came in. We got you. You're number 10 on the donation list here. Let's give that a love and a like. Hi, hi, hi. All right. So we got your question there. And then we've got May. Hey, May. Good to see you. We'll get you added on here. You're number 11 for this one. And I do have your email there. And yeah, and then you're number 4. You actually be up next for your one earlier too. So thank you for that. We'll give that a love and a like there. Okay, and there's Lauren. All right, and then we have Dason Case. All right. I got your and I don't know if you saw, I did get to the free readings late last night. So if you haven't checked yours from last night, Dason, if it was last night, whatever you had asked for a reading, I did last night's I completed there. The night before, I think I completed in the morning, but I did complete your other question before it as well. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, so that's the same question there. Okay. And then we got Michelle Smith. Hey, Michelle, I don't know here. Let me just double check. I didn't get any notification here of a donation going through. So I'm not sure if you were wanting a free reading or if you were wanting a donation. Um, Let me just check. You normally send it Cash App. Yeah, I don't see anything through there. Oh, I'm gonna put you on, um, as a donation because I know normally that is what you do. And so we'll do the message from ancestors. You'll be number 12 on there. All right. I know you give me so many, like I said before, I know that happened before where it didn't complete on the Cash App, but you give me so many just because readings. I would give you a just because donation reading too. So uh, we're going to do it regardless, as I usually will do. All right. And then MMC, we got you free reading number 18 coming in there. So I got you there. Hello, hello. And then Deb, you said apologies. You ate dinner while you waited for your oracle, but then one of your camper's dogs came trotting by and leash. So off you go. Life in a campground. Okay. Yeah, you probably be back by the time we get to you here. Because you're number 7. So we're still like 4 away or so. So you might end up being back anyway. All right. All right, and I think I'm all caught up here. So let us take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you for your patience, and we'll dive back in here. All right. So May, we're up at 213 even. And so you wanted to know, has he noticed yet that you haven't posted on social media since last weekend? Let's take a look here. Let me just refresh these cards here. Okay, has he noticed? I think we got these cards before when we asked this. That's interesting. We'll see what these other ones are here. But because we got the world card on the bottom, which is, excuse me, kind of that ending, new beginning kind of energy of I'm not going to look because I don't want, you know, an ending is an ending. Don't look. An ending is an ending. Don't look, And then Eight of Pentacles is the first card, which is, work, 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 work energy. He's really poured himself into his work. Um, and I feel here we've got the magician energy that's here, which is about, you know, focusing in on their dream energy with the star and then avoiding the conflict, the 5 of swords. I do feel like they are kind of that. That's what I was like, don't look, don't look. It feels conflicting. Like the heart's going, are they okay? Go check, go check, go see if they've posted, go check on them. You can at least do that. And the mind's like, no, no, don't do that. You don't, ending is ending. Don't go look. And the heart's like, but let's go just check in. So he is conflicted. He hasn't looked, but he has been conflicted to go look to see if you're okay. Because he does have a heart in there that does eventually win over from time to time, right? But I feel like he's really focused in on job, 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 work, work, work energy with that right now. Let's see here. I feel like there's anything else for that one. We'll do a fortune cookie here. I like this, the dead inside deck. It's hilarious. These pictures and comments. Yeah, I like it. Tears. What tears? Ooh. Denial, emotional leak, pretense. Yeah. So that would make sense. Like we're talking about, he's denying his emotions. But they're there. But his mind is, you know, very kind of energy. So that's what we got for that one. We will circle back around. Like I said, we'll have number 11 for your email. So we'll dive in deep for that one. All right. So many blessings to you. And we got Star Ruby Guidance 21603 for yours. That is your timestamp there. So thank you for your donation. and you're struggling emotionally today, I don't think you're alone in that. There is some really, really heavy energies that have been going on, like I said, this week. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I feel your heaviness, uh, and I've been feeling heaviness this week. Um, and it doesn't feel like it's something inside of us, though. It just feels like it's the outside world just feels heavy, like it's the barometric pressure, when you can feel like a storm brewing and it feels heavy energy. But we'll pull cards here, but just so you know, you're not alone. I need to hear that everything is going to be okay, and will your finances improve? Right. We'll take a look here. Dense, dense. That's a good word. It's uh, like floods of lower vibrational. A lot of people fearing, a lot of people, anxious, and so there's that floods of energy. It's like, okay, okay. Maybe that's why the monsoon is season is here. All right. But let's take a look here, Star Ruby, and see what we got going on here. What would they like you to know about this energy? And then I want to know, will everything be okay? And let's talk about finances too. All right. Yeah, and it makes sense here, we've got this energy here, the 5 of cups, that low vibrational emotional energy that's there, and we got the 7 of wands that's coming in with this too, right? Um, and, there was this, this is about someone in a dark night standing up and shining bright. And don't dim your light, don't ask permission to shine, don't defend, just be and just let all the pressure go, and, allow yourself to feel your feelings. I feel like is important here too, because that will allow that to go. So we'll see with the energy here. That's the bottom of the deck. So we'll see what we've got going on here. Um, so what's this energy about? Yeah, the Queen of Wands. Yeah, she's very in tune with spirit and empathic abilities. So that's why I feel like you're picking up on a lot of emotional energy out in the world and you're feeling it amplified. Um, so I feel like there's a lot of, like I said, that lower vibrational energy around you that you're picking up on that's not yours. Yeah, and they have the 10 of Pentacles here too. So some of this is yours. This is like they're showing there's a lot from the outside world, but the 10 of Pentacles is this has to do with your fear of abundance, which you're talking about, finances, that there's some fear of not having enough, not being enough, and, things at the root of that. Let's see what's underneath that. Yeah. I like it. They're like, you've got the 3 of the Empress and you've got the Ace of Pentacles. There is abundance, this is you are cared for with the Empress energy. It's birthing harvest energy, and, you know, something we can do to switch our energy whenever we're being pulled into that fear energy, the more we focus on it, the more we grow it. Something we can try to do if we just start off with a deep breath. And then what's one thing that I'm grateful for in this moment? Well, that I could breathe just now. That's a start, right? Take another breath. What's something else I'm grateful for? I've got electricity. Okay, thank goodness, right? Deep breath. On hot days, I've got air conditioning. Cold days, I've got heat, right? A breath. I've got plumbing. I've got refrigeration. When we start with the basics and just realize, wow, I have so much to be, grateful. I have so much, be to be grateful for, right? And the more we look at that, the more we draw in more things to be grateful for too. So I feel like there is, some of that energy that's there. Yeah. And I see here you have the Ace of Wands and you have the Nine of Pentacles, which is you with spirit. You're not alone. Spirit is with you, though you might feel alone in the outside world. Spirit is next to you. And there is this energy of, of abundance that comes with the Nine of Pentacles too. But the Ace of Wands does talk about our energy, like I was just saying. Whatever we focus on is what grows and expands. So the more I focus on what I don't have, and I need and I want and I'm fearing, then I grow that and I draw that in. When I move to what I'm grateful for, what I have and what I have had, then sincerely grateful, that opens up the conduit and things come in. I do have a podcast, The Easier Path, and I share this one quite often, and I know it's why Spirit had me create it because it has a lot of tidbits in it. It's called Abundance, where it be from my Easier Path podcast. So, um, I will put it, if you're not watching now, I'll post it under your pinned comment. So you'll see it there under your timestamp at the end of the session, which might be a while from now. But if you check that out, it talks about energy and some other things we can do to allow that abundance to come into our life. But with that Ace of Wands, that is talking about our energy. But you definitely have abundance of Ten of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles, the Empress, the Nine of Pentacles, a lot of possibility of abundance to flow in. So everything will be okay. It's like we just switch our energy a little bit and you'll start to see a change immediately. Um, and And this is finances, and you need to know that everything will be okay. I like this, the Hermit card. This again, it's almost like, you've got this 9 energy. Let me see if I could do this. You've got this 9 energy. This is the, major arcana number 9, and you've got the 9 of Pentacles. This is you alone with spirit in the garden, and this is us alone with spirit, that you're not alone, they're guiding you. You're divinely guided, divinely protected, and they're bringing you wisdom from above. So if you can find moments of peace and take deep breaths and sit with spirit, turn down our fear noise and raise our vibration to unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude as much as we can hear from spirit and hear guidance from them too. But you are divinely guided and divinely protected. So everything is going to be okay. So I like that. And then will your finances improve? You got the Two of Pentacles and the Two of Swords. Yeah, Two of Pentacles is your finances balance out, but you got this power of choice with both the Two of Pentacles and the Two of Swords. Going back to the energy, you get to choose the story, your emotions, your energy, your actions. And if we're choosing higher vibration and gratitude versus fear, all of that is what allows things to flow toward us and come in. So I like that for you. All right. So that is what they have, and then we'll get your fortune cookie here too from the shamanic medicine deck here. All right. Let's see what else we got here for you. What'd you say, Val? My coffee looks like hot milk. Yeah, I do like some coffee with my creamer. There's not a whole lot of creamer in there. I just think it's because it's dark roast coffee. Um, so I feel like maybe that turns it there. Absolutely, Star Ruby. I know. Yeah, actually, Mercury. Yeah, we're still in the post shadow of Mercury. Mercury went direct yesterday, but it will be in its post shadow for a couple weeks. Tomorrow, Saturn goes into retrograde. So there's another one. It's a different kind of energy, but I know, so much fun, right? All right. Oh, look, you got medicine bag with treasure as your fortune cookie here, Star Ruby. So let's see what we got here. Says you're being called to walk the medicine way. Gather up all the little artifacts, trinkets, photos, those things that carry special meaning for you, and select the most precious. It's like choosing the things you're grateful for in a way, right? Use these items to create your very own medicine bag. You can add treasured memories to your bag by associating them with tangible objects. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what we're all here for, right? Star Ruby, we all go through uh, challenging, rough situations, and we're all here to support each other. So, um, appreciate your love too. A fond memory of the sea might be represented by a special shell. You'll soon need this medicine bag to further your spiritual journey as protector and way shower. You will come into your power as one who can heal emotional wounds and help others do the same. And like, and it's important for us to go through hard times and experience all sorts of stuff because in experiencing it, then, like it says, you can help others through it. You're like, I got through it. I can help other people get through it. Right. So I love that. The medicine bag is most potent when worn around the neck, but can also be kept in a pocket, a bag attached to a belt, or somewhere sacred within the home. The strength, guidance, and energy you can draw from it can always be accessed. It is important to remember and learn from past experiences to create a brighter future. The medicine bag will help you remain calm when it comes to affairs of the heart. I like it. Roller coaster. And then the medicine bag revealed, it says, made of cloth or leather, a medicine bag, also known as a crone, a druidic crane or spirit medicine bag, is worn around the neck and over the heart center as protection from the past and the future. It can contain stones, herbs, bones, hair, fur, feathers, shells, and or other small sacred objects. The medicine bag helps the holder to be in relationship with the world around them whilst connecting to the power of the supernatural. I love it. Other divinatory meanings allow old memories to surface, remember the past fondly, look through pictures, photographs, and other memorabilia to reconnect you with the feelings that make you you. Gather tools that enhance who you are and can assist you on your path. And the medicine bag speaks. It says, adorn me with findings like feathers and jewels. I offer protection for your sacred tools. Placed round neck, wear me on your heart, connecting with spirit and never to part. I like that. Beautiful energies there, you know, but definitely feel the feels, sit with the emotions, understand, when we're in a place of calm, we can go, where are these emotions coming from, right? What's at the root? Because whenever we have, feeling low vibrational energy, when we separate what we're feeling from the outside world and see, is there anything inside me that's bubbling up? Then I can look inside me and go, okay, this is something that's coming up for me to release so it won't impact me again in the future. So it's a growth opportunity, when things come in. That's like this week when I was feeling this heaviness. I'm like, is this me? Is this something went inside? Where is this? Why do I feel like I want to cry? And you just sit in your energy but I felt like it was all of this out here. It just felt I'm like, there must be something going on in the spiritual world and astrological world and the emotions across the planet. So you just fill yourself up with as much love as we can, and then it can, transform. So thank you again, my dear. Hang in there. We send you so much love and hang out with us anytime. We're always here. Well, not always, not Monday and Tuesday nights, but we're here Wednesday and through Sunday nights usually for many hours. So come join us and hang out. We'll give you love and you can give us love too. So thank you again. All right, let me catch up here. We got Nelia Medeiros. Hey, Nelia. Good to see you. Thank you for your dual donations. You'll be number 13 and number 14, I do believe. All right. And here is your first one. Boom, boom, boom. And your second question. Got that there. And yeah, great to see you too. I'm doing well. Many blessings. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I see your free question here too. Val, you'll actually be up next here. If you're still hanging out here, I see your question of when am I up? So as soon as I finish catching up on the chat, you'll be up there. Let's see. All right. I think the rest of it here. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the spirit world or the energy. But I think there's something else going on with some planets that are aligning, and so it's bringing in some change energy. So it's like, "Woo." Can feel like, "Woo." Here we go. It's like the lights dim before they go big bright, right? You get kinda that feeling. Alright. So, Nelia, you'll be number, 13, number 14. I'm about to go into number 6 here. And then we have Deb after that, and then Ruby G, and then the Heater, Jamie G, and then May, and then Michelle Smith, and then you'll be up after that, Nelia, times 2. And then free readings I'll get to eventually. For those of you waiting for free readings, donations do get first priority. At the end of every session, I do post. If I completed free readings, I have all the names with timestamps. If I don't finish all of the readings, then I put in the pinned comment what I didn't finish, and I have a list at the bottom of who I didn't finish, and I will come back in the morning and finish things up too. So we have that. Awakening Times. Welcome back, Deb. Did you catch the dog? Did you catch the wolf? The mad dog? The mad dog? Okay. So let's dive in here. All right. So Val, you're up. 233.30 is yours. All those numbers there. So there you go, Val. Yeah. I think Val, you might just be on delay. I know sometimes depends when you come back in. But you're up right now. There is your time step. There you go. Boom boom. All right. So let's take a look here, Val. Boom. How did he know? I'm like, here's your timestamp. Can I have my oh, thank you. All right, let's see what we got here for your general reading. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. And then these here. All right, let's see what we got going on here, Val. What's a happening here? Bottom of the deck, you do have a tower energy coming in here. So there is either something has recently didn't we get this on one of your other ones here? You're psychic. I know, right? Um, something being removed to make space for something in more alignment, right? This feels familiar for you for some reason, but we'll take a look here and see. We've got these 6 cards, so we'll see what's unfolding here and see what we can get. Yeah, we have the 3 of Wands because there is this energy of, um, it's like this bridge is under construction, and that's where you were planning on going, but, um, that bridge is out for you, so you'll go a different direction and have something even more in alignment with your energy. So, even with be open is kind of their advice. Be open with changing directions because it happened on purpose. So you're like, "Okay, good." You know, if I would've, um, you know, went across, the bridge, it would have collapsed with me on it. So they're like, "No, bridge out, go this direction." School is finished. Oh, okay. You got the 2 of Wands. Yeah, and it's like you have a choice between 2. That's funny with the 3 of Wands. One of them is out, so now you're left with a choice between 2 things to go on. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, one of them is a brand new opportunity with the Ace of Pentacles, and that is something more from the heart. And this doesn't feel like, um you know, it doesn't feel like, this, like a romantic thing. This feels like you're following something of your heart with a new opportunity and going in a different direction, right? You have the 8 of Swords, which this does take letting go of some old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, that used to make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And I feel like that's the thing that's being left behind, the thing that you felt, "Well, this is what I have to do." Now you're like, "Well, that's not an option anymore." And I like that because it's like that's what was holding you back. Now you're opening up to be able to go and go in a different direction. Yeah, and because I felt what held you back before with this 5 of Pentacles, there's this energy of, feeling like you wouldn't have enough, um, and so that security kept you, which happens to a lot of us, right? The security of knowing what we do have versus the unknown. We're like, I'll just stay where I'm at instead of looking for like a new job or going in a different direction kind of energy that's coming in there, right? Um, I'll look at your follow-up questions. Let me finish your first reading here first with general, and I'll see, if they'll give me clarity on any of the things, but we'll finish up the complete reading here first. You also have, yeah, again, Ace of Cups. This is something you're being drawn of that's from the heart and not from the mind. So there's something that you've been wanting to do. And we got the 5 of Wands. And there is this energy here because it feels like where we're headed with what this is. I feel like you've whatever this thing is that you wanted to follow with and do with your heart, you faced opposition before with this 5 of Wands. It's like, you know, battles and drama and resistance and conflict, and it could have been that hitting that made you kinda go, "Well, I'm just gonna back off of that," but I feel like this is resurging here for you, whatever this was before, so this feels like there's something that you're wanting to create. Yeah, and again, it's, um, this power of choice. You got the Magician, which is, stepping in and finding out what is it you wanna do, and then go forward, realizing with the Lover's card, which is your power of emotional choice, that, if sometimes we have fears of going, "Oh, if I go forward, what if it doesn't turn out the way I think it's supposed to?" Well, we're the ones that get to choose how we feel about it, right? Other people, they're gonna have their own opinions, their own emotions anyway, but we can't control that. We can only control our own, and so when we're like, "You know what? If I'm truly pursuing something that feels like a dream, where it feels like I'm bringing something down into me and bringing it to the world, like I'm being a conduit of the love energy from above and it's flowing through me and I'm expressing it to the world in my own special, unique way, it don't matter the result because I'm doing what I love to do kind of energy that comes in here, right? So I feel like this is what they're saying here with the Tower card, that whatever this is that, crumbled down, it crumbled down so that it's like and it's not like a bridge being burned, but it kind of like a bridge is out. It's like that's not an option anymore. It's time to move forward into something from your heart, right? So, I feel like that is the genre here, and then you wanted to ask here, what school is finished? So, let's take a look here. How many schools are there? Is there like 2 or 3? So I'll pull a card for each and see which one is ended here for you. Okay. There's 2 cards fell out. Is there 2 then? Whatever you would consider school number 1. Yeah, school number 1 is the 8 of Cups walking away. School number 2 is the 4 of Wands, which is joy and celebration. So if you have 2 schools, what school is finished? It feels like whatever you would consider the first one, um, that's coming in. Okay, no problem. So so I'm feeling that when you're asking what school is finished, I feel like there's 2. The first one is finished, the second one is celebrated kind of energy. All right, maybe repost your question then, because you said what school is finished, so I'm answering that question. Um, you supply at many schools. So, I'm not gonna get, like, a name coming through, and you run a skating school. Well, that makes sense. The 4 of Wands feels like if that's your 2nd school, which is your skating school, then that one's celebrated, that one's joyful, but there's it would be one of the supply ones, that would be something that's closing there with the 8 of Cups there, and maybe it is the you know, maybe these are all the 8 schools, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe there's a 6th one, because we got there's this walking away from some of them. So there might be some of those that are, closing there. But the tower card, if it hasn't happened yet, then when it happens, that there's this, it's happening for you and it gives you an opportunity in another direction, something that feels more from your heart than, from obligation and, something that's doesn't feel exciting anymore because it feels like it's not matching your energy anymore. So there's this movement, to go in those directions there. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. Yeah, I love this. Can't sleep, might spiral. Overthinking, emotional overload. Yeah, it kind of feels like whatever this is that's ending is something that's just takes up so much that it feels heavy, and this, release that goes, allows you to head into something that's more in alignment where you feel like you're living and not existing. You don't feel heaviness of burden. You feel, like you're able to do something new and exciting instead of kind of like just going through the, you know, process. It's like something new, is coming here for you. Right, so hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, let me catch up on the chat here real quick here. So Cat Mia, I see you there. We'll get you on the free list here. All right, and I think that's it there. All right, very good. And Val, maybe a suggestion for the future, as well. Um, so if you have a specific questions in a specific area of your life, you can put those instead of a general reading, because a general reading, I'll give you the general reading what spirit has. Usually don't do a lot of follow-up questions on a general reading. It's just like, here's what they have to say for you, right? But if you have specific questions, if you make that your donation, then we'll dive specifically into those questions. So that might help for future ones too for you there. Right. All right. So we'll continue. Hey, Leslie, good to see you. A message from Jean. Absolutely. We'll grab that here. So if that's for a free reading, you'll be number 21. I'll put you on there for now. All right. All right. Let me take a sip here and we will dive back in. So Deb, you'll be up here next. So cheers. And you want a oracle, you don't want a blind side, right? A blind spot. I actually still have those out here. Excuse me if you want one of those. All right. So Deb, you're up to 46. All right, here you go. There is your timestamp. Yeah, a lot of people have been having a tough day energy. So there might just be some energy going on in the world too. It seems like we're all feeling this heaviness. It's like breathe, breathe, release, kind of energy. Cheers, Deb. Yeah, I've got the blind spot over here. Blindside me. So I still have the blind spot oracle. We can see what we have here. And see what we got. And then you can have a shamanic oracle as well. So let's take a look here. Right, the underlying info. Give it to me. All right. All right off the bat. There we go. Boom. Let's put these back over here. Oh, interesting. You got number 41. Almost looks like a little map. Like here's a house and here's a church and, you know, civic center. Almost looks like a map of a little town or something. Is this the map of the campground? All right. So that's your sigil, number 41. Let's see what we got coming in here. Is this for this one? Oh, what is it called? Chicanery? Chicanery. Uh-oh. So here we go. If we drew this sigil, the extremely positive attitude or behavior that you're showing towards something suggests you feel you lack or fear you lack a trait you deeply desire. When you fear you lack something, instead of becoming aware that you feel that lack within yourself, and instead of overcompensating in other areas, you overdo it in that area of deficiency. It's your campground. For example, you may be socially anxious, but you overcompensate by acting overly socially confident. Or if a person fears that deep down they are prejudiced and therefore lack perceived goodness of character, they will often go to extreme lengths to prove their generosity and positive attitude. They will act unprejudiced and demand equality from those who are openly prejudiced relative to a stigmatized group of people. This is even truer when their sense of themselves as unprejudiced is threatened in some way. Overly positive or rigid attitudes can so often suggest underlying negativity where we're trying to deny, reject, suppress, avoid, and disown. If you've drawn the sigil in this situation, you're terrified about something you fear that you lack. As a result, you are overcompensating to try to cover over the truth that you either fear that you lack that thing or actually do lack that thing. Are you fooling anyone? Are you fooling yourself? What are you afraid that you lack, right? It's a good question for all of us, right? I love these because I always read it for myself too. What would be so bad about lacking that thing for you personally, right? Now's the time to face that lack, which you're using chicanery to try to prove doesn't exist. Interesting. I feel like we'll pull some cards for that if you would like with this tarot, because that's it. That's a kind of a shorter, and not so sweet. Well, none of the blind spot are, you know, oh, goo, 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 goo. They're all, here's the facts, right between the eyes, right? So let's take a look here if you need some guidance on, can you tell us what area that this lacking may be below the surface? It could be a subconscious feeling of lack from an inner child, something we're not conscious of maybe. Can we see? Can we crack open the cellar? Find out what's going on down there. Where you at, little ones? All right. See what the inner child has to say. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the nine. Oh, wow, we have the nine of pentacles and the hermit. So this fear of being alone, um, being isolated and alone, or like something about asking for our alone time or needing alone time. It can be like maybe the two-sided coin energy, just because it feels like, it's two sides of the same coin. They're looking in opposite directions. The fear of being alone and the fear of asking for alone time. That's interesting. Let's take a look and see what else we can find here. That's the bottom of the deck. Did you hear that? You can tell it's humid out. I'm a wheezing. You got the Knight of Swords and the Devil card. So there is this energy of, being alone to question our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have been held for a very long time, and the battling of that around, you know, it kind of feels like there's this, I'm what is this old, I feel like I abandoned you when I was younger, and I don't want, and I feel like that's the abandonment. Like, I want to have my alone time now, um, but I feel like there's some guilt maybe below the surface, and it's tied to a feeling of like I abandoned someone when I was younger, and I feel like I don't want them to feel abandoned now. So it, I have to fight inside about wanting my alone time. And I really, like you said, I really like my alone time. I want it, right? Um, so I feel like there's something tied to that with this devil card in the Knight of Swords. There's something that's connected to that. It's been around for a long time, this below the surface. Some sort of accusation, like you're accusing yourself of something from a while ago. It's like the devil card is that shadow accusing you, but for your so you can set it free. They're like poking you, you know. Interesting. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the 8 of swords, the 9 of swords. So again, there's that 9 energy of the hermit doing some thinking to let go of some old mindsets that have kept you blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small in the past. So it could be that there's something to, be let go of from then. Yeah, and here's that abandonment energy, the 5 of pentacles. Because don't feel like this is you fearing being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold. I feel like it's you fearing being accused of abandoning someone, and then and this goes, that's the old thingy, but it still kind of echoes into whenever you're wanting to be alone, that's that fear of abandonment or being accused of abandoning, energy. Interesting. Let's see, we had cards under below the surface here. Yeah, it is tied to self-worth with the King of Pentacles. Like, our relationships define us, and if I do something that upsets someone that's important to me, that I'll lose, there is that abandonment that I will be abandoned. So there is that kind of the two sides of the coin. It's almost like the side of the coin is, because I feel if someone, because it's the fear of if someone determines that I've abandoned them and that's their perception, then I will be abandoned, is there too. Oh, I love it. And we've got the King of Swords and the Four of Swords. Yeah, so all this swords energy, it is a mindset, an old one that's ready to be released, right? You have the power of the new story, and I feel like giving yourself grace, freedom, forgiveness, realizing that we all do always the best we can in every moment with what we've known, what we've experienced, the energy we have going on inside of us, and the energy of our environment. And so when if there's an accusation from our, inside going, first of all, allow ourselves to feel it, to release it so it's not charged anymore. Not excuse it or have to explain it. Feel that feeling if we do recognize that abandonment, energy, whichever way it appears. And then go, okay, I've felt it, I've released it. Now I'm creating a new story about that memory, going, I did the best I could. Would I do it differently now? Absolutely. We're so much smarter. We have so much experience. I would do things differently now, but I did the best I could back then. And knowing that I would do it differently now, I can put this to rest. It feels like here, because this is putting it to rest. Yeah, thank you. We're putting it to rest. Um, yeah, we're leaving behind old ways of thinking, moving to new ways of thinking here too. And I like that. That's moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. So we're doing that. Yep. And then the full card, a brand new adventure, free of those expectations, full of adventure, full of possibility, nothing holding you back. It's a fresh start. So I like that fresh start feeling there. So hopefully that brought some clarity for you, with that sigil was pointing us toward. And if that resonated for anyone else, we'll take it because I'm like, I'm gonna have to sit with that myself. See what is there bubbling down there. All right, so that is that. Let me put that back over here. And let's see what your shamanic medicine is here too. So would you say this is your awakening? I feel during this powerful planetary alignment, there's 4 planets at 4 degrees. Yeah. All that four of swords, right? Stability. All right, so what for Deb Deb? I don't think it's any of these. So this one. Yeah. There we go. I was like, it wasn't those. I was wondering if you're going to get a hawk. I don't know if there's a hawk in here, but you got soul retrieval, which is reclamation. So something like a piece of your soul that you left back, right? You're allowing that to come in here. Oh, very good. Um, so your emotions and feelings are running amok, leaving you confused and out of control. You're weary from putting the needs of others before your own. Well, that kind of just goes with that card. This card suggests there has been struggle due to a lack of self worth, stress, and distress. Recently, you may have felt as though you've lost a part of yourself and have been rather dispirited. Fragments of your beautiful soul are lost every time you give away your personal power to others or are verbally or psychically attacked. Remember, the fears, beliefs, and faiths of others have played a big part in creating who you are not. Discernment enables you to separate others' thoughts and actions from your own. Soul retrieval journeys with you to the lower and upper worlds where the fragmented parts of your soul reside. This can only be accessed with the assistance of your power animals and spirit guides. So be sure to call upon them. By bringing the missing parts of your soul back and reconnecting with them, you'll once again feel whole and complete. Allow soul retrieval to restore harmony as you reclaim all that you are to step fully into your personal power. I love it. You just breathed. Soul retrieval reveals. So, this ancient shamanic practice is part of a process that can heal original wounds and soul loss. That's what we're talking about. Calling on the power animals, allies, and spirit helpers, the shaman journeys to the lower and upper world to retrieve fragmented parts of the soul of the person that they're working with. Soul loss can occur due to the loss of a loved one, trauma, an accident, or abuse. Other divinatory meanings: step into your authenticity. If it doesn't feel right, don't do it. You're seeing the truth in a situation. Open your eyes to what others are really saying. And here, be gentle with yourself. That's what I said. Give yourself grace, right? You are on the mend. Release judgment of yourself and others. Connect with and trust your guides. Your soul retrieval speak says, let's piece back your fragmented soul to heal, to balance, make you whole. Retreat from feeling guilt or shame. Personal power's yours. Reclaim. Wow. We were talking about guilt and shame, right? I think I love spirit. So I love this soul retrieval reclamation. The golden finches. Oh, I love that. Beautiful energy there. So I love that. Um, I love that message. It's freeing and clearing, and I like that full card, which of course is our Aquarius energy, by the way, right? It's Uranus, restart, refresh, allowing the old to feel the old, and to go, that's what I did, the best I could, and that's enough, and I release it now, and knowing that I would do things differently today because 'cause I'm smarter, but, I only knew what I knew back then, and that was the best I could do at the time, and I'm not gonna judge myself, gonna be gentle with myself, I'm gonna let it go, and release. No guilt, no shame, just love for yourself and for others. Yeah. Ta-da. Psh, psh. As they do with your readings, right? I always love it. They always speak to you so clearly. So, love that for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your generous donation. I'm so grateful for that. And I'm excited for your adventures. When does your camp adventures end? Do you guys close like for the winter or the fall, or do you have like a date that you have that is when you get to have your life back for the fall and winter? So cheers, cheers. It's a fun adventure for Sizzle. All right, let me catch up on the chat here. All right. So we had Leslie on there, and the plate of spaghetti. I see your question. We'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 22 on there. And then he said, "Oh, you love the bear shirt. You like it?" It's like he's peeking over the when I'm right here, right? But here's the full picture. So thank you, plate of spaghetti. It's one of my favorites, my new favorites. I have, I like it. Till September sometime. Yeah, I got it. See, September, maybe the autumn solstice. We're closing down. The solstice, we have a gay bear, right? Can be. That I think that is what the shirt is supposed to mean. I just like bears though too. I am gay, but, I'm trying not to be a bear. I'm not hairy enough to be a bear. If not, they'd call me, I think because I'm turning gray, I would be a polar bear is what they call it, I hear. Like, bastards. Alright. So, let's get back in here and wait, huh? What? I know. What happened? What? Yeah, I love that, especially you get to enjoy the forest and everything, some new nature, some new nature. So I love that for you, Deb Deb. Well, I'll be. You learn something new every day, don't we? You too, Deb Deb. Enjoy. Sleep well. I have a host. I live in her basement, but no wife in this lifetime. All right. So let us dive back in here. Yeah, I'm really a monk. That's Debbie. Oh, that's true. I haven't been in a relationship or a date or any interactions in 17 years. So I used to say I'm not a practicing gay man. I became a professional and expert, and I thought, oh, I've done that. I don't need to do anything anymore. I'm a monk at this point. So thanks for clarifying that, Debbie O. I've been on a journey with spirit for a couple decades. Don't do poly. Ew, ew. Yeah, I like my independence too much now by this point. All right. All right, well, let's jump in here before I get myself in trouble. We got Ruby G, 30742. So Ruby G, you are up here. Thank you for your donation. What do I have? Oh, it's D8. I go, why do I have letters? But that's an 8. Okay. So thank you for your donation. And you want to know what's going on with the X? All right, we'll do a little check-in, see what's going on with their energy here. Oh, I think I saw, didn't Maria P come in here? Because see these over here. Did you come in earlier, Maria? Did I totally space? I think I skipped Maria. Where are you, Maria? Because I think these are your PayPal here. I got 2 donations here. So sorry, I'll give you a new timestamp here in a minute, Ruby, because I just realized it's like Spirit was like, you missed somebody. We have those there. There's Leslie. We got Leslie. Oh, there it is right here, Maria P. How did I miss you, Maria? Yeah, right before spaghetti. So sorry, spaghetti. I'm gonna move you down one. Maria was actually she'll be number 22. You'll be number 23 though. So we got that here and grab this here. Whoops. There we are. And then Maria, I do have your 2 donations. So you'll be number 15 and 16. Let me make sure. I think you came in after Nelia. Yeah, you came in way after Nelia. Okay. All right. I think I have corrected everything now. 21 years for you. All right, you win. All right. So we got those. Hey, Desa, no, I haven't started any free readings yet. I'm still on donations. I probably won't get to free readings till later. I've got, let's see, where am I at? So we're about to, let me get rid of rubies here. I'm about to do number 8 on donations. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I've got 8 donations so far right now. And then you're number 17 on the free list. So we're a ways away. I do post a pinned comment with listing the timestamps when I'm completed with the stream. And I don't know if you heard, I did complete your reading whatever night you had asked. If it was last night, I did it during the stream. If it was the night before Wednesday, I got to those Thursday morning. So I did complete your other one if you want to go check that out if you haven't already. But I do remember your name and I did get to your other reading too, but not your one currently tonight yet. All right, where's Ruby? I need to get rid of this here. Need to delete. Oops. Remove that because that is not true anymore. So sorry, Ruby. Blah blah blah. And then Now we'll give you yours. 3:11:14 is your correct timestamp, Ruby. So thank you. Here we are. Boom, boom. All right. So let's take a look here. What is going on with the X? All right. So what's going on with the X? Okay, got those. Oh, this one too. All right. So we got those, and then his thoughts on child support. Okay, we got those. And then on custody and fraud. Funny dummy. That's right. That's right. You can win. I'll win at being a monk, and you can win at being in a wonderful relationship and marriage. And then versus energy in real life. Okay. All right. Let me just do it this way. These are his thoughts. And then what's the energy of real life in each one of these? 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Yeah, like your bottom of the deck energy here is, you know, justice will be served. There is the balancing the justice energy. All right, so what's going on with your ex? We've got the Hierophant, the Ace of Wands. They're really actively have a lot of energy with Ace of Wands into this growing pains and change energy. The Hierophant is the master of change. Let's see what we can find out about that here. Yeah, I feel like they're trying they're trying some different things around finding money and trying to have victory with the Sun card here, trying to shine a brighter light on their life. And the 3 of Wands, they're going different directions than they thought they would for all this as well. So it doesn't feel nefarious, quite honestly. It feels like they're trying to go a different route than they've gone before. So there's some waking up energy. We'll see what this is about here. Let's see if their thoughts around these things have changed. But it does feel like, I don't know. I mean, like I wanna change things in my life for the better, right? Um, I don't know. This doesn't feel like nefarious. This feels like almost like I want to get out of the rut and the downward spiral that I'm on, and I want change. I wanna do something different because I just feel like they're realizing kinda where they're headed is not it's not leading to anything good. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. They're like, "I gotta get off this thing because it's gonna end in destruction, and it's best for me to get out of this." Yeah, and, like, maybe doing some other kind of job, getting away from the crowds that they're in, getting out of that, the mix up of everything that they're in. There's, like, just feels like you're in that area, doing something different, going about it a different way. Um, so something is snapped in them here. So let's see what else has changed here with his thoughts on child support. Yeah, I mean, he's really considering, with the 2 of swords, the option, you know, this is at a crossroads, and one option is walking away from the relationship, and in that meaning, um, that maybe this, it's more conducive to see what that looks like, if I'm not able to pay child support, then this is the alternative. So maybe this other alternative is for me to find more money and something honest to where I can keep custody and then child support. So I feel like he's like really thinking about, well, I'm not going to be able to get out of this. So either I'm going to have to find a way to pay and do it honestly because it'll be found out one way or another. And because they'll go, well, if you can't afford child support, how are you affording all this stuff? They're like, all this is not adding up, right? And so, or they're like, or I'll have to, give up custody, and that's the option that they don't want at this point. The real energy around child support, there is fast action coming with the Eight of Wands. I think we got that before with this question. I feel like this is speeding up. It's going to come out of nowhere, action towards this, and I feel like there's stuff happening on their end that you don't know about, of course. Um, and I feel like there is a bit of you know the repercussions of needing to collect it and all that coming in. Let's see. What about custody? What are his thoughts about custody? Yeah, I feel like we've got this Queen of Wands is you with your magic wand, and he's the magician, and he's like, these are like two wizards battling, you know, around this energy, and I just kind of feel like it almost feels like it's a, what do they call it? A Mexican standoff. I think it was like with two guns. Is that what they call it when they have two guns and they're doing a standoff? It's probably not appropriate to say these days. I don't know what it all means, but that's what they used to call it in the old West. They have a standoff where they're equal shooting back and forth, and like, why are we even shooting at each other kind of energy? Just stop shooting at each other. Um and I kind of feel like they're getting that, and he's getting this point of, all this battling for what? All this energy being invested, for what, And and I feel like they're, trying to look at everything because I feel like they're getting tired of it all too. Underneath the surface there for the actual energy around it in real life, you got the Queen of Pentacles. So, there is this, here's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and, you know, um, I do feel like there's this victory energy, that's harvest energy that comes in here for you. But, and I feel like that's why they're kind of like, I've got to change things because if I keep going in this direction, this is all a loss for me. It's not going well, you know. I feel like when they're getting real with themselves. And then what are their thoughts around the fraud? Yeah, I feel like, you know, with this 10 of Pentacles, they think they're gonna be fine with the fraud, because they somehow this Lovers card, they feel like they've got a partnership that someone's gonna take care of that for them. But, you know, that's what they thought on these other 2 as well before, right? So I don't, I feel like they still have, "No, that's gonna be fine," you know, "That's nothing's gonna happen to me with that." And they're like, "Mhm." But in real life, the Knight of Swords, there is activity and movement and information being gathered. So there is movement, there is data being gathered, finding information, and so there is action and movement being done in the outside world for that. So interesting, but know that justice will be served, that things will come to light, and as long as we're doing what's appropriate, then we have nothing to worry about. uh so was gonna say, if there's bodies buried anywhere, make sure you move them to where no one knows where they're at. No, don't do that. It's like it's getting dark out, but I think it's the clouds aren't getting dark. I think it's the sun setting because it is 8 o'clock. So I think the sun is setting. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You do have the shamanic medicine oracle. So let's take a look, see what we have for this here. All right. You got insects, but you got its support at the bottom. Got all this support. Maybe someone's bugging residences. Let's see here. Oh, I was looking at support. It's insects. Duh. So insects come to free you from the feelings of entrapment and powerlessness. This card indicates a lack of support from family and loved ones. Perhaps you feel as if nobody understands you or is even willing to try. You have experienced some type of upheaval, and your loved ones may be geographically, spiritually, or emotionally distant. Insects, the card has crawled by to help you to adapt to your environment. Insects will teach you how to proceed and how to be proactive. For insects never let something like a natural disaster get in its way. So call upon insects whether you get discouraged. I'm sorry, whenever you get discouraged. The unsinkable nature of creepy crawlies reminds us to keep moving forward no matter what. Insects bring you the medicine of tenacity, patience, and detachment. Although insects have a strong sense of teamwork and community, they also understand the importance of minding their own business. Well, don't let your light fade when your words are disrespected or your actions are mocked. What other people think is none of your concern. It is your sacred journey that counts. Insects is here to give you the support and encouragement you need to fly high all the way. I love it. In Egypt, the humble fly was given as a gold medal for bravery, and the scarab beetle was revered for its symbolic power of eternity. The omphalos of Delphi in ancient Greece was a beehive shaped stone thought to protect the temple. And Native American dream catchers honor spider medicine as it weaves its web. Uh, Other divinatory meanings of the card: you are protected, supported, and safe. Go with the flow. Be careful not to let worries turn into negative affirmations. Ooh, that's powerful. Be careful not to let worries turn into negative affirmations. Say positive statements daily. Acknowledge your strengths so you can call upon them when needed. Teamwork brings about desired results. So the insect speaks and says, spiders, beetles, those who fly, upon you cast their beady eye. Escape from web in which you're caught. You have the insect's full support. I like that. And this positive affirmation, something that if you haven't tried, like for each of these areas, around child support and custody and the fraud, thing or any other concerns that you have, right? When we do positive affirmations, we talk about that. That's like gratitude energy, but a positive affirmation, you know, whatever brings you comfort, it can be something like, let's see, what for child support is, and I like that, everything, everything will come to light, uh, and that will bring, you know, bring to my day a lot of light or something, something short little affirmation that you can say for each one of them, but make them short that you can remember them. And you can just, every time it comes up, do your positive affirmation around them. Cause I like that. a worry can become a negative affirmation because we keep on focusing on it, we keep drawing it to us, right? So I love that. I like these. I love spirit. All right. Yep. So that was it for that one. So thank you. And then I see you have some more. So we'll get those on the list here. Let me just see where we're at here. All right. Night, night, Debio. Sleep well. Happy weekend to you. It's Friday night. Where are you going? Enjoy your evening. Right. You don't have to go to bed early, but you definitely have other things you could be doing too, I know. Since you got your readings all done, I appreciate you. All right. So let's take a look here. We got your, whoops. All right, I got your next one there, Ruby. I've got there about your ex and crimes. If you need to remove that, I've got it. And then May, thank you for your additional donation. And your email came through. You'll be number 18 for that one. All right. Oh, that's right. That's right. You got some other work to do. You gotta work. Doing your emotional work. I love it. So enjoy, 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 my dear. Sleep well. And again, thank you for all your love and support. I appreciate you. And I'm glad you sent us that wonderful rain because I think we're supposed to have rain off and on for like 5 days. So thank you for that. All right. So let me hear. I've been on for 3.5 hours. I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back. Let me close these blinds. The sun is setting here. Let me see. This way? No, this way. And then when I come back, heater, you will be up 007. And then we've got Jamie G. You'll be up after that. Burning off the baggage. I love it. And then May, we'll go to your email, and then Michelle Smith, and then we've got Nelia times two, Maria times two, and then Drew BG, and then to May is where we're at on donations. So I just need to get up and move around, and maybe I will get another little thing of coffee here. But I will be back here in just a moment, and thank you guys for your patience and for the thumbs up too. So cheers, cheers. I shall return. All right, we are back. Thank you so much. Move this pillow into. Scooch, scooch. All right. I think we are back here. All right. So let's get back into it, everybody. Thank you so much again. And we got the heater 007 up 331.55. Whoops. So there's your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. And you're like one of your good old general readings. Absolutely. Thank you so much. You're so funny. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So, what would you like here for the 007? Okay, got that. Do you want these? So, do you want this one? Do you want this one and this one? All right. And then this one. And this too. All right. Gotta scooch these over. Scooch, scooch, scooch. Boot, scoot, and boogie. Like the old song. All right. So we got going on here. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Wands energy on the bottom. It's a good energy. You know, the Two of Wands, it's the power of our energy and the power of our focus. Probably talked about that last time. It kind of feels like it's a subject that comes up quite a bit because like if spirit could, give us a few messages about, you know, our life and what can make it easier. One of the big things that comes through, especially with people who've passed and gone on the other side when they're wanting to communicate with us is, if you knew how much your energy draws your life to you and how, sometimes we think we're in the back seat and we're being driven around in our life. It's like, no, we're in the driver's seat. Our energy is what's drawing our life into our lives. Creator and spirit, they don't have a whole lot of shoulds or supposed tos, and they're not, have an opinion on what our life should be. They look at it as an adventure that it's full of different choices, different opportunities, different outcomes, and etc. And that's a great, viewpoint they have, but we're the ones that, think if there's things are supposed to be a certain way and happen a certain way and unfold a certain way. And, we have a lot of pressure on ourselves when really it's uh, an opportunity of possibilities rather than trying to, achieve an exact thing that we're supposed to do. Right. So, there is this beautiful freedom, this beautiful energy of, we get to choose what we're drawing in. We're the ones driving the party bus. We focus on higher vibration, gratitude. We draw stuff to more to be grateful in. We focus on joy. We have more joyful things. Whatever our energy is, we draw on things that match it. Same thing with lower vibration when we're focusing in on fears or lack or need or want or blah, blah, blah. We draw on stuff that matches it. So it's an empowering message to start off with that on the bottom of the deck. And then your first two cards, you do have the King of Wands, which again, the ruler of what you're choosing, and the Sun card, which is a beautiful, abundant energy that comes in where, again, whatever happens in each moment, sometimes if we have like this idea that, well, for something to be great, it needs to be this or this or this or this or this or this. Really, everything that happens just is. We can have a story that everything is exciting and wonderful and for us, and we can things that we might have felt were like horrible things, we can actually find the silver lining in things. The more we focus in on um, higher vibration, the more our brain looks for the things that are grateful and in a moment. And there's a gift in every moment if we want to find it. There's also going to be a curse in each moment if we want to find it, right? There's no such thing as real curses, but we can feel like there's a curse. I can find the curse or I can find the gift. Which do I want? you know, and I like that this powerful energy coming in that you get to choose that. And then these 3 cards came out. You got the Hierophant, the power of growth. The Hierophant rules over growth and growing pains and stepping stone energy. And yeah, I feel like you are having a period of growth with this. You got the Justice card, who also has the Ace of Swords in her hand, and the Seven of Swords, which is being aware of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that deceive you and that cheat you out of opportunities. Um, and there might even be some growth around, the Justice card is Libra relationship energy. So there might be even some growth and thoughts around transformation around being cheated on, being betrayed by other people, that you're transforming and changing the energy you're focusing on it. Because the more you focus in on fear that someone's going to cheat again or betray again or whatever, we draw that in. I know one of my podcasts, I talk about what I learned from the cheaters in my life, realizing how I was cheating on myself. There was this big transformation that happened when I realized I was looking for my self worth out here, not self. So self worth is supposed to come here, right? Because that's why they call it self. Out here is retail price, what we feel other people's value of us are in their life, right? That's not self worth. That's retail. We end up on a clearance rack or marked up, marked down. Price is always changing because it's all fickle and unstable out there. But when we go inward and upward, we find that solid foundation. But before we do that, if we're looking out here for our worth, we're kind of cheating on ourselves with individuals out there. And that's what I learned. And this could be something similar happening for you here. You're learning a lot through here. If you're interested in that particular, check out my free podcast, The Easier Path. The link's down in the description area. I'm not sure exactly what episode it is. It's 12 and under, I know that much. I believe. So, uh, yeah. What else for you here? You got these 5 cards. Yeah, King of Pentacles. This is a journey of self-worth, a reflection of self-worth. Yeah, you've got a little bit of energy being pulled back into hermit mode. Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy. So I do feel like you have a little period of time here where you're having some great reflection on your self-love and where you are putting the definition of your worth. Because under the core of that, you do have the Four of Wands, which has to do with marriage. Uh, Usually, it's the energy that's coming in with it. It can be other things, but I feel like with all this energy of being betrayed and being cheated and marriage and um, engagement, important, like relationship energy, there is this underlying energy of how we're defining our worth, specifically around relationships, right? And there's some great clarity that's coming in, realizing people change, people walk away, people pass away. So when we define ourselves by a person's actions or non-actions, words or silence, they're unstable, right? Humans, we're unstable. If we feel unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, we flip into fear mode. We do stupid stuff. We act unloving, uncompassionate, like a little kid fighting over toys. My toys, right? Survival. We do stupid stuff. And so when we define our worth and attach it to those humans, then that's what, makes us our worth feel unstable because those things are unstable. Again, everything points us back inward, through this little adventure here. Then you've got you got these 3 cards. So I do feel, this is relationship oriented with the Two of Cups. It's relationship energy. The Three of Pentacles, that Three of Pentacles feels like there's, you know, it, normally it's the Three of Cups, but this feels like a third party situation. Again, they're bringing that up over here. And it's all pointing you back to your self love, like we are talking about. So I feel like they're reiterating just that this is the focus, is realizing that fear being cheated on, the fear of betrayal, that this goes back further. Like mine, when I went to counseling because my third relationship I was the first 2 cheated, so I was very and I had always had these cheating fears because my mom was cheated on in between my older brother and me being born, and I felt that in my mother's womb, I felt it all growing up, that was her biggest fear, that and it was happening, I feel like happened a lot throughout their marriage, until my dad asked her for a divorce when we were old enough, you know, and there's this, when we fear it, we draw it toward us, and, uh, and until we, realize that all this was pointing us back. Oh, I said I went to counseling, um, to release that, to understand that, um, the echoes, like the mistrust I had went all the way back when I was, like, probably in 1st grade, when I walked in the house alone, and my brother was supposed to be with me, but and I was a latchkey child, we had our shoelace around our neck with a key on it. We would normally let ourselves in, to the garage and then, into the house through the kitchen, and I walked in, and no one was home, and it freaked me out, and that was the time that when I went to counseling, it went all the way back to that, and so this is about getting back to the original mistrust and the original, feeling of betrayal or abandonment that ignited that the fear of being cheated on, right? So there's some echoes that you can get back to with all that. Wow. And then, yeah, all of this is for you. Yeah, I love it. So it's worth the effort because you do have this dream come true energy that this ends up bringing in for you a brand new adventure without expectations, without all of that fear and crap, right? And you do have the Lovers card. So there is this heightened, um, relationship that can come through with all that. So it's worth the effort. And I can vouch because number 4, like after I went to counseling and all of that, I ended up actually leaving the 3rd one because I was like, oh, I healed myself right out of a relationship. And number 4, we were in a committed relationship because we both had just ended a relationship, longish term relationships. Like I was 3 years and they were 7 years. And but the my final relationship, I didn't have any fears of being cheated on, and it was a wonderful, um, feeling to not have a relationship where that fear didn't exist, that mistrust wasn't there. It was really cool. But anyway, so that's what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in. You get a shamanic medicine card. Let's see what comes in here for that for you. Is this one right here? All right. And we've got trickster, right? There we go. The trickster. There they are, the cheater, right? Anyway, we've got challenge is the energy around the trickster. Let's see what this brings in here for you, though. It's time to recognize a great imbalance in the way you live, which can no longer be sustained. Your barriers need to come down and you must relinquish control. Trickster leads you to an unfamiliar world. Embrace it. Change your perspective, some of which stems from your upbringing and others' expectations and opinions. Forget what you deem as right or wrong. The apparent chaos around you is some of your greatest teachings and experiences if you choose to see it as such. How else can you grow and evolve? There's the growth energy, right? Whoever or whatever pushes your buttons is merely a reflection of what you need to release. Be assured that once the lesson is realized, it will affect you no more and will never present itself again. So let Trickster lead you on an unpredictable and merry dance. Be light of heart, ask questions that no one else would dare to, and see the humor within each situation until you recognize the path you walk is never certain. You will have fun along the way with the medicine of trickster as your companion. I like that. And then the trickster revealed, it says, the trickster takes many forms, male or female, god or goddess, spirit or animal. They are all wise and skilled in self willed behaviors. The trickster pushes people's boundaries to test whether they run or stay the course. We learn from the unexpected experiences and teachings the trickster brings. Sadly, this purpose and meaning has been lost in modern times, where the trickster is often depicted as a fool, a clown, or a comic. Other divinatory meanings: move out of your comfort zone and embrace new challenges. Stop procrastinating, for your purpose awaits. Release control, judgment, and expectation. A surprise direction is a great blessing. An opportunity disguised in a situation is just what you've been waiting for. And then the trickster speaks, says, upside down and inside out, 'tis what my medicine's all about. Chaos and change I bring with me in order that you truly see. Wow. I love it. Bringing some truth, dropping some truths. All right. So that's what they have for you, Heater. Thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right, let's do some shout outs here. Get caught up on the chat real quick. We got Prathy. Hey, Prathy, good to see you. Get you on the free readings. You'll be number 24 on the free readings. And we've got Donna Marie. Hello, hello. Happy Friday to you. Good to see you. I don't see a question yet from you, just in case. I see a message retracted. So just in case something, fell away, I'd like to make sure people know. Good to see you. And then Marilyn, is this an separate question? Yeah, we can definitely look at those, Marilyn. I do a lot of those questions quite a bit. So definitely we can ask spirit. Really, we can ask spirit about anything, you know. There If it's something that we like, on a need to know basis and we don't need to know, then, they'll kind of switch things around there. So if you did you want that to be a free reading, or I don't see a donation came through yet, just in case, because sometimes I know things act up. Let me just check real quick here. Um, that's not what I wanted. I want this over here. There we go. Yeah, I don't see one yet here, Marilyn. So if it didn't go through, you might try it again, or you can let me know if that's a free reading, and I'll get you on the free list there as well. I know sometimes things time out on the YouTube. We got Twin Flame in the house. Hey, Twin Flame, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on here. Any messages? All right. And then I'll get you on the free list here too. All right. All right. I think I got everyone on here. What number, please? Now serving, let's see, you'll be number 19 on the donations, and on the free readings, 25. Sorry that I didn't say that. Falling down on the job. All right. So I think I've got everyone there. You are welcome. Thank you. So let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Hot, 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 hot. There it is. Thank you so much, Marilyn. Perfect. You'll be number 20 on the donation list here. All right. Love and a like. Boom, boom. All right. So let's get back into it. We are up to number 10. We got Jamie G in the house, 351.47. Jamie G, the golden child. I'll tell you, it's going to be with you forever. There could be worse nicknames, right? So you did a 7 feet by 8 feet backdrop. Wow. And it has to be printed by a company. Crazy. Will the printing process be a success? All right, let's take a look here. I know, right? Those sometimes they don't come out so well, right? So let's see here. Will the process be a success? All right. Well, we'll take a look here. We got the tower card as the overall one. I feel like the first time through it doesn't turn out too well. I feel like they they might have to redo it again. Because let's see here. Is it come out clear? Sharp. Comes out clear. Does it come out sharp? Okay, the sharpness is where it's lacking with the 5 of Pentacles. And does it loom really good? Some challenges with the looming too. So it feels like, well, at least it's clear. But I feel like it doesn't, there are challenges with that, the sharpness of it and then the looming. It's difficult because we have fives is the challenging kind of energy. So, um, will they redo it again? Right? I feel like, yeah, the Sun card is, a good card. It's, that they will reprint it again, and when they do, let's look at the. I feel like this one's here. That one there. Okay. So when they do it again, we got the 6 of Cups. So the clarity is like it was before, the 6 of Cups. So that was good because that's the thing that turned out good. The sharpness, we got the Emperor. That's an Aries energy. I would say that's it feels like that's a good energy. I mean, the Emperor energy, it's a stable number 4 energy. So I feel like the sharpness is acceptable. Not maybe like, wow, blowing my socks off, but definitely an improvement from the previous one, more stable and like the boss, the emperor goes, that's good enough kind of energy. Not like, again, not a wow, but that's good. I feel like that's clear, sharp enough. And then does it loom really good? You got the 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, and then the second time, I don't know if this is a good company to work with because it's like the 8 of Pentacles, it's disappointing because it's like, you really have to work with it, and it's almost like you have to adapt it to make it loom really good, right? Is that part of the stitching, or is that, like, how you can hang it? Because is this a backdrop? Because I feel like you have to adapt it, and you make it work with that 8 of Pentacles. Um, but I just feel like, I don't know if this company is, too good of a one. But, so allow time for a second kinda go at it, and then I feel like at least the printing looks acceptable. Clear is good. Sharpness sucks in the beginning, ends up being okay in the second print. With the looming, they just don't get it right. It just doesn't hang right, it feels like, but you do something to fix it. All right. Yeah, I like this. What is this? Oops, double booked, invited but not wanted, exclusion, misfit, emotional distance. I feel like this is um it's a powerful energy. I kind of feel like this is how you feel at work. That's invited but not wanted, or um not invited to things, right? But I like this, um clarity coming in here. You might even Uh, I know you don't like asking your enemies for help, but asking if someone has had one of these done before and if they used a company and if anyone used this company before and if they had any troubles or if they have a company they use that was a success, you might be able to avoid all that too. So hopefully that helps. Right. So that's what they got for you, Jamie G. Many blessings to you. All right. And then May, you're up 356.56. So May, this is your second one. So if you didn't get your first one, I'll put that out here too, just in case. So there was your number 4. Then you'll also be number 18 as well. So this is your first email. Let me scroll down here. Yes, we did that one already. Okay. All right. So thank you for all of your multiple donations, my dear. Hope you're doing well and enjoying your Friday evening. So during your call, Max says something along the lines of after we slept together, it wasn't like we weren't going to date seriously. Oh, and you said, no, of course not. I wasn't expecting us to date or go on dates because I knew how busy you were and have been, and that I knew you didn't and haven't had the capacity or bandwidth for a relationship. Okay. What I was trying to communicate was that I hadn't expected anything to fundamentally change between us. So you weren't upset or anything because we suddenly didn't become a couple, right? I was just surprised that he went quiet and pulled away immediately after. Yeah, right. Given that context, when you said that on the call, what do you think was going through his mind? Okay, let's see here. Oh shit. Okay, I get you. So what was going through his mind? Look at those two too. Is that it? All right, let's see what we got going on here. Scooch, scooch, scooch. All right. So, bottom of the deck, um, we got the 9 of swords. So, overall energy, expectations, nightmare, failure kind of energy that's coming in there, right? So it's like I feel like that's a big piece of it, that's why he got defensive. Well, it wasn't like we were gonna do, and it's like, okay, that's the source of the defensiveness that's coming in, right? So I like that. I like that energy. Um, not that I don't like it, but it's like it explains it, kind of coming in there, right? So that's kind of the basis there. Hey, Celestial. Oh, good. So glad that you found it. Yay. Hallelujah. All right, let's see here. We've got here, um, yeah, we're gonna go to these here first. So what did we want to talk about here? Yeah, so we've got the Ace of Wands, the Magician card, right? So this is the fieriness, the reactionary energy that kicked in. So when he's talking about his thinking, he wasn't thinking from his compassionate, loving, intelligent mind. He went into child fight or flight mode, right? So it's important to know that. Um, yeah, below the surface, again, Page of Wands, uh, really reactionary energy kicking in there, um, trying to justify his actions. And we feel like we have to justify actions if we feel we've been called to court before the judge, right? So we have that, that kind of energy that's coming in there. Yeah, and rooted in 5 of Pentacles, that there's that that fear that they have of not being enough, being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, that I'm not enough, I'm lacking kind of energy, right? So, I feel like that just understanding the state of mind they were in, that this was they weren't listening to what you were saying, they were only listening for accusations, right? Um, because I need to know what I'm accused of so I can defend myself. So I'm listening to you to find out how I'm gonna rebuttal towards you, not I'm not curious about what's going on with you or where you're coming from or your perspective at that point, because it's all about, "I feel someone's doing this to me." You weren't. That wasn't your intention, that's not what you were doing, but this is the way the little inner child was like, "You've done wrong, you little man," "You failed." "What? No, 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 I didn't. No." I can't have failed, So there's that defensiveness that was coming in with that there, right? Um, yeah, and look at because we had this card was like this, but it was like this. So, the fight, right? The 5 of Wands is the fight, the conflict. I need to win the conflict, the 6 of Wands. That's all that a little child feels. They don't yeah, little child doesn't feel, "Oh, we can have a win-win," no, a child is, "I'm gonna get that damn toy, and I'm the one that's gonna win. I have to win," because otherwise, that means I'm a failure. So, they needed to win. Again, that's kinda confirming what I was saying about I need to be able to win the argument because that's what I feel or the conflict, not necessarily an argument. 8 of Swords, yeah, that thing that's kicking in there for him there, they're all those, old thoughts and beliefs that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, and I don't wanna feel that way, so I've gotta act out and explain it, right? Um, so I feel like, you know, um, a lot of what he was looking at with that wasn't it's like he wasn't thinking, what was he think was going through, like your mind? Was he thinking about what was going in your mind? Was he analyzing at that point? No, he was in reactive mode. So I feel like post call, because I feel like we're just gonna keep getting the same thing here. Post call, yeah. At the end, after the call ended with the death card, the 3 of Wands is they thought, "I coulda handled that differently," which is what we all do after we're out of fight or flight mode, right? We all kinda go, "Oh god, how much crow am I gonna have to eat? How much am I gonna have to apologize?" Whenever we're, like after we react, but once we're reacting, we're out of our minds. It's like, can we really hold ourselves or other people responsible when we're flipping out? It's like we're blacked out, and whatever we do when we're blacked out of our intelligent, loving, compassionate adult mind, it's like, sorry, if we are feeling like we're sorry, right? Um, and I I see here, we've got this Queen of Cups energy here, this is about the emotional side of it that I feel like if they were brave enough with this strength card, they would I do feel like they they are, with this, I could have handled that a different way. You know, they with the Queen of Cups, they do have um I would say not necessarily concerns, but they they do care about how they might feel that they made you feel, right? Even though, we know that people can't make us feel anything, but from their standpoint, they're like, "Oh gosh," again, that apology, right? If I was courageous enough, maybe I would reach out and apologize or clarify and that's why I feel like they're battled in between. Their heart is going, "Go check and to see if they're on posting or whatever, just to make sure they're okay, whatever." But I feel like their mind is the one that's holding them back, you know? They're like, "No, no, let's not open all that stuff," right? So, I don't feel he was listening to any of that, really. I mean, the energy that I get here is that I was just listening to see if there was accusations, if there's anything I needed to defend, kind of energy. Um, um, you know, and and let me see here. Let me just see here if did he believe you when you said that in his state of mind? 7 of Wands. No, see, this is all about me. Me, this is who I'm not dimming my light. I'm not asking permission sign. I'm not do this is normally it's the feeling the need not to defend, but this is defending energy because it's someone on a hill and people are attacking them. So I feel like he was in defensive mode. He was just looking for those things. So I don't even feel like he would remember you saying that energy. But I kind of feel like if he did, um, if he did that, I feel like in the state that he was in, that he would have. I know. Did you see that? It's the Ace of Swords and the Three of Swords that he would have thought you were um, you were just defending yourself, and that they're like, no, I bet you did have inklings of hoping it would happen, you know, maybe not expectations, but you were hoping it would start something, because I feel like that's what he normally gets from, the his experiences with, um, his other experience, with other women in his past. But, I don't feel like he'd have been like, "Yeah, you say that now," but I feel like, um, in his state, which is a child, had he really listened to it, he would be like, "No, you're fibbing, you're making that up. You know you wanted to. You know you were hoping, maybe not expecting, but hoping," kind of energy. Just defending, kind of energy. Um, yeah. And he probably knows as the adult, but in that situation, child, because it is. If anyone's acting defensive, they're in fight or flight mode because that's part of the fight. If I'm defending myself and da 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 da, if I'm not being curious and going, you know, so tell me more about where that came from. Where do you feel that this and da da da, not, well, no, no, what do you did, it's like, whoa, okay. I think we need to take a moment here. So let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. And yeah, you got an altar honoring. Maybe this is saying we need to make a sacrifice. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let's see what altar brings in here. Maybe this is honoring yourself. So focus on honoring that which sustains you, those who come before you, and the true beauty and purpose of your being to bring about the harmony that is eluding you. Regularly honoring at an altar is a personal and tangible way to achieve balance and maintain serenity over the next few months. Keep your altar simple. Can be a table with a cloth on it in a quiet corner, a mantelpiece, or even a windowsill. It is your intention to honor the blessings and gifts from Spirit and Mother Nature that is most important, and your altar must reflect that journey. Adorn this space with items that are sacred to you, like flowers, tobacco, sage, excuse me, or images of your ancestors. Include items that represent each of the elements. Yeah, you guys can't see. This is my altar. I've got water, and this represents air, and I've got a stone representing earth, and then candles representing fire. You might use a crystal for earth. Oh, there you go. A red candle for fire, an incense stick for air, a blue candle for water, and a small mirror for spirit, or whatever represents it for you, right? Your altar is a thank you and a pause for reflection on the gifts from the worlds the shaman walks between. In honoring this sacred space in connection to all these life-giving properties, you'll be calling to yourself just what you need in times of uncertainty or confusion. So building an altar sounds like a good idea, right? So, altar revealed. An altar is a sacred space in which to honor Great Spirit. Nature itself is an altar to the shaman, but having your own altar helps you focus on rituals, ceremonies, and prayer. It is for the laying out of ritual tools and for holding pictures or artifacts of chosen deities and ancestors. It is a place of worship and of honoring personal beliefs. It is a meeting place between the ordinary and spiritual realms. Other divinatory meanings: honor that which is sacred to you, make room for quiet time, dedicate an altar in your house or garden to that which you are aligned to spiritually. Focus will bring desired results. Make time in your day for gratitude and thanksgiving. It's a time for reflection. And the altar speaks and says, precious gifts and sacred items lay bare, holding a space to bless all that is there. Ancestors, elementals, directions, and more. Come speak with them and be reassured. I love that. So that is what they have for that one, my dear. So hopefully that helps a little bit in our adventure. And like I said, if you didn't hear your first one, did you get the timestamp for the first one being 2:13 even, 2 hours 13 minutes? And then your next one is number 18, is we'll circle back around for that one, for your additional one. So thank you so much. Hope you had a good dinner, enjoying some friend company. Yeah, here, let me grab here, just in case. I'll put it here. There's your other one there. Yay. Absolutely. All right, let's see here. And then we have Donna Marie. Hey, I see yours. Disclaimer understood. You're so funny. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. For your free reading, you will be number 26 on the free readings. And then Celestial Nebula, you said, yeah, we read 2 days ago about your lost pendant. The reading said that you would find it in an unexpected place, and you did. I love it. You didn't look for it. It just unexpectedly appeared. Wow. I love that. You're someone playing a trick on you, right? Your ancestors. All right. I love that for you. So thanks for sharing that. I am so grateful for that, Celestial Nebula. And Donna Marie, you said you love the t-shirt. Oh, of the bear. Oh yeah, the bare necessities, right? From the Jungle Book. I think that's one that's from, right? I love it. It's one of my new favorites. All right. So I think that was everyone else, right? Yeah, the rest is that. Okay. So I think I'm caught up. Let me get back into up here. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. And then we've got Michelle Smith. Michelle, you are up. So Michelle, I didn't see a donation come through yet anyway. And I know last time, for some reason, the Cash App didn't finish going through or something, which, we're Mercury did go direct yesterday, but, we're still in the post shadow, so there can still be some shenanigans happening with electrical stuff. But, as before, if you don't make a donation, it don't matter. I'm gonna give you a reading. You give me so many just because donations, um, that, I'm honoring this, whether whatever you choose to do. So, no pressure at all. And thank you, as always. And you want messages from your ancestors. Let's take a look here and see what does the ancestors say to you here. What do they want you to know today? Okay, we got those, and then these down here. These flowing below the surface. Interesting. Okay. Because it looks like you got, an L, an L, an L, and then there's like four cards. It almost looks like there's three ships on the water. Maybe these are your ancestors. Were they on the Santa Maria? What were the three ships that the pilgrims came over on? I feel like um, there's like three boats on an ocean or a lake or whatever coming in here. So interesting. Or maybe they were Vikings. But it has to do with seafaring folk, whoever it may be. On the bottom, you have the King of Swords, which is bringing in this is the storyteller energy, and but this is bringing in knowledge from past lives. And it's interesting because I do feel like, I think they did this to you before too. They're like, "You are one of your own ancestors." At least one, if not 3, and because I feel like you've been with these 3 boats that you've been different parts of your family tree coming from different places, though, because it feels like a ship that came here, you were an ancestor that came on a ship that, did this, and then in another timeline or not another timeline, but at a different time, that you were a different ancestor that came via ship, and then another lifetime, you were an ancestor. Again, so 3 ancestors that you are, and so anything that seems familiar to you about people coming on ships, anything that you're aware of with ancestry too, but anything that feels like where you came from a country, coming in, it would be like in our case, like New York, right? That you were among the first settlers that came, and then later you were someone that immigrated and came in through the boat, through the harbor, and then in another, lifetime you came as a third one. And I feel like it's to the same place, but the destination is the same place, but the where it originated from is from 3 different places. So, it would be interesting, it could be, like, from Europe, like, a couple of different European countries, but I feel like one is, like, really odd that it came from, like, South Africa came and they were part of your family heritage. Um, but I feel like that one would stand out compared to the other ones where it's like, you know, German and Russian, uh, you know, I guess original pioneers wouldn't be German or Russian, I don't think they were, but, it might even been, like, the first maybe not the first ones on the Santa Maria or whatever those 3 ships were, right? Can't believe that. I forgot that from history a long time ago. But I feel like that's what's coming in here. Alright. So, the first one here, yeah, I feel like there was, um, the first ancestors that came in, this group that you came in with, you were ready for the new world, letting go of the old, starting brand new. In the Seven of Pentacles, I do believe you guys were farmers, that you went over to, do plantations and to have, crops and farms. I don't feel like you're the South, though. It feels like more the North, because I feel like if it was like Germany or Russia, whatever you're used to growing in that, because the climate is the same, you're used to growing the things that you grew back there, which is not the South. Like, you didn't come to do tobacco or, the, cotton and all that stuff in the South. you were more the upper, you know, the northern part of like the United States, if that's what it is, the location that resonates. So that was the first one there, and then the second one, yeah, again, and I love that this, Seven of Pentacles taking time, and the second one also came through to grow, but it looks like wheat that you came to grow. So again, agriculture, that came in here, and, so it's that farming energy, and then the third one, yeah, I feel like, with this, expectations were very low on what you were gonna do. You went unexpectedly because it was a choice that you had to make to go and to leave, like, South Africa, and I don't feel like it was as, this was after kinda slave times, it feels like it's later, um, still horses and carriages and stuff, not so much automobiles, but it feels more. I feel like there's automobiles on the street, like the old Model T Ford, like the old ones, right? In that period of time, so it wasn't like, it was you willing to go and come over from, from South Africa, but you didn't have like a trade. Just came to show up and be there. So why are they showing all this? Why did they want you to know that you're all part of this? Yeah, they wanted to give you clarity around your show some information, a different perspective of your ancestry. And then Three of Cups, yeah, that there is this part of this tribe. And again, that there's these three pieces of you are your ancestors. It's you. And so when you speak to your ancestors, it's actually there's three of the ancestors that are you that you're talking to. It's those um, representations of your expressions of your higher self. Isn't that crazy? I love that. And the Five of Swords, the conflict energy coming in here that, you know, you did chose, let's try choose is probably a better way to say that. You did choose to be in this ancestry to help with this conflict with this Five of Swords to resolve things. So you placed yourself purposely at different positions at different times from different families that so it's more that you would have been individuals that would have you weren't the family bloodline, you were someone that married into it, but then that became part of the bloodline. You were married in. Let's see. Male. Yeah, male farm, all males here, energy that's coming in, with these energies. So I do feel like you became part of the bloodline marrying. So it's like you joined, like, because you were, of course, carrying that family name. You married into the big family name, and, had children and had children and children. So it's almost like you were taking away from the family tree because um, the males of that name would be the one bringing forward that ancestry. But they're just showing you how three different family names, and you married females from that tree, that bloodline became part of other bloodlines. And I feel like they're just saying that family tree is like all of us. When you look at, if you've ever done like ancestry.com or those things, we did it for my mom, and she really got into it, and she was, like, adding it and adding all these people, and it was like, because some people had, like, 11 children, and then they'd get married, and then they became part of this tree, and this tree, and this tree, and you're just like, "We're all related to each other pretty much," right? So I like that, um, and it has to do here, yeah, here's the example we were giving about the male marrying in with the women and this joining together. Oh, yeah, man, it's literally the merging together of 2 trees. So, I feel like that's what they were wanting to show you is how connected the ancestral lines are and how we all kind of really are related to much of the population of the world through the intermarriages, especially in this day and age where borders are not so closely protected as they were, especially in New York City. You know, it became a hub of all these people coming from a lot of different places. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Michelle. And we'll give you a shamanic medicine as well here. So let's see what we got here. And you've got tree people. What? There we go. Sustenance. I know this means something different, but here we go. We're talking about trees and all that here. So it says, ancient and old, the standing ones have been with us since our beginning. Trees are the wisdom keepers. They hold and support birds, animals, and insects, and are the lungs of the planet. Their exhalation is our inhalation. These sustainers of life are wonderful gateways to the other worlds, as the tree spirits are multi-dimensional. When Tree People appears, this card, you're invited to traverse the lower and upper worlds of the spirits and ancestors. Do you feel the trees talk to you on some level as you walk amongst them? Do you speak with them or give them a hug? You have been chosen as a custodian of the earth and have a responsibility to the tree spirits. How often have you sat against a tree, closed your eyes, and journeyed as you became one with its spirit? To be one with a tree awakens the spirit within you. Within every tree resides medicine that can help you through life's journey. Get to know the trees and draw from their resources as and when required. Tree people will support you and help you sustain all you need on your quest. Wow, I love that. It talks more about tree people revealed. Trees have long been a revered and respected part of myth, many of which are still with us today. Yggdrasil is the ancient Norse tree of life. The tree of knowledge is spoken of in Genesis. Trees are sacred in India, and some are found in the very heart of temples. The Bodhi tree is said to have protected Buddha. Sacred groves are considered living temples and places of refuge. Other divinatory meanings: consider your footprint on the world around you. Seek better ways to do things. Teach others to become more ecologically aware. Spend time in the company of trees. Vital signs and omens are found out in nature. Support environmental causes and recycle. Tree People speaks and says, standing tall, often ignored, branches cut down, chopped and sawed. Heal beneath an oak or yew, energies flow to sustain you. A yew, a Y-E-W, like heal beneath an oak tree, right? Or a yew, a Y-E-W. I love that for you. What's the odds of having a tree? You're talking about all this tree energy. But that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings, Michelle. Thank you again so much for all your love and support. So enjoy. All right, let me take a sip here and we'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. And my little squeakies there. Okay. All right. And then we got Nelia Maderos. Hello, hello. 430 22. That's for this one. And anyone or anything coming towards you, and anything else Spirit wants to say. All right. Let's take a look here. Thank you. What else? What else do we want to know about what's coming towards you here? Get this one and this one. All right. There is something growing here. You got the Queen of Cups on the bottom here. So the Queen of Cups she not only just rolls over emotional suit of cups with the king, but she gets a second portion of cups, which makes her the master of emotion. So we'll see what that's about here. You do have 1 card, 2 card, 3 cards. So I feel like there was there's a stutter of a start, like get, and then and then something progresses. So let's see what this is here. You have the 4 of cups. So there's some stagnant emotional energy that's here because this is the 3 cups of the outside world, and then you have the Ace of Cups being offered from the heavens, and the Queen of Cups, of course, holds the Ace of Cups in her lap here. So there is a bit of a self-love and a pause energy, it feels like in the, like, romantic emotional area, giving you an opportunity to look inward and upward for what you're really looking for from an emotional state, right? The 3 cups of the outside world, relationships with human situations and things, those are kind of encompass all the physical external world. It they fall short, right? They don't fill us up for very long, if at all. I joke that it's like American Chinese food. You eat it, you're hungry an hour later, right? And that's kinda what that energy is. It's like, "Is this not filling?" It's, "Eh," and then, I could eat it again, and I'm gonna be hungry an hour later. Just not satisfying kind of energy. That brings you to the Judgment card. Yeah, this calling, this awakening, the angel calling you from the dead down here, drawing you. Queen of Cups is very empathic, energy, very spiritual, connected, psychic energy. So do feel like in this stagnancy, in this feeling of, empty energy, that within this uh, pull that you're feeling, um, that you're being drawn somewhere differently than you thought you would be being drawn to. And then these 2 cards that come after it, you get the 6 of Pentacles, the 7 of Cups. Yeah, a lot of different emotions, a lot of different being drawn to a lot of different people. And the 6 of Pentacles energy here, I feel like you've been working out. Yeah, oof, oof, no, not, but working out in the inside. This energy of the codependency, the over giving energy where, been feeling like you have to give so much to deserve so little. And that comes back from our childhood, right? I talk about it a little bit in my podcast, Abundance, Where It Be. And my podcast is The Easier Path, but number 14, Abundance, Where It Be, is the name of that one, because it talks about that way out of balance. Our inner child was taught you have to give so much and this is how much you get. We thought that seems fair. We don't know as a child that that's way unfair. And it goes down into our subconscious. And then we run off of that for a while. And then until we eventually bring it into our consciousness to question it. Because until we do, it's all down there feeling like we have to overgive to deserve so little. They're the ones that keep things away from us, even though we do all the work and the energy work and the gratitude, and it comes to our city gates and our little inner child's like, "No, don't deserve it yet. Nope, denied. We're not letting him in. I'm the gatekeeper." So I feel like there's something developing here with individuals, both of the past and the present. Your ghost of Christmas past, your ghost of Christmas present, the ghost of Christmas futures is what they're bringing in. That's funny in my head. But they're like, yeah, relationships of the past, the present, and the future are teaching you this. And I feel like that's a big piece of your emotional release because you're realizing once you go in there and you're able to release some, of that energy, then things can move forward. We go into more detail into that if you check out that podcast, if that resonates with you. Leading you to, yeah, letting go of some old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets regarding marriage and those kind of relationships. We do have temperance. So there's the slowness energy is is for the purpose of releasing some old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around marriage and, you know, uh, or relationship energy with the 4 of Wands, so that you can be freed from something so that you could move forward into like a wedding or a marriage or a partnership. But there's stuff here that's making it difficult because the more like when we can enter as two adults, but then it turns into parent-child. When we're an overgiver, we're like, "I gotta overgive to you. So I'm mama bird, you're baby bird, I give to you," and they try to give back. We're like, "No, no, can't afford that," right? Because if you believe we have to give 1,000 love coins for every 1 coin they wanna give you 100 coins, you're like, "That's 10,000," right? No, if it's 1,000 to 1, that's 10,000. I know math a little, but you're like, "I can't afford it," is the main point, right? So you're like, you limit it, but then that person wants to give to us, where we give and give and give and continue to give until we're exhausted, and then we give even more till we're resentful. They stop giving to us because they can't keep up, but they also our energy is saying, "No, you know, don't give that to me. Give it to me slowly, piece by piece, like one at a time, because then I can give you 1,000, then give me another one." But we don't want them to, you know, save that up and give it to other people. We want them to put it in a bank, continue to give to us, right? But they don't. They're like, "I like giving too, and if you won't take it, I'll give it out here," which then leads to what? Workaholic. They spend all their time working because they invest their energy there. They feel like they're getting reward, to their friends, to hobbies, affairs, right? Giving to people who will receive from them that can't keep up with them, right? So I feel like that is what they have for that. But I definitely would check out that podcast. It's number 14, where it be. And if you're watching this on replay, um, I'll have it on the it's up on number 5 under Star Ruby. I have it pinned up there, but otherwise the playlist is down in the description box, or if you go to my main page, the playlist is at the top for the easier path. Number 14. Yeah, and then your fortune cookie is falling for red flags, and it says, "Attraction, ignored warnings, and drama." You're like, "Oh, I love those red flags. They're so pretty." I love those. These are hilarious cards. Alright, so that's for that one, Nelia. So we'll circle back around for your, second one here in a moment. Let me just catch up on the chat, and we'll jump back in. So Jimmy G, I see your 2 additional. You'll be number 21 and number 22. Let me just get this. Excuse me. All right. Give that 11 a like. We'll give that one 11 a like too. And grab that here. Boom, boom. Whoops. All right. I think I got you all there, Jamie. You'll, like I said, you'll be number 21 and number 22. Let me circle back around here. All right. So jumping back, we got Nelia Medeiros for your second one, 439, right? 23. So there you are. And then a general for the rest of the year, now till December, anything prominent, etc. All right. So between now and December, what's prominent, important to know here? All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the High Priestess with, underneath that, the Queen of Pentacles. So there's a lot of alone time to evaluate self and give yourself that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy of the Queen of Pentacles. So a lot of reflection time, a lot of, the High Priestess steps back, connects with the upper worlds, talks with spirit, and learns things there, looks behind the veil of the mind, understand what's going behind there, dives deep into the emotions, sees what's going on down there, emotions, what can be, what releasing we can do, what learning and growth we can have, right? So that's a lot of this year for you. You have the 5 of Cups. So big prominent thing is that you're learning, really reinforcing your power of emotional choice, realizing that there's no wrong emotion. There's just different emotions with different experiences and different outcomes. If I don't like feeling a certain way, I can flip it to something else. but I feel like you're really stepping into your um, emotional choice energy during this time, which means you have opportunities to repeat old cycles if you do, or change cycles, which means you do have opportunities like every human does. We're not going to have like a eventless life with nothing to choose. We're going to have a lot of opportunities to choose emotions, but I feel like you're learning to choose, not getting caught up in the emotion and going into reaction, but you feel the emotion coming up and you choose differently. Yeah, and then I do feel like you're taking action with that 6 of Pentacles we talked about in that previous one, so that's an important thing coming in here, that you do look into that and you do correct that by bringing it down from 1,000 to 1 to, like, 1 to 1, which opens up things for you too. I was gonna sneeze, but I didn't. Okay. And then you got the Queen of Swords, the 4 of Cups coming in here. And during this time, I also feel like you get clarity around what you really see as a dream come true or like a very compatible relationship versus the stagnant Four of Cups relationship energy. So I feel like there's a lot of clarity that comes in. Again, maybe, if I don't know if you're in the relationship that you were had going on for a while, it could represent either, realizing in the relationship that you're in, or it could be, realizing what needs to be removed off the list, that those things don't make me feel fulfilled. What energy matches mine? Not do I match other people's energy? It's what's my energy and what would I like for someone to match, right? What's the important things? I feel like you work that out here over these next few months as well. Yeah, I do feel like you have at least one situation either reminded of or you experience it, of a tower, someone or something being removed out of your life, and you're being faced with that 5 of Pentacles, which is these feelings of, you know, being abandoned, being left out in the cold, being left behind, not feeling good enough, not feeling like you have enough kind of energy. And so there is, clarity and transformation that comes in around that for you because again, as we are just saying, right? You're learning about what your energy is and then um what what energies do match who you are, because the Tower card is, someone being removed out of your life to make space for something that aligns with your energy. So I like that coming in. Yeah, and definitely got a lot of mental clarity that comes in here. A lot of clarity about what you want, what you don't want, especially around relationships. The Justice card over here. She's got the Ace of Swords. He's got the Ace of Swords. If I do it close, you could probably see it. But the Justice card is Libra energy that rules over the house of relationships. So a lot of this is discovering what you want and what you don't want in romantic relationships, but I don't feel like it stops there. I feel like it's friendships, relationships with family and daughter and everything else too. So I feel like there's some big clarity that comes in for you, especially spotlighted on relationship energy. Right, so that's what we got there. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Laughing through the pain. You're becoming a comedian. Humor as a shield and a disguise. So it's being aware of that. But then it's like true joy, truly choosing to laugh at something not as a cover up, is very transformative too. So I like that for you, Nelia. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donation. So many blessings to you. All right. Okay. Yeah, so you can apply what I said to look instead of loom, because whatever it is, it doesn't seem to sit right. And since it needs to be reprinted anyway, I feel like you adapt and change something to make it look better based on what they're doing. I feel like like they're doing whatever the printout they do, it's not clear. I mean, it's clear, but it's not crisp or whatever the word that we used. Um, And so you're like, "Well, we have to reprint it because it doesn't it doesn't end up looking like you want it to," and you're like, "Well, before you reprint it, can I maybe adapt it and see if that helps?" They're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, you can send me an updated file or whatever." And so you update and change something to try to make it look a little crisper, and I feel like, um, even the second time, it's still, like I said, it's not quite to the perfect that you wanted, but I feel like you did have to adjust something to make it look the way you wanted it to for the second print that they do. So hopefully that helps. All right. So we'll jump in here now. We got 2 for Maria P in a row. So Maria, we got 446.53 for this one. Boom, boom. And that will be this one right here. I do believe. I do believe. Or maybe. Chick, chick, chick. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. So for your first one here, I want to tiptoe for you and Wally, like his feelings and thoughts. All right. So what can we know about Lee? About their whoops. Feelings and thoughts. Okay. Thank you. I do want this one and this one. And I do want, nope, not those, not those. Nope, that's it. All right. All right. All right. So, bottom of the deck, well, I mean, he definitely feels here. I mean, you've got the King of Cups, which is one of those like the Queen of Wands, King of Cups, where a very compatible person with the King of Cups. You've got the Two of Cups and the Ten of Cups, two relationship energies. So, I mean, his underlying energy is he feels like what a compatible, couple and relationship and person you are for them, with that energy. Um, so I feel like that's the underlying energy. That looks really good. We got the Eight of Swords, and I know they feel and they understand with the Eight of Swords that, all humans have our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, things that screwed us up. This be is like him saying it, things that screwed us up growing up throughout our lives. And we have stuff to work through and to release and to get over and transform. And so I feel like he understands that. And he understands that for himself, and he understands that you have stuff. And so he gives himself grace, and I feel like he gives you a lot of grace around it, going, you've had some crappy stuff happen to you that he knows about, right? And he goes, I get it. I understand, why you have, jealousies and insecurities and, you know, reactions the way you do, but it doesn't mean, us knowing we have it is step one, right? Knowing it is the first step. Doing something about it is another step. And the Eight of Swords is about doing work to let go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve anymore. Put in the work, the Eight of Pentacles, to release those things. And I feel like that's kind of their thoughts and feelings is we have stuff to work on, and we both need to work on it, the Page of Swords, because I feel like he's saying this to both himself and you with this Page of Swords is gaining clarity, you know, cutting away these old beliefs and have it where we have less arguments, because that's what causes us to argue is these beliefs, right? Um, yep, and we have the Knight of Cups, not the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Pentacles, excuse me, and the Six of Cups. Knight of Pentacles is slow moving, energy. And the Six of Cups has to do with children. And I feel like the message here is I was slow in moving out because of my son. And um and then, there's something to do with your children here too. Not that they're a deterrent, like, "Oh, you have children, I don't wanna get involved with you," blah none of that crap, right? He's I'm so in his energy right now, it's funny. But he's saying, um, that he wants to take his time and he wants to make sure, again, that it for sure that you're gonna choose him because he doesn't wanna get to know your children if you're gonna end up dumping him. Because he doesn't want, he wants to make sure that the relationship is gonna work out before he involves children, especially children of your age. I feel like they're not, of course, they're not his son's age. I feel like they're, like, at that age, 7 years old and younger is the emotional. I feel like you have one that's, um between 7 and 14, right? Or about to? I don't know the ages of your children, but that's what I'm kind of feeling from that is they don't wanna screw up children, you know, by have them getting close and then them having to feel the loss. Because I feel like that happened to him in his life, and he doesn't wanna repeat that with someone else, you know? So, I feel like that's the energy that they want you to know right now, a little bit different, um information than normal, right? So I like that. All right, let's see what else your fortune cookie says here. Yeah, I like this. No thoughts, just vibes. Stay out of our head. Vibe. It's disassociation, emptiness, and floating. So I kind of feel like that is more of an energy of let's get out of our heads of supposed to be, should be, enjoy what is, and that kind of energy. So right. So that is what they have for that one. So thank you for your dual donations. Number 2, we've got 45254. Sorry, forgot if it was one or the other. So here's your second timestamp. And this one is about work. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So work for you. What's coming? What do you need to know? Dr. Laura, Dr. David. Why is it that I feel my soulmate that I will share my life with is near? And any details that you can look out for. All right. So what's coming for work? Yep, the Hierophant. We have the Master of Change. So, there is change afoot regarding work. We've been talking about that forever. It's like, when is it coming in, right? There's like, here it comes. It's a coming. It's a coming. What do you need to know? 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, there still is work. It's blood, sweat, tears. You get the reward energy regarding work. So that is work. There's also, it feels like there's some additional training that comes with it. So that's, good for the resume. But the 8 of Pentacles, it does come with, new training, new stuff. So it's definitely a new type of position, area, whatever. And then Dr. Laura, and Dr. Laura is a little perplexed right now. I If you feel like at odds with her a little bit, it's because she's at odds a little bit with herself. Something going on in her personal life. So this is what the energy is coming in here. So if you feel anything different with her, then I would say just chalk it up to she's having something going on inside of her that the energy's kind of spilling out a little bit. She's not quite her normal self. So try not to take it personally. And then Dr. David, yep, 10 of Wands, you know, always about abundance, 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 and seeing things. No, I mean, Dr. David, that's Dr. Bob. Dr. David, I was going like, why is this energy different? Because it's not Dr. Bob that you normally ask for. It's Dr. David. Dr. David, he flips back and forth between the 10 of Wands burden to 10 of Wands abundance. So he's in a bit of a like everyone's in a little bit of a cranky mood. Dr. Laura and Dr. David, because it's like, I want Dr. Bob. He's always it seems like he's chipper and happy and upbeat, he seems like the nice guy. He's the good cop, you know. But Dr. David feels like he kind of just going back and forth between feeling stress and burden and then looking at abundance and then stress and burdened. And so I feel like in one moment he can be, you know, getting on things and the next moment celebrate and everything. You're like, wow, you split personality, because it feels like they go back and forth, right? And then why is it that you feel that your soulmate that you share your life with is near? We have the 6 of Wands, so there is this victory energy, there is this attraction energy. The 6 of Wands can be 3 on each side. So, if you don't feel like this is, if this isn't, like with Wally, you have this attraction that you'll have with someone that's drawing them to you. Anything you can look out for here? And get the 7 of Wands. It is someone that, is a confident person. They're someone that just shines bright, doesn't ask permission to shine, is themselves, doesn't dim their light. They don't defend who they are. They're just being true to their authentic self. And I feel like with you too, I feel like what you can look out for with that 7 of Wands is you doing something that you're enjoying. You're being you. You're not dimming your light. You're not trying to be someone, whatever. Whatever this is, whatever you're doing, you're just being yourself. That Wands energy, you're out expressing your passion, doing that stuff that you enjoy. And that's where you would meet them. So if that's not Wally, then you have that. All right, let's see here. What's your fortune cookie bring in here? Whoops. So I've got a little delayed grief, resistance, shutdown, putting off, feeling again. So boxing up the emotions, you know, energy. It's awareness of that. Are you not expressing your emotions? Are you keeping things inside? Um, and not sharing how you're feeling and why is it that you're doing that, right? So some good reflection there. So that's what they got for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Hey, Dason. Nope, haven't finished donations yet. Something that can help too, if you're checking in, if you look when I'm posting, if you see a D in front of it, I'm on donations. If you see an F, then I've gone on to free readings. And then if you know that you are where were you? What number were you? Do you remember what number you were? 17. So you're F17. So if you look and we're not even on the Fs yet, so you can kind of go, okay, he hasn't got to free readings yet. So if that helps, where you can, if you want to just check in and you can see where I'm at by where I'm posting, and then that helps you too. But yeah, I got 6 more donations to complete at this point. And then if I have no other donations, which I tend to keep having them come in throughout, then I'll get to the free reading. So hopefully that helps. Thanks for your patience in getting to those. It's like sometimes I don't even get to free readings in a 7 or 8 hour session. And if that happens, I do come back in the morning and complete those. But we'll see how this goes tonight. I got to them last night, but the night before, no. All right, let's continue on. We got Ruby G. Ruby, we got almost 5 hours even, 5 hours and a second. So Ruby, here's your timestamp. Thank you for your donation and your previous donation as well. So you want to know, has your ex committed crimes outside of what he's done to you? And if so, is he being looked into for that currently? Ooh, is he being looked into for the crimes against you by people other than you? Ooh, this is interesting. Let's see what we can find out here. All right. So has your ex committed crimes outside of what he's done to you? I'm here. All Alright, find that out here. And then, well, let's find that out. Well, yeah, let's find that out. Has he? Well, I mean, got all these cards, so it's gotta be something, right? Got the 5 of Swords. Yeah, we've got the 5 of Swords here, which is some conflict energy here. Got the World card and the 9 of Wands and the 2 of Pentacles. So I do feel like there was, but with the World card, the 9 of Wands, and the 2 of Pentacles, World card is like an ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure. The 9 of Wands is a block, and the 2 of Pentacles is balance. I feel like they did other crimes before, like a while ago, but there was some sort of restart that they had, and ever since then, they haven't committed other crimes. But they did do some before. So is he being looked at for those previous crimes currently? Queen of Pentacles. No, I don't feel so. We got the Queen of Pentacles as Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I feel like they're out of the statute of limitations or something where they can't go back on them. So I feel like they've been over a certain amount of years that they can't be looked at. There's some sort of statute that comes in there. So yeah, so I don't feel like they're being looked at for that. And then is he being looked at into the crimes against you by other people other than you? So is there involvement behind the scenes about those crimes? Okay. All right. Yeah, we do have the Star card here and the 6 of Wands that's coming in here. We got even underneath on the bottom of the deck, we have the Queen of Swords, which is a balance. There's this balancing energy. And the Star card is interesting because this balancing energy that it brings in is like, you know, usually there's in the original tarot, there's the big star and there's 7 small stars around it, and those represent the chakras. Well, in this case, with that Star card, it's like they're people are looking into this big thing here, and then all these little stars, your ex-husband is one of those. And so I feel like they're not looking at him directly because they're really focusing on them, but they're on the radar there. Let's see if there's any kind of energies and possibilities that they will bring them into the loop here. Not yet. It's still the 7 of Pentacles. There's a delay, you know, of them looking at the connection between what he was doing and other people were doing. They're looking at more the leader, the emperor, the king of the jungle, you know. They're looking more at the for the big guy kind of energy that's coming in here. So don't feel like they're looking directly into them yet, but he is on the radar along with all those other little stars that are around the big star. So they might not be aware, but they are on the radar. So hopefully that helps. Let me get these cards back in here. We'll see what your fortune cookie is for this one here. And your fortune cookie is convincing yourself it's fine, totally fine. It's burning around you, right? Denial, emotional suppression. Um, so, you know, when we're talking about he's being looked at for crimes against you by other people, it's the crime that's been done against you, how they're related to other crimes that have happened to other people that kind of are in this giant circle under this big person who's doing a bunch of stuff. Like your situations the crimes against you situations, um, are fall in this bucket of these multiple crimes that are being committed by all these individuals that are tied to this bigger person. And even if it's unrelated, like if it was a rogue thing that your ex did to you, there's other stuff that they've been connected with, that, is included in this big thing, if that makes sense. So, that's what they have for their Ruby. Just it's all kinda just you can just see a giant board, and then there's, one person's picture with the crimes they're doing, and then you see your husband's picture with your crime and some other crimes that they're, you know, with friends and stuff they're related with. They're seeing all these red lines and, how they do in those crime movies. They have all these, you know, this is connected to this, and he's like, there's this big web of all this stuff that's there. So it's like, wow. But he's on the radar, and your specific crime is included in because your ex-husband is seen as not an accomplice, but a there's a connection between them, and, you know, and there's connections between other people that have crimes under them, and so they're looking at, are they part of this crime ring kind of energy? So it's on the radar, and, yeah, so that's the kind of energy I'm picking up there. Right. All right, and we got Tim De La Gem. Hey, 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 good to see you. All right. Good manual labor and a nice cool breeze, right? Right? Use all the talents often. I love it. Yeah. So I know, right? You're like, okay, now I can go back and rest at work, right? So I love it. Good to see you, Tim. All right. And then we got Sudeshna in the house. Sudeshna, thank you so much. We'll get you on the donation list here. Be number 23. Give that a love and a like there. Here is your time. Whoops. There's your question. All right. I think we are all good. Let me just check my emails here. All right. So we will continue on here. So we've got up next, we've got May, and then Twin Flame, and then Marilyn, and then Jamie G times two, and then Sudeshna is where we're at for donations right now. All right. So May 50851. Again, thank you so much for your multiple donations. This Eve, we got your question here, right? It's this one, right? Yep. All right. Tick, 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 tick. Take a sip here. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Okay. All right. Cheers, cheers. So, has he thought about reaching out to you in any way since you spoke? All right, let's take a look here. Okay. Curious whether he's continued to think about that since that or if it passed. Okay. Yeah, I feel like, we do have the Two of Swords, which is that, kind of going back and forth and going back and forth, whether I want to take action with the Magician card, right, or not. And then here's the mind going, no, we've left. Eight of Cups, we've walked away. Don't do it. So it's their mind that keeps winning over, but it does feel like several times. I feel like this Seven of Swords is like, you know, it's arrived like seven times in their head because that seven's really standing out to where they're like, well, should I? And I don't know if it's really. I feel like it's reaching out energy, like reaching out. Um, because you said in any way, right? So I feel like some of it is calling. Like, I feel like it maybe 1 or 2 times it's calling out of the 7. The rest of it feels like checking your social media and, just making sure you're okay that way. Um, or thinking, "Well, maybe I can have someone else look at your social media so I don't register on it and cause you any pain, additional pain." Not to be sneaky, just to avoid conflict and avoid, you know, igniting anything. I feel like they're like, "Maybe I can just have someone else like, like, no, I don't wanna do that." So I feel like each time their mind shuts them down, but like 7 times is standing out there, with that. And then social media, you haven't posted anything to your Instagram, your Threads, your IG. The only thing that would indicate whether he's checked in would be if I posted on an Instagram story, right? So when you say he hasn't looked, do you mean he hasn't actually gone to your profile to see if you posted anything to your story? Yeah, that's what I do feel because he knows that there's things to be able to see it, but he's not sure if the other things show anything either. I'll double check here. It does feel as if yeah. Oh my gosh, I know. So, yeah, because the 5 of Swords is conflict. He really likes to avoid conflict. The 5 of Pentacles, the 9 of Swords, so nightmare and insomnia and all this energy. He does not like conflict. He likes avoids conflict like the plague, right? So, I do feel, yeah, we've got the death card on the bottom, and he just I feel like he feels like it's for the best if he doesn't both for himself and for you, just in case. But I feel like it's for him because he kind of feels if I start, then I'll keep doing it. But if I can just keep myself from looking, then I can just, avoid that conflict from happening. So I kind of feel like he's hasn't even gone to check anything because it's like I can't trust myself, but I also, at the same time, don't wanna take the chance of opening any wounds kind of energy. And then what you said and one more thing. Does he think it's possible you hid your Instagram story from him so it wouldn't appear in his feed if I posted it, right? Yeah, I get it. It's like, "You can't have a part of my life. I reject you." So does he feel like that's a possibility? And if so, how much of a possibility? Knight of Wands, that did cross his mind. The Knight of Wands is, a reactionary energy, like, he could see that people have done that before, he sees it all the time, though I don't feel like he feels like you're the type of person that would, you know, react like that, um, and anything's possible, right? Let's see here, and then what's the possibility that, he felt it? He was like, "No, because he has the sun, the star. There's other reflections of the sun." I know we have the star card isn't a reflection of the sun, but there's other if you block him from, like, the let's say, from the star, he can still look at the moon. There's a reflection of the sun on the moon. So, I feel like he's like, "No, if you block me there, I can see you in other things, so you wouldn't do that," you know? Yeah, and then his feelings are the tower, what's the, likelihood? And he's just like, again, it comes down to the tower that, this is removed out, I'm removed out. It keeps going back to that. If I am choosing to be removed out of someone's life, then I need to stay removed out of someone's life. No, none of this wishy-washiness. And so I feel like he kind of felt like that. He learned something through this where if I um let it be a hell yes or a hell no, not some of a maybe. He goes, I need to be clear with people. 'Cause I feel like this might have happened before in the past with this energy coming in. Like, people misunderstand and I misconstrue things or I say things and, um, and I forget, whatever. It's like, "Well, how do you forget?" But if he has ADHD, he can forget, and, he's like, "Well, I need to be very clear. I need to let my yeses be yeses, my nos be nos, no maybes." That's the tower is. It's either a tower or it's burned down. There's no under construction. It needs to be all in or all out kind of energy. So, I kind of feel like that's what's coming in with that. Suture Fortune Cookie comes in here with the shamanic medicine. So what else do we have here? Okay. Yeah, birth, renewal. I don't know why that looked like the state of Texas behind there for some reason. I go, what's this? Texas? All right. So birth is about the death of the old and an emergence of the new. A transformation will strip away feelings of guilt, fear, and shame. You will face a life threatening event at least once in your journey. Such an occurrence has the potential to gift you with newfound abilities and strengths, thus removing the fears and pains that have held you back for far too long. It takes absolute trust and great strength of character to step from your comfort zone into the unknown. A devastating situation may have caused the victim in you to surface. You may feel sorry for yourself, expect others to put you first, or become angry with the world. This is not the way of the shaman. It is time to look at why you may be suffering a recurring injury, illness, depression, or situation. Write down what you are experiencing and your emotional reactions. For instance, blaming someone or something for the situation may be causing you to feel miserable, angry, or even betrayed. With the eyes of the shaman, look deeper. What lessons could be learned from this? What did you gain from your current approach? The resentment, anger, or other painful sensations will be forgotten when a beautiful new form emerges from the seeds of your experience. Spirit is calling you to freedom. A new way beckons. It's crazy, right? I just try not to like go, what? Oh my God. But anyway, and then birth revealed. This process allows you to journey between worlds as you discover your body, your biology, your mental aptitude, and spiritual tenacity. It also gives you a new understanding of the suffering of others that enables you to see into their body and root out the cause of their original wounding. Rebirthing can come in many forms. Physical pain is not always required, but some form of death or ending is always required. What? So, other divinatory meanings of this out with the old and in with the new. You are coming to the end of an era, a very fertile time for you. What may feel like an ending is the beginning of something new. You're changing the way you think and feel as you become more spiritually aware. I love this. And then Birth Speaks says, wake up. Now is the time for you to rise. Take off the mask, drop the disguise. Healing beckons, greet the dawn. New life is waiting to be born. I love that. So, what is it? The phoenix rising from the ashes. I like that. All right. So, I think that was everything for that one, right? Yeah, that's from the previous one. All right. So that is what they have for you, May. Thank you again for your donations. Hopefully, those help a little bit on your wonderful adventure and renewal. All right. And then Ruby G, thank you so much for your additional donation. It'll be number 24 on there. Oops. There we go. All right. Give that a love and a like. I think I got everyone else. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. We have Twin Flame up next, and then Marilyn, and then two for Jamie G, and then Sudeshna, and then Ruby G. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Twin Flame, hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Here's your timestamp. And any messages from your and your twins' higher selves? Ooh, all right. Twinsies. All right. Anything from your higher self? Okay. Anything from your twins' higher self? All right. So what is this in the middle? Did you guys have a falling out? The 5 of swords, battle, battle, battle? So, excuse me. So it looks like, what is there this conflict between the 2 of you? Let's see here. Your higher self tells you, time to look at new ways of thinking. We move from the 5 of swords to the 6 of swords, which is letting go of some old stories, the old way of looking at something, create a new story from a higher perspective. It allows you to leave the choppy waters, go to the 4 years ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. So there definitely is this. It's time to go back and look at the conflict and go, now I can, I can remember the story from what my inner child was telling me was going on because they were giving me from a perspective of fear, right? Because whenever there's conflict, there's takes two people to have conflict, and we're both in fear. So there's this understanding where you were coming from a place of fear, and you can also see where they were coming from a place of fear and look at that, right? Is this like, do you mean twin flame? Sorry. There must still be yeah. Is this what you mean by, is that twin flame or your actual twin? There's been some miscommunication today in the chat today. We're still in the post shadow of the Mercury retrograde, but there seems to be, I just wanna make sure I'm approaching this, but, um oh, twin flame. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you're meaning Alex, right? So, okay. That helps me because I thought you were talking about an actual twin, like, I didn't know you were twins. Yeah, okay. That's why I was like, "What?" Alright. So, anyway, so there is the conflict, and it is the 6 of swords. It is a time for you to look at it differently, right? To understand where your conflict came from, as well, right? Yeah. Well, we can look at that, but you're wondering, you're regardless, you're wanting information from them, and that's what we're digging into, right? So if I remember, I'll maybe pull a card for that. But it is time for your sake, your higher self is it's time to look at the story differently. Look at the perspective that you were having it from fear, right? And looking at that, um, and I'll look at it from a higher perspective now, right? And go, okay, I understand the fear where I was, and then, what the fear they were going through. Because I feel like it's important that you learn from the situation, because you're learning about yourself, what you went through there, so you don't repeat it again, right? Yeah, I like that, right? So I feel like there's an important energy there to understand the conflict. Yeah. And you've been working on your self love because now you have higher self love. So you have a different perception and perspective of it when you step back to kind of look at it from like a train. You're not going to go back to relive it. You're just going to kind of look at it like you're in a dream, watching it, going, this isn't me. I'm just watching an experience, and you're seeing it differently. Yeah, because it's time with the Knight of Pentacles. It's time to slow down and really look at what happened from a new perspective, and I feel like that's what your higher self, is wanting you to know here, regarding the situation. It's, to learn and grow from it, energy, because that's what 5 of Swords are stepping stone energy, being on the bottom there, and I feel like that is, um so they're like, there's still more to learn from reframing it from a higher story now and changing the perspective of it, right? Yeah, I love that. And then their higher self, yeah, let's take a look here. Yeah. I mean, I still feel like, they're going through their own with the King of Pentacles, they're going through their own reflection and um, a big piece of what they were learning, through this situation. You were a stepping stone for them too, showing them about their self-worth and how they were putting their worth outside of them. Here's the Ace of Pentacles, which is our self-worth, and the Queen of Swords. They had this idea that, you were so compatible and you were the perfect person that they needed to feel full, right? Fulfilled and, you know, you're the one I'm looking for, but the higher selves, they are, of course, more higher knowing than all of us, right? As human expressions. And they're saying here that what he needed to learn is that he was the one he is looking for, just as you're the one you're looking for. Our self-love, we're the love of our life we're looking for. And then once we fill up with our self-love and overflow, then we, draw someone that mirrors that. Whoever we're meeting is always mirroring our self-love, right? And so that's why when we meet someone and we evolve and we change, we don't match up anymore, so they can't be in there, right? Yeah. So he was looking for that completion, energy in the outside world and that you're the perfect person that would be perfect for that. And you're like, no, don't think so. So I feel like that's the big message there. Um, and I feel like we answered that with a 5 of Swords, not a false twin, but that they were a stepping stone, you know, and because twin flames are uh very not they don't happen that often. If you haven't checked out my Fated Love, podcast, they dive deep into all of the, you know, the what a twin flame is, what a soulmate is, what a soul partner is, how fated love versus stepping stones and possibilities. They really went into talking about all that stuff. But, I don't feel like you wouldn't be able if they were a twin flame, you wouldn't be able to get away from one another. Yeah, we've got if you're gonna call them a false flame, then yeah, you have the 7 of Swords, which is, the deceiver, you know, uh, untruth. So they're not a true twin flame. You might have needed to believe they were to experience what you needed to, but a true twin flame is like Jean-Claude Van Damme in Bloodsport, where they, you know, this I think we even use that example 'cause you're tied together, but you can't get away from one another, and, you're you're you see things up close and you have high passion too, but you can't get away from each other. Yeah. Yeah, you like that movie? Bloodsport. You know, wrapping it up, putting it in glue and putting it in glass. Let's go. But that's kind of the twin flame, energy of that. It's like it's so heated, passionate wise, but then it's like one of those mirrors, like the um makeup mirrors where on one side it's normally you flip it over and you can see your pores. A twin flame is like, "Whoa!" You're like and they can't get away from it, you know? And we don't have it that often because 'cause they're extreme according to and everyone has different definitions of different things, of course. But if you check it out, let me know what you think of that. Um, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I know, right? Because we were raised by TV. People had no idea what we were watching it. I like it. You have doing it again, oops. What does this say? Definitely a bad idea. Beep. Compulsion, bad decisions. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right. So that is what they have. I remember watching like kung fu theater on Saturday mornings, and oh my god, they were like blood and guts and losing limbs and everything else, and you're just like, "What?" Yeah, yeah. He's not a twin flame. He's a stepping stone. And the 7 of swords, when I asked specifically that question, is the deceiver, liar, the false, right, kind of energy. No. Yeah, I don't see that. Not by those cards, that's not the message that I was getting there. I didn't get any coming back healed. I just asked the question, "Were they your twin flame?" And, or were they your false twin flame? Because that's what we were wondering. I'm not sure if Alex is my twin flame or my false twin flame. I got 7 of swords, which would be false energy. So, if you want, we can do those as well, right? Clears it all up. Boom, boom. Okay. And then I got your other donation here, so I'll add you on. You'll be number 25 for that one. So we'll be circling back around here in a momentito. Well, got like four, one, two, three. I got 5 ahead of you. So we'll be circling like a vulture. Will return to pick at your spiritual bones. Oh, that's okay. We'll continue going here. All right. So Marilyn, you are up 533.19. There you are. And thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. So, what's the energy around your lawsuit? Let's take a look here, see what we got going on there first. Got this, and we got this. We got this. I do want that. Any of these others? Oh, this one here. Any others? Nope. Okay. So that's for that. And then you want to know, will the outcome be a moderate success or massive, right? All right. Let's take a look here. We'll see what we got there. All right. Thank you. Okay. So we got those. And then will it be resolved quickly or be long and drawn out, right? All right. Got that. What else? This one. Anything else? This one here. All right. Well, we definitely understand the conflict on the bottom of the deck here, the 5 of swords. So that just confirm that this is about the conflict. So what's the overall energies that we have coming in here? Yeah, we've got the 2 of swords that is coming in. Now the 2 of swords, um, is about the power of this story, right? Because, we've got the Hermit card and we've got the Knight of Cups. And so the 2 of swords is like an energy where how like the energy around it is dependent upon my story that I put to it, right? Because and this is an interesting thing because you have the Hermit card, which is about how you experience life is up to you, and you get to choose the emotion that you put to everything as well, right? So The way we can look at this, right, is, um, like, the entire planet is a joint venture, a kind of a joint reality that we're all creating in a way, a story we're all creating together. But even though we're creating it all together, we all experience it based on our choice of what, like, what am I, let's see, how am I, let's see, let me find a good way to say this. Like, what story am I creating about what that means about me? That's what changes our perception and our experience of it. Because based on that story of what I feel that means about me, then I have an emotional soundtrack that goes to it, and then my energy gets attached to it, and then my physical actions. All of that creates an energy that creates that perspective and that experience, and I draw things to me that match that energy. So a lot of people can be experiencing the same situation differently because of their perspective, how the story we're putting to things. And if I'm not consciously choosing the story of what something means, then I'm defaulting to an old story that was given to me growing up that was a default, right? So I feel like they're saying here, they want to let you know that your experience, the energy around the lawsuit comes from you. It's a projection from you, your experience of it, even though we're creating a joint experience with our energies, how you experience it. Another example of that is like if you're going on like a long road trip with someone, right? Like it's, let's say it's a 6-hour road trip. And if your energy in it is like, "Oh god, I really hate this person that I'm going with," it feels like it's a 24-hour road trip, right? Just like time slows down. My experience of it is horrible. Whereas someone else that really likes the person, it was like and they're chatting and yapping and it feels like a 3-hour, we get there so fast, "Oh my god." You're like, "Oh my god, it took forever to get here." And they're like, "It flew by for me." You know how we have those, kind of energies that are there, right? So, I feel like they want you to know that. Energy underneath, yeah, again, you have the Chariot card, which is the power of choice card, and the Four of Cups. It's kind of like a right now with the Four of Cups, the energy, the kind of the joint energy is kind of balanced. It's like almost dull energy. It's like there's not movement that's like just the heart's bum bum, bum bum, bum bum. It's not heightened or low. It's not high blood pressure or low blood pressure. It's just there kind of energy. But the Chariot card, that tells you that you can change the energy by your first of all, your power of story. I'm gonna change the story of what this lawsuit means to me, what an outcome may mean to me, what the whole process means about me. I control that, and I feel like they're saying that there's this power here to do that. Right now with the energy, will the outcome be moderate success or massive? You know, I feel here that it's gonna be moderate based on current energy just because of the 5 of Pentacles, but don't give up hope yet. 5 of Pentacles means, it's the fear or the belief of not having enough, not being enough, lack energy, but you've got the 8 of Pentacles and the 8 of Swords, which does tell you that if we let go of some old mindsets, change the stories, right, with our power of story, that we can have um, a bigger payout or how did you say it? We'll call it success, a bigger success, what you would consider success. And I probably have shared before my podcast, The Easier Path Abundance, where it be. It's a great one if you're watching right now, I'll throw it out here for everybody. I share it, like, several times, I think, every session. But, it's a great podcast, that Spirit shared because it shows us our energy and then some beliefs that we have, our inner child has about we have to do so much to deserve so little. Those things, our belief of where we're putting our energy can keep things away. but we can do gratitude and transform our energy and draw things in. But to get it into the city gates, our inner child is the one that controls the gate. And they're like, nope, haven't done enough. You have to do it this to get that. Not there yet. And then when it is, they're like, okay, open, okay, close, we're resetting again. Back to zero. You have to earn it all back again. But when there's this transformation, then there's, where the inner child goes, oh, one to one, it opens the gates and just keeps them wide open, which can help bring in success, bring in abundance, because it's our energy that controls all that. It's all from inside here. Isn't that amazing? So right now, it kind of feels like it feels lacking, but there's still hope here. There's changes you can do that can bring a change of outcome. Will it be resolved quickly or will it be drawn out? Take a look here. All right. Well, that does happen fast because Knight of Swords is one of the faster moving, horses out of all these, the knights. Um, and you got the Page of Swords, a lot of clarity comes in, and you got the joy, energy here with the Three of Cups. So as far as speed, it happens fast. So that's going to happen. But, the outcome can definitely, there's some transformation that can happen on that. So hopefully that helps there. We'll get you a fortune cookie here too from the shamanic medicine. See what else they have to add in there. But I like that empowerment, right? When we realize everything that's happening, we're not at the whim of the outside world. Um, when we realize our power, like the chariot is a huge, powerful energy, because when we realize I'm the one that gets to decide. Growing up, we're given a lot of stories, like I said, opinions, people telling us, uh, parents, teachers, people in authority, blah, 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 right? Conditioned that when that happens, this is what it means about you. This is how you have to feel. This is how you should react. And this is what you should do, supposed to do, whatever expectations, right? Opinion that we take on as our own opinion, that becomes our default. But and then we do feel like, well, I can't, like, we're taught I don't get to choose the story of my emotion, my actions, whatever. We're taught you do what we tell you you're supposed to do. And then we do it until we realize, no, I get to choose it all. Then we get we take our power back. We're not just running on default by what we were conditioned. There's this great energy that comes in with it. All right, so let's see here. Your fortune cookie. Got this one here. Boop, boop. And you've got Medicine Shield Protection. I like it. Powerful card. So let's see here. Medicine Shield. So Medicine Shield asks you to look at how far you have come. Traditionally, a medicine shield represents its owner's journey. Its imagery symbolizes inner strengths, talents, totem animals, and their owner's place within the tribe. These very personal shields hold medicine in their art, in ritual, and in lessons learned. If you were to make your own medicine shield, what would you add to it to tell your story? Right? Here's that story change, right? As you sit with this card, determine what medicine shield represents for you right now. Medicine Shield brings protection against psychic attack and other lower or negative energy forms. So keep your guard up when Medicine Shield appears. There's nothing to fear, but there are sensible precautions to put in place as you walk between the worlds. It is a good practice to call in protection every day, whether you are consciously working with the spirit world or not. Call upon Medicine Shield now and rest within the safeguard of its strong and loyal protection. I love about the shield represents your story. And are you going to regurgitate an old story or are you creating a new story? I love this creating a new story energy. The Medicine Shield Revealed says a medicine shield reflects the personal vision, sacred intent, focus, and personal power of its owner. It offers psychic and spiritual protection. Native Americans adorned their animal hide shields with sacred symbols. The animal skin and colors used to create the shield depicted the owner's principal power source and protection. When warriors died, their shields were returned to Mother Nature to journey home with them. Wow. Other divinatory meanings of this card: shield yourself from a harsh situation. Another's foul mouth is draining your energy. Step up your psychic protection. Visualize a circle of bright light around you when others attempt to ridicule or speak down to you, right? How perfect. The medicine shield speaks and says, "Your personal journey's mine to tell. I wear your story very well. I'll guard you as you hold me near. Protection placed, nothing to fear." Wow. What a great card. All right, so that's what they've got for you, Marilyn. Thank you again so much for your donation. Hopefully that helps a little. So many blessings to you. All right, we got Alan Krita. Hello, good to see you. Don't see a question from you yet, just in case you put it out there and YouTube didn't share it. Don't think you're on the list here tonight. I think you did ask a question the other night. I did complete your reading whatever night you asked for it before, just in case I hadn't seen it yet. I did complete it. So if you go look at the pinned comment on whatever night you were, then you can see that. You're welcome, Marilyn. Whoop, whoop. The power. Marilyn is being endued with power. Look out, world. All right. Take another sip here. Cheers, cheers. Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. And then we got Jamie G times 2, 5, 47. 33 is for your next one. All right. So is M still leaving the company at the end of the month? Is A leaving too before the end of the year? Of their own free will, or are you going to take them out? That's a different reading. Okay. Is M still leaving the company at the end of the month? All right. So based on their current energies. Okay. And then is A leaving before the end of the year? All right. Interesting. Didn't we get the calling card before for M, but they're being called to go live their dream energy? That's the underlying energy for the reading here. Temperance and the Hierophant. You know, it does appear here with the Temperance card. That's kind of a slow down patience energy that comes in. And the Hierophant is wanting to see things gain some clarity and change energy. So it does feel like the change has been maybe not postponed, but moved out a little bit because I feel like they are going to be making some changes, in the company, right? And I feel like they're saying, I feel like they kind of whittled it out, going, can we have you stay till this date in like August? Because then um, all the changes will happen and we won't have to have an interim person, because I feel like the changes that they were hoping to make won't be made by the time, before they leave. So they're kind of asking them just to stay a couple weeks, like mid August ish energy, just to, as the other changes take place, then, it can be um, more fluid, the changes, instead of, oh, for 2 weeks, you're gonna report to this person, but after that, then you're gonna report to this person, or we're gonna determine who you report to. And rather than change and change, they go, "Is there any way we can just kinda keep you on for a couple more weeks before we make that change?" Kind of energy. So I feel like it's, you know, reasonable. They're like, "Well, 2 weeks, it doesn't mean I have to do a whole lot of work," because they're having the leaving blues, right? But so I do feel like there's a little bit with that temperance card, a little bit of delay. I know, but and then is A leaving too before the end of the year? You know, it almost feels like there is this energy there, especially with that judgment card on the bottom, which is, their higher self calling them to something different. I don't feel like they've communicated it yet. Um, but the Ten of Swords is I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations and no one living up to mine. The Seven of Wands is I got to be true to my authentic me and, you know, not dim my light, not ask permission to shine. I don't want to have to defend what I want and da da da. I'm going to shine bright. And I feel like that they have an intention of finding something else and making a change, but I don't feel like they've communicated it like to officially to anyone or anything like that. But I feel like they're trying to, um, they're at that point where they're kind of going, yeah, it's time. Right. So let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one. Yeah, they're calling it a phase. It's just a phase. And then it's like 5 years ago, they're still the same, right? I'm still here. Minimization, escapism, and self-deception. So, I feel like, there's some realization that's coming in, for them. Alright, so hopefully that helps. And then for your next one, we've got 55208. There is your timestamp there. Good stuff coming between now and the end of August. All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, what would you consider good stuff? Because every day is just filled with good stuff, right? We just have to look for it to see it, right? So let's see what we got here. You got one card, two card, three cards here. Do you have the Emperor energy, which does say that, it's Aries energy. It's you're the ruler over your life. And so much of good stuff that comes in is up to you, both in the story you put to things and then also your energy and what you choose to put your energy in. You're the emperor. It's like the king of wands energy in a way, because it's you get to choose what you want to focus your energy on and you grow things. So if you want good stuff, you focus on what you're grateful for already that you have and have had. That allows more good stuff to come in, right? And if we focus in on what we hate and what's missing and blah blah blah, we invite that good stuff in. But we define what good stuff is, right? And really, I know it's sometimes it's a bit of a stretch to hear, but we can truly look at any moment and find a gift in it. There's good stuff in every moment, even if we're like, "How could you say there's good stuff in here?" Where there's a will, whatever we're looking for, we can find. That's how powerful we are. So there's a silver lining to every thundercloud, even if we every storm cloud, right? Even if we in the beginning have trouble seeing it because we've developed such a focus growing up as children. Everyone teaches us to focus on what's not happening, what's wrong, because we were trying to avoid pain. So we're always looking at what's going wrong so we can make sure to fix it so we don't get punished. We end up focusing on what's wrong, what's wrong, what's wrong. We wire our brain to look for what's wrong. We can rewire our brain to make our default finding what's wonderful in each moment, and it changes our life, right? So I feel like that's important on the bottom of the deck. But things that you feel would be good for you, yeah, you got 3 of cups. There's a joyful celebration, a gathering here. So, um, it does feel like I don't know if it's family or friends or a combination. I feel like there is, some sort of party or celebration that you're invited to. So I do feel like, there's a joyful event that happens. Someone either a celebration or like maybe someone's getting married, and so they're having that or a baby shower or, it's something like a joint kind of gathering, a happy type of thing coming in, between now and the end of August. And then you have the lovers, the sun card coming in here is your number 2. So you had one, 2, 3 cards. So the second thing that happens here, you know, this can be a romantic relationship energy coming in because there is the bright sun coming in here. shining a bright light on here, and I do feel like there's an opportunity, for you to meet someone. It's like it's shining a light, and so it brings clarity into relationship energy that comes in. Because I don't feel like I do feel like it is romantic. I don't feel like it's work people or friends or family. I feel like there's a bright light that shines on a romantic relationship. It's like a spotlight where, you're like, "Who's that?" And they're like, "Who's that?" And then, there's a spotlight in a crowd, kind of energy. So I feel like you do meet someone that there can be romantic interest in, also during this period. Yeah, and there is a lot of clarity, and I see here, I mean, you got the Justice card, which is Libra energy, which rules over the house of all relationships, including partnerships and friends and all that kind of energy. It's that relationship energy. You have the Knight of Swords, so a lot of clarity around um, like understanding relationships and where the conflict comes from, because the scales of the Libra scales, we have all this, supposed to be, should be, need to be, all those expectations we grow up with, like all those stories, right? And then we have seeing things from a higher perspective, and there's the ability here with the 10 of wands possibilities. If you want to look into that, you can remove conflict more out of your life by questioning this, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, and the stories that we've put towards people. Like, they're bringing in my enemies. We can relook at that. You can look at any relationship, friends, family, lovers, teachers, coworkers, peers in school and everything. And we are the master storyteller. The Knight of Swords is a quest for that, because it can change our energy if we want. The 10 of Wands, you can see this as a burden. Oh my God, look what they have to carry. That's a story. Or we can have a story of, wow, look at the abundance that they have. And so it's the power of the story, I feel like, is a big piece of energy that you can learn. And that is a good thing, because then you your energy shifts and you invite more and more and more good things into your life as well. So I like that. Right, let's see what your fortune cookie says for this one as well. Yay, overthinking hour. Racing thoughts, insomnia, loops, going in circles, all those thoughts, right? We're done, we're done. Oh, that's funny. All right, so that's what they have for you, Jamie. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. All right, and then Sudeshna, we're at 558.58. Look at that, 55588. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. All right, so thank you for your additional donation. And want to know any good news coming your way? If yes, what is it, and in which aspect of your life? Yeah, like we are just talking with Jamie in the right before there, um, there's this every moment there's news, right? We're always getting news every moment, information about our life, right? And there's good in every second. If we want to find it, right? There's a gift in every moment, or there's a curse in every moment. If we want to find that, meaning bad, something we could perceive as bad if we wanted to, because there's lower vibration, higher vibrational energy in every second. And we were talking about how if I focus in on, we're taught to kind of focus in on what's wrong, what's not happening, what's lacking. We're taught that growing up. That's why our brain gets wired with all its synaptors and everything to focus on what's not happening. To it's kind of defaults to that. But we can rewire our brain the more we focus in on looking for the silver lining, the good stuff that's unfolding, in our life. The more our brain gets rewired to find that and see it, and it defaults to that instead. And it's true. My That's the way my brain works now. Is I don't look for like what's wrong. I look for like what's going right and what's wonderful. And I'm so grateful for this and that. And if something doesn't work out as expected, immediately it defaults to the positive reasons why. And we can transform this, energy, right? So I feel like that's important to know that, you know, life doesn't happen to us and, oh, here comes good, here comes bad. It's our energy draws in what we're focusing on. So as I'm focusing on good things and what I'm grateful for, what I have and have had, then I have a lot of this things that come in that it's easy for me to see the blessings and the things to be grateful for. The more I focus in on what's not happening, it's more difficult to find and see it from a place of gratitude when I'm flooding and drawing in a lot of lower vibrational things, right? So there's power there, right? So that's important for you to know. Of course, based on your current energies, we'll look anything that you would consider good news coming your way so you can transform all this, right? Yeah, the Page of Swords. There is some clarity coming in here for you. So that feels like you would consider that good news. What is the good news? We have the Death card here with the Emperor energy, which that thing, this thing that you uh, probably detest by this point, right? The Emperor energy is stepping away, getting out of your head into your heart. What is it where your heart wants to lead you? Here's the clarity coming in. The end of the search. I feel like you have this clarity, this connection to your heart is coming soon. And that clarity you've been looking for about what is it that I want to do with my life comes in here. Is it what area of your life is this in? I imagine it's work because that's where this big energy has been there. Is it work or tell me something different? Yeah, I've got the Queen of Cups. Here's searching for your heart energy. That's kind of telling me that's what it was. Yeah, and you're calling. So, this is that energy that you've been, you know, been being guided to and being, heading toward. And I think you even got the Six of Cups before, which was that childhood dream. Because you're like, I don't have any childhood dreams. My dreams were crushed as a young child. I don't remember any of them. They were stolen from me. So I do feel like that is what is coming in here is that clarity that is coming in about what direction that your heart's been drawing you to go. So that's what they have, Sudeshna. I like it. Your fortune cookie says, yeah, no more crying in the shower. It says isolation, breakdown, vulnerability. You're like, I'm tired of crying in the shower before I go to work every day, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Divine Soul. Hey, hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 27. All right. I don't think anyone else came in. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. So we got, oops, there we go. We got Ruby G, 60419 is coming in here. All right. So thank you for your additional donation. I want to know is T, oh, the big star, right? And who's, oh, I was like, I couldn't see what that was. It's an eyeball. Who's watching them, right? The FBI. Now I'm being watched. Now we're on the watch list. If you say their name, they're watching us now. All right. So is T the big star? Let's take a look here. No, I don't feel like they are here. Is it? All right. Wow. Sorry if you hear my stomach growling. Rah, 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 rah. When I asked is T the big star, I got the Three of Cups. And I feel like, they're the little stars. You see all that? There's all the stars around them right here. They're one of the little stars. They might be like one below the big star, but no, it's someone else. It's not them. Who's watching the big star? Um, I feel like it's more than one that's here because we've got the 10 of cups. So there's like a lot of people holding hands. There's like a coordinated effort here. So it could be local law enforcement, a federal, FBI, and it could be another, energy there. Because we've got the wheel. It's almost like this is like, here's the star in the middle, right? And there's all this, there's a lot to watch. And then the ace of wands here too. There's action. Um, Someone with a big stick is watching them too. Yeah, because you got the king of wands here, you know. Um, but I do feel like it's because, I feel like this is the big star, right? They got all the little stars around them again, but, you know, because they're the one that has people that they're giving to underneath. They're the ones that control the money, and then they have the people that they give to. So, and I also feel like there might be this coordinated effort because it might even go over the border into Mexico and Canada. There might be some extension stuff too that or foreign. It feels like it goes, you know, outside of the United States even, which brings in, you know, other stuff, as well. Right. His grandma, granny. Yeah, she's undercover, right? So, yeah, I don't feel like it's those there. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here. Yeah, like this. Shadow work. Tomorrow, maybe. Resistance, spiritual procrastination. Ooh, interesting, right? If you're serious about it being his grandma, is it his grandma? Ace of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. It doesn't. You know, there is. I mean, there's someone because it's someone that's handing them the money. It's like then there's an investor that's in it. You know, so I don't feel like the star is the big, 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 big wig. Like I feel like there's You know, that's why I feel like it goes bigger, like, for this group, for this wheel of like the wheel, they're the middle of the wheel, and then they have spokes, right? But then I think we talked about it, right? They're just showing me again. But then the wheel that is this one goes on a wagon, so they're part of 4 wheels, and then there's a wagon, and there's stuff so they're just one piece of something bigger, but they're connected through this star to the rest of it. That's why it's so big. I feel like whoever's investing and kind of connected, there's a big network, um, and some of it's not so controlled and so connected, but there's still connections, and it's bigger, 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 bigger kind of energy. So interesting, right? All right. So I don't think Granny is involved, at least right now. All right. And then Twin Flame, thank you so much for your additional donation. We're circling back around here. Here is your timestamp. All right. So, message to stop seeking anything outside yourself. All right. Let's take a look here. Sorry. I think it's the weather. Oh, there we go. You have your well, of course, I've been sitting here for 6 hours too. Off and on. Well, 3 hours ago. Maybe it's time for another break. I am finishing up donations now, so I might take a break and then come back and finish free readings here. So, Twin Flame, let's take a look here. What message about stopping seeking things outside of us? Anything else here? Okay. It's an interesting energy. Because the bottom of the deck, you have the Four of Swords, right? Which the Four of Swords is like resting on the Ace of Swords down there and letting go of expectations, right? And it's funny because I've been all about expectations equal disappointment since I was like 16 years old, which I'm now almost, I mean, I'm 59, I'm almost 60 years old. So that's been a long time. What I learned through expectations is the the expectations of no expectations is still an expectation. That's what they're bringing in. So, um, stopping seeking anything outside of myself is like an expectation, right? So it's like, I don't know, I'm like, um, that's not an expectation. That's not something that has to happen. And to understand why you feel I wanna stop seeking anything outside myself. And let's see what we have here, because 'cause you've got the Six of Cups. You got many, many lifetimes. This is all these past lifetimes, right? And we come down here to experience life outside of ourselves, or what are we doing here? Which makes sense. Um, but it's how we experience things outside of ourselves. And there's a difference. We can seek things outside of ourselves, want things outside of ourselves, but not need things outside of ourselves, right? Because that need is, and we even come down here to experience that, is uh, um, defining my worth by these things out here. Well, eventually, it all points us back inward. And then when we turn inward for our worth and we remember who we really are, then we're full and overflowing to the outside world. Doesn't mean that we stop wanting things. We can still want it, but we don't need it. We're not desperate for it. And we get to experience it. But we experience it instead of lack when we're needing it. It's lacking because we're trying to make it fill us up and it can't. Once we fill up and overflow, then what people and what we experience in the outside world becomes above and beyond extra. So the outside world transforms from something that is lacking and not satisfying to something that's full and overflowing, just adds to our satisfaction, or we really can't add to it because we're already full and overflowing from the inside. It's like, "Oh, wow," right? So I like that. You got the Empress, yeah. She's what happens before all the rules. The Empress energy, she's the number 3 in the major arcana, right? After that, we've got number 4, the Emperor, and number 5, the Hierophant. In the tradition of the tarot, the Empress is before the rules of society. The Emperor goes, "If we're all gonna live together, we gotta have rules for society so we don't kill each other." Alright, rules, expectations, da, 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 right? And then the Hierophant is the same thing, but for spirituality and organized spiritual beliefs and religions. If we're all gonna, you know, come together and worship, a god or, something, have a belief, then we need to organize it so that we all don't kill each other, which we always end up doing it anyway, right? But, but the Empress is before all that. She is running through nature naked, saying, "I don't care about the rules and clothes and all this stuff. I'm just living free and full and without restriction." And that's how we can experience the outside world. And so, yeah, we can, if we're seeking things outside of us to try to define our worth, we'll eventually get tired of it because we'll get tired of the disappointment, we'll get tired of the instability, and it will all keep pointing us back inward, right? But when we realize, we will always, we can always still want things in the outside world. We just don't need it. Like, they look at like we're looking our heart is looking for a 10-course meal with 2 desserts, right? All the outside world can offer us is dessert. It can't doesn't have any meal places. It only has, 3rd dessert, 4th dessert, 5th dessert. And so we are looking for those desserts and we're like, we're eating and it's empty calories. Our heart is like, no, tastes good, but it's not giving me my nutrients. It's not giving me what I want. It's not enough. It's not enough. We just keep rah, rah, desserts, desserts, desserts of the outside world. And we're not feeling full. And then we get tired of it. We turn inward and upward. And we're like, oh, there it is. There's the 10-course meal and 2 desserts. And yum, 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 yum. We eat it all up, right? And then when we do that, um, it doesn't mean we stop wanting dessert in the outside world because we can always make room for more dessert, right? We can be full and overflowing, but whereas before, when we were so desperate for that out there, if someone was going to take away 6 dessert from us, we're like, no, not my 6th dessert. That's my livelihood, right? Now that we're full and overflowing and someone's bringing us just 6 dessert and go, "No, I'm not gonna give it to you." You were like, "Thank you. I'm so full." You're doing me a favor. It's different energy that we experience the outside world once we find that fullness on the inside, that 10-course meal, right? So I feel like that's kind of what they're wanting to say here. What do we have all here? Yeah. So you have the Knight of Pentacles. We're all on this adventure of finding our worth, right? Our worth never changes by the outside world, just our perception of what we think we're worth because we're convinced of a lot of stuff growing up, right? Of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, where we feel trapped and restricted by those things. But then this freedom comes when we realize who we really are. We free ourselves from all that false belief and we find our self-love. Yeah, here's the Ace of Cups and the Page of Cups. So we find the chalice within us. We fill up and overflow like this, right? We're overflowing. So whatever is given to us feels like extra and above and beyond. So it, changes our perception. So um rather than trying to stop seeking from the outside world, because when we focus on trying to stop something that we're doing, we draw more of that in. So instead of stopping something, we focus on starting something, right? So instead of looking at, I don't want to look out there, say, well, don't focus on not looking out there. It's like me saying, don't think of a bunny rabbit. Don't think of a bunny rabbit. Don't think of a bunny rabbit. What are you doing? You're thinking of a bunny rabbit, right? But if I want you to instead think of an ostrich, I don't know why. Um, if I'm saying, "Look at think of an ostrich, think of an ostrich." Now you're thinking of the ostrich, right? So, same thing, we focus in on, "I'm gonna seek inward as much as I possibly can," and then that grows. We just naturally wherever our energy is being focused, we will naturally stop seeking to define ourselves by the outside world as I look inward to define myself. So the energy where I focus is what unfolds, so fun, right? Right, so that's what they have for you, Twin Flame. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You've got yeah, right? Uh, can't even. Motivation not found. It's overwhelm, shut down, apathy. And that is what happens when we're trying to do something in the outside world, right? Try, 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 try. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. It's like, no, we just turn inward, look for our self-worth, connect to our higher self, define ourselves by that. So the more we focus on that, the more we let go automatically of focusing in on things that don't define us because we're like, nope, this defines me. I can enjoy what's happening in the outside world instead of freaking out trying to control it because I'm using it to define myself some way, right? So hopefully that helps. So I got itch, 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 itch. Okay. All right. So thank you again, Twin Flame. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Phoenix Oracle Healing. Hey, friend. Good to see you. You'll be up next here. So you'll be number 26. And we got here ER. Boom, boom, boom. He's like, "Dang, you look good." "Oh, well, thanks." Actually, I feel like I feel tired today. Don't I look like I'm sleepy? But thank you so much. You're so kind. Like the bear? All right. And so we got that one. We'll give that a love and a like. You're so kind. And then Ruby G, we'll get you. You'll be number 27. Put that one there. Give that a love and a like there. And then Phoenix Healing, thank you for your additional donation. You'll be number 28 there after Ruby. And ER's birthday. Boom, boom. Okay. And we got that one. Boom, boom. All right. To inflame those incredibly detailed. Oh, okay. Incredibly detailed. Yeah. Must be the Capricorn rising in me that they activated. I felt like I needed a whiteboard. Extremely clear. We went to the extremes. Woo, woo, woo. You're very welcome. All right. As long as it's helpful, I know it's good stuff. All right. All right, so let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive in. Whiteboards are your jam. There's a this Canadian teacher that I came across on Instagram, and she has her whiteboard. Um, and she's hilarious. She's a lesbian, and she's got her back caps and all this kind of stuff. And she must be I would have loved to have her as like a teacher in, I think she teaches like high school. And she's always talking about, okay, you guys want to know about this? Let me tell you. Here, let me get the whiteboard. And she comes and drags the whiteboard in and writes on stuff. She's hilarious. If you want to know who she is, I can find her for you. Or if you're on Instagram, shoot me a note going, "Tell me about the teacher," and I'll send you a video of hers. But she is hilarious. I just so much energy, and, I love her, sass. She's so funny. Alright. So cheers, cheers, everybody. I didn't cheers everyone. Hold on. Like I got coffee on my mustache. Alright. So, let us dive in. So, Phoenix Oracle Healing, you're up 623.17. Hope you are doing well. Hello, hello. Thank you for your dual donations. Yes, Sassy Sierra. I love it. Oh, that's your last name? Oh, how fun. All right. So, Phoenix, is ER putting on a front, trying to act cool about our split? How does he really think and feel about you? What's influencing him? All right. Probably a demon. No, I'm just kidding. There are no such thing as demons. All right. Cheers, Twin Flame. All right. So, is he putting on a show? What is going on here? All right. Oh, that one too. I was going to go, is that it? All right. And then how does he really think and feel about you here? Okay. Any other thoughts? Nope, that's it. Just one thought, three feels. Okay. And then what's influencing him? All right. All right. So, is he putting on a front? 7 of Cups, 8 of Cups. Yep. The 8 of Cups is walking away from emotions and someone that doesn't serve me anymore. 7 of Cups behind the scenes, emotional confusion, a lot of emotions. Yes, yes, yes. We have the Emperor energy. So the Emperor energy is that Aries energy, this, you know, um, trying to be solid and cool, but behind the scenes, the 2 of Cups. So yeah, trying to, protect protect their reputation, right? Protecting my rep. Um, I gotta be cool. Gotta be cool about this. I can't. I feel like they were taught to, to you know, act as if things aren't bothering them. Kind of energy. You got to push it down. You got to push it down. Kind of energy. Um, and then how does he really think about you? Yeah, King of Swords, really in their head. Talk about King of Swords rolls over the sword suit, gets a second portion of swords. They're trying to change the story in their head. They've got it's like they're locked down in their mind. It's almost like they had to take the files that were of you, encrypt it, and put it in a folder not to be looked at. It's like, I gotta keep my mind off of you, and because otherwise I'm gonna spin out in my mind, right? So I feel like they're intentionally trying not to think about you because they've got all this emotional stuff going on with the 7 of Cups and the 2 of Cups. But let's see what they're feeling though, because their mind is like, "Nope, nope, 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 nope. We gotta shut this down," right? So emotions, yeah, we got the Queen of Swords. Here's the Queen of Swords is ruling over she's got hearts behind the scenes. But one of I forget which of my many tarot decks that I have, has a Queen of Swords sitting on her throne, and underneath it, if you look close, you'll see, like, a little cell with bars, and you see the Ace of Cups behind there. The heart energy is being held captive, and that's a very good way to describe what I was talking about. Yeah, the 10 of Wands, there's a ton of emotional energy in there. Yeah, and a huge 5 of Wands. Lot of conflict, a lot of emotional conflict that's in there. And that's why the brain is trying to shut all that down and keep the heart quiet and act, like, cool about it because they really are numb. So, I don't feel like it's not like a front that they're not pretending not to feel. They've actually shut down. Right? And it's their heart is in a cellar, uh, with a straitjacket on and a padded soundproof cell, so it can't be, um, expressed, and so they've contained it, kind of energy. Are they Do you know if they're what sun are they? They're not an Aquarius, are they? Or, do they have an Aquarius moon? Because that's what Aquarians have the ability to do. Oh, he's a Leo, um, but I'm wondering what his moon is because that's his emotional state. He might have air moon. Oh, Gemini. Okay, yeah, so an air moon. There you go. To where he can, that's uh, doing that. Yeah, so there's that. They can go and, my host, she has a Gemini moon, and so we've read a little things on that, and, um, Gemini moons will express from emotion, or from the brain, and they'll because it's the twins, right? And because there can be a moment of, like, she had a cancer scare, and she was waiting for the results, and, one moment she could be crying because she was the realness of the reality would be coming in, and then and fine, kind of energy, no emotion around it. And so when we researched it, I was like, "Well, that makes sense." Because she goes like, "What's wrong with me? Why one moment I could be crying, the other one I don't feel nothing." And then we looked it up and we're like, "Oh, yep, there it is." So I kind of feel like that's what's going in there with them. What's influencing him? We got the 8 of Pentacles. Um, so in addition to what we're talking about, I feel like this is work. 8 of Pentacles is work, energy, and just doing the work, getting down to I'm focusing on work and activities. I'm keeping busy to try to keep you out of my mind, keep the thing out of my mind, and then my heart is numb. I have them on mute. So, um, it is, it's like this numbness kind of energy. Interesting, right? See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right, we got this here. I like it. See, look, I love it. Blame the stars. Mercury did it, or in this case, their moon did it, right? It says miscommunication, cosmic excuse, retrograde blame. It's funny because we just came out of Mercury retrograde yesterday, but um, I definitely feel, you know, that that is it. And even the moon up here, right? Too funny. So there you go. Gemini moon is to blame. They're the one influencing it, as far as the lack of emotional expression. All right, so that's what we have for that one, and then we'll circle back around here for, your next one here after we, visit Ruby G here, so we'll be right back. So Ruby G, 631.53 for yours here. There we are. So thank you for all your donations this evening. So grateful. So you want to know, is his job the wagon or the wheel or something else? Oh, interesting. So yeah, so the wagon wheel, it's hitched up to this wagon. What's the connection to the wagon? All right. Let's take a look here. It doesn't feel like the job is not the wagon. I didn't ask the wheel because we have the star card, which is like the dream come true energy. Um, so there's some sort of dream. Let me just see here. Is the wheel his job? Let me ask that real quick here too. Is the wheel the job? No, the 6 of cups. No, this is something from the past. It's almost like childhood connection. There's something about childhood connection, the dream come true. Um, and because we've got the leader energy of the Leo, it almost feels like they got trapped into it early because the 8 of swords is being bound and trapped and restricted. And it does have to do with, I feel like they got into it young because we have the 5 of pentacles where they felt lacking and poor and poverty and a lot of energy that is coming in here. Um, and wheel of I'm sorry, the tower card is, the sudden removal of something out of their life. So I don't know if they lost like a parent, something when they were younger. I don't even know if they were orphaned when they were younger. It almost feels like, Oliver Twist kind of energy. Yeah, because we've got temperance on the bottom. It's something that grew over a long time. It's been around for a long time here. Is T the wagon, if not the wheel? No, he's definitely the wheel from the previous reading. He's not the wagon. He's just one wheel that gets on the wagon, and then there's, connected, the axle, whatever that connects whatever the wheel connects to, that thing, feels like it's something that was a dream, something from childhood that, I feel like there's a connection through something like that, but it feels like almost through childhood relationships, either with friends or uncles or, um, someone else's father. It almost feels like, you know, a childhood gang almost energy that they had to do. That's why they're bringing in, like, Oliver Twist. Yeah, and maybe all of it, right? Because the star card does feel like, what the dream come true, be in a band, but then be in a group, and I just feel like there's a few connections that are here. Because even this leader energy, it almost feels like I just feel like there was a lot of loss when they were younger, and then they didn't have a whole lot, so they had to get into doing some things early in their, either delivering stuff or smuggling or, you know, stealing cars. It's like stuff that they were forced to do out of need, and then they got stuck in it, and then there's only one way out once you get into it, which is jail or death, kind of energy. And I kind of feel like they just feel so trapped and connected that they can't, now it's, you know, that kind of energy. Yeah. So it kind of feels like it's a combination of energies that are there. So, but it doesn't feel like I feel like they do a job as like a cover, but it's what they do while they're on the job and outside the job. But I feel like the job itself isn't the connection. I feel like that's not the wheel or the wagon. It's more the paint on the wheel of the wagon. It's the front kind of thing. The thing that he does, is legit, but it's a cover, you know, for other things, you know, to try to throw people off the trail. But it's, you know, to help launder money and, but it's legit. The people that work for him, it's kind of like feels like it's legit, right? So which crimes we're talking about? Well, you would know your crimes. So you're talking about, um, yeah, because T's not the star. We're talking about the star, right? Because T's not the wagon or the wheel, right? Yeah, I'm getting confused with all these initials. Sorry. So so just to clarify, because I feel like we got off track here. Um, so T was one of the 3, right? And there's a someone else that's there, right? That's the star. The big star is the center of the wheel. T is like a spoke on the wheel, right? He's just a spoke. He's not the wheel, not the main thing that keeps the wheel together. Because if that thing wasn't in the middle, the wheel falls off. So the star, the big star we were talking about, they're the middle of the wheel that keeps it connected to the wagon. T is just a spoke on the wheel, and his job is legit. It's a cover. They just have him do other things outside of the actual job, but it's a cover. So he does work and do things, but then they can have him go do other things, and it's the cover. Um, and then and so you're talking about the crimes that T did, or the crimes that, were, the big star, what they did, right? Oh, your ex is a spoke. Yeah, they would be a spoke, or even part of the outer wheel even would be, I would say they're part of out here even, not even a spoke. They're not that connected. It's more your ex is out here, in the outer rim, not the spoke or the middle wheel. Yeah. So, yeah, I can do one clarifier on there. So how long ago were the crimes that he did, before? Because I feel like it was yeah, I like that. Not in this lifetime, the 10. Feels like a lifetime ago. So that's why I feel like it was, you know, uh, it feels like a lifetime ago is what I'm getting with that energy. So, it would have been out of the statute of limitations, which is what, 10 years for a crime, I think, for certain crimes. Um, but it feels like and that's what they said. It's outside of a statute of limitations where he couldn't be brought up on it anyway because it was so long ago that, they would just be like, "We can't pursue this with them," kind of energy. Alright, so hopefully that helps. Did I give you a fortune cookie? No, I didn't. So let's see what your fortune cookie is here as well. Yeah, I like this. Open third eye, saw email. Oh, no. Digital interference, inner conflict. Wow. It's interesting because we talked about that, your ex had inner conflict about doing you know, other crimes. Just crimes against humanity, against you, right? But that feels more personal, um, than, doing a lot of the other stuff. Alright, so that's what they got for that one, Ruby, so many blessings to you. Alright, and then we're circling back to Phoenix Oracle Healing, 64237. Boom, boom. Alright, so Phoenix, thank you for your dual donations. They wanna know ER's birthday is coming up in a couple of weeks. What's the energy around that date? Will there be contact from him around that time? First week of August. Alright, let's take a look here. So ER's birthday's coming up. What's the energy around that date? All right. All right. And what will there be contact from him around that time? What to try to get a birthday gift out of you? All right. The first week of August. All right. Anything else we need to know? All right. So overall energy on the bottom, we do have the King of Cups, which is a balance between head and heart. So I feel like by that time, he's just still kind of really balanced energy. The energy around that date, yeah, we've got the Knight of Cups and the Ace of Swords. Yeah, it feels like there's a little bit of communication coming in here, though. Ace of Swords, Knight of Cups, a little bit of romance energy that's coming in here. Is the energy around that date. Will there be contact from him? Page of Wands, Two of Wands, Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, there is a chance here with all this energy, and even the Magician card coming in, which is, the divine masculine energy coming in a little bit. You know, it's like it's almost like booty call energy a little bit here with this Two of Wands, Page of Wands, Queen of Pentacles, Magician. The nurturing, the mother nature, mother nurture, nurturing sensuality, you know, that they're in this energy of reaching out and, you know, kind of energy there, but, it's not I don't feel like the intention behind it based on current energy, right? Which is, "Hey, it's my birthday." You know? But I feel like it's like around that date. I don't feel like it's on his birthday. I feel like he's, doing that. In fact, it might even be a a drunken call, a drunken text, influenced by alcohol, because he's celebrating and then, that activates and comes in and, there is that, kind of energy around it. Is it alcohol related? I just want to find out. 8 of Pentacles. Oh, an 8 of Cups. Okay, thank you. I was like, they go look at the bottom. Yeah, I feel like it might even be with work people because we got 8 of Pentacles is like doing the work, and 8 of Cups is, 8 shots in. Hey, hey, I love you. It's like um the mind, and that makes so much sense because, with the brain being the one shutting down, keeping guard over the heart when when the brain is offline because it's inebriated, it's like so much alcohol, the brain's like, and the heart's like, "Ooh, now's my chance. Grab that phone. Boop, 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 boop." And you're hearing from the heart through the inebriated, right? But it's his heart that's being able to have a chance to speak. That's hilarious. They're like, "Oh, look, the guard is passed out. Let's grab the phone." What else do we have here? Oh my gosh. Can you believe it? Replaying the breakup. Mental loops, guilt, and overanalysis. What's the chances of that, right? So he's playing it over in his head and I need to talk to you. Make sure you record it somehow. Hold on. Record. Okay, go ahead. Speak freely. Oh my goodness. So that is what they have for you, my dear. I love it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hilarious. Hilarious. You are very welcome. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You're like, well, it explains a lot, and you have something to look forward to here too. You're like expecting the phone call. Changes ringtone to shika shika bam bam. Oh, there he is. Uh, Too funny. All right. So I think that is it for donations, everyone. Let's see where we at. 6 hours and 40 minutes. Let's see. What do I have? 27. Do I think I have the energy? Well, I can at least start them and we can see how we go. I do need to get up for a minute. I've been sitting for another almost 4 hours. So I'm going to get up real quick here, make a little trip to the facilities, get some circulation going in my bohiny, and then I'll come back. And if there's no donations, I will start into free readings. So thank you guys again for your patience, and I shall return. Be back. Oh my goodness. Oh, crack, crack. All right. We are back. Just scooch back here. Woo. Earthquake. All right. Got to get all situated again. All right. So I think we are good to go. So we'll jump into free reading. So we got Ashish Bakaran up at 6:52:52. So Ashish, here's your timestamp. And you wanted to know, what is a step you can take towards your own well-being? All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit say is a step that you could take? 7 of Pentacles, 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, the 7 of Pentacles it's like take time with the 7 of Pentacles. That's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So it's kind of like a slow down, take some time to look into the 5 of Pentacles. 5 of Pentacles is an underlying belief. That's the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And that's all rooted in some old beliefs, when we're looking at, 7 years old and younger, where we felt, we had to like do so much to receive so little. And we had belief systems that kind of formed back in there. So anything that you can do to kind of reflect on your emotional inner child, the 7-year-old and younger, especially around worth and worthiness, that rate of exchange. Why do feel I have to give so much and to receive so little? Like there's books like The Presence Process by Michael Brown. There's another one, Tapping into Wealth by Margaret Lynch, Lynch. Margaret Lynch, I think it was her book that I discovered something that was buried because doing tapping, this is tapping into wealth, not tap dancing, it's tapping. You can do this emotional tapping, energy that helps you connect to your inner child and they'll bring things forward for you. And I forgot it, but like when I was a toddler and we were at an Easter egg hunt with my dad and mom, and my brother, but the kids were in this field finding eggs and we had baskets. And when they said, "Ready, go," I mean, within like 60 seconds, I was full. I was like, "Oh, look at there's one, there's one, there's one, there's one, there's one, there's one." And I had and a lot of kids had almost empty baskets. I was good at finding eggs, evidently. And so my dad saw it, and so he took my basket. I don't remember him saying good job or anything like that. All I remember was him taking eggs out of my basket that I had collected, put them back out there for other kids to find, and I didn't even realize how that had impacted me as a child until I realized it was like an indication or like a message, "You don't deserve to have that much. I'm taking this away and giving it to someone else." And that was a belief that was bubbling below the surface. You don't deserve that, you know? And so I feel like there's something that can be like that you can find that you don't even realize is there. And I did a ton of freedom work and shadow work and looking at things, and that was just a couple years ago it came up, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I didn't realize," but there's some great reflection that can set you free, and there's subconscious beliefs that we forgot because 7 years old and younger, it's a lot of emotional memory, not mental memory, because this creates 7 to 14 years old. So a lot of what happens 7 years old and younger, we don't have like a mental memory, it's an emotional memory. But as soon as I tapped and connected to my emotional inner child, they were like, "Whoosh, remember that?" And then I'm like, "Oh, I do now," you know? So, hopefully that helps Ashish, um, and many blessings. All right, and then we got Swaroop Bobby, you're at 6:57:04. So, Swaroop. And any time frame, please, for long-term job, current I'm working at, but not long-term. Okay, let's take a look here. We'll pull from the when deck here. So based on current energies, can we have a time frame on a long-term job, please? All right, listen here. Yeah, it's the right time to take action. Feel like that it could happen any time now. Um, Hopefully, I feel like you're looking and you're out there. Some action that you can take too. I feel like I've shared this with you, so if I have, my apologies. But the podcast that I have that is I actually have it up in the donations under number 5. Star Ruby is the easier path, abundance, where it be, episode 14. That can help because they're all about taking action, taking action. So we want to take the right action with the right energy and make sure that our inner child isn't blocking it now. So it's possible now. So there might be just some reflection on that inner child to be able to open up and allow that stuff to come towards you. Because if you're, you know, doing the actions of applying, if we're doing it with lack energy or need or want energy, it can push it away. And even if we're doing the things to draw it to our city gates, if our inner child doesn't feel we deserve it yet, they'll keep the gate closed. So check out that video. In fact, I'll just throw it down here again, just for convenience. It'll be under the timestamp um, in the pinned comment once I get there. I'll put it out in the chat right now too, if you happen to be watching. But I would check that out too, because that could help bring things in. It's possible. It's available right now. It's just our energy and our inner child could be the one that's keeping it away, right? So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. So we've got Alan Quita. Hello, hello. I'll get you added on to the free list. You'll be number 28 on there, I do believe. All right. All right. So we'll continue on here. Hello. We've got number 3. We've got Kritika Sayani, 65938 for yours. So Kritika, also known as Mahadev Healing Tarot. So what is the future between you and Anavesh? So based on current energies, what is the future looking like here? This one here. All right. It feels like it's still a little uncertain of exactly what will happen. You have the King of Wands, which is an energy of trying to decide, trying to get out of my head and into my heart, decide what I want to do. So if you're waiting on Anavesh to decide, I feel like they're kind of undecided still. They are wanting to take the lead with the King of Wands and the Strength card, which is Leo energy, the King of the Jungle. And there is passion energy, fire energy for both of these cards too. So I feel like right now the future is more focused in on passion and them wanting to take a lead once they know what they want. But I feel like they're kind of still stuck in their head, not in their heart. That's why they're only able to give from passion, fire, not water, emotion energy. Motion, physical attraction, energetic attraction, doing things, activity kind of stuff, but not of the emotional space hasn't opened up yet. So right now it still kind of feels a little bit uncertain and with today's energy. So, and it can change. I tell you, the future is so fluid, and especially if there's individuals that not sure what they want, they can flip and flip and flip and flip and flip and flip. And, it's always a joy, right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Debbie O, we're at 70133. Let me go. And then whatever comes up, let's take a look here. All right, that one and that one. So you got the Four of Swords and the Hermit. Yeah, you're like, here's my Virgo energy, right? Taking that time for yourself, resting, recovering. It's important, I feel like their message is, wonderful taking time and reflecting, but it's also important for you to rest. You've been doing so much emotional work, so much mental work, and so much other stuff that it's okay. Take a day for rest, at least one day, during the weekend, because you're so busy, you know, that, you know, take time for you that you don't have to be doing the inner work. You don't have to be doing this. I know because I want to meet him. I want love. So I'm doing the work. It's like, yeah, but you also need to rest because you can overdo it. And then you have forced R&R, right? So I feel like they're saying, it's important to take rest every now and then. It doesn't have to be every weekend or whatever, but take some time for you just to do nothing. No, just do some fun stuff, not, related to emotional work or, anything like that. Just go do something fun. Uh, or rest, whatever you'd like to do. But take time for you, I feel is their message, right? So that's what they got for you, my dear. Short and sweet tonight. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Bay, 70314 for you. So, Bay, here's your timestamp. And a general reading. Let's see. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. You got the Nine of Pentacles and the Five of Swords. Yeah, there is a little bit of the Nine of Pentacles. This is like the Hermit card in a way. It's about kind of stepping back from the physical world. You have spirit there with you, with that hawk there in your hands. And the Five of Swords is about a conflict between your head and your heart. And so the general reading is it's important for you to kind of take a big step back, a big breath in, get out of the conflict that's going on inside of you so you can have peace for a moment and then understand where is it that your heart is trying to pull you in a direction and your mind is going, no, 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 I want to go this way, kind of being pulled, something that your mind wants you to fulfill, an expectation rooted in fear, supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. There's something that your heart is taking and drawing you to that doesn't have any expectations. That'll be a pull from here instead of a pull from here, right? But I feel like there is this, you know, maybe you have a choice that's coming up, something that you have to decide in the physical world, torn between two things. This is an energy of take a step back, breathe, then you can see what is your heart wanting, what is your mind wanting, and you'll be able to see it. If you choose the mind, it's what we usually choose, right? It's when we exist, we're meeting expectations. It's the known. The heart wants to take us into an unknown. But when we do that, we'll feel like we're living and just not existing. So I feel like that is their message for right now for you, Bates. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we got Steffi, 70516. So Steffi, here is your timestamp. And you want to know, how is Armador? Capricorn going to react when he finds out all the bad things that the Aquarius has done to you? Will he go to jail? Okay. So how is Amador going to react? Okay. Oh, okay. We got the tower energy. I feel like they are going to get a little bit of lightning bolt, very upset. Yeah, this is like energy, lightning bolt hitting the tower, burning it down. So I feel like there's a lot of heat about to come down on someone. Um, and then will the Aquarius, right, go to jail? Take a look here. Let's see. We've got Temperance energy, which is eventually something's going to happen here because this is alchemy. It's a slow process, but I feel like something is going to come back toward them because whenever we're putting out something energetically, it does come back to us in some way, somehow, depending on, our energies that we have going on, right? Um, so let me see. Do you have anything else around this time frame? Yeah, I feel like there's, the 10 of swords. I know it's hard to let go of expectations and, to not because like you as well, if you're focusing in on the bad things and you're focusing in on wanting them to be punished and this lower vibrational energy, you're going to be inviting punishment into your life. Um, and I know this is hard when we've had stuff that has happened to us. Um, You know, that's I mean, other when we've experienced things in our life, right, that are low vibrational, that, other people's actions have, brought these emotions, you know, and energy around us, right? That it's difficult to not focus on wanting, that revenge. It's like we try to take your mind and energy off of the bad and the things that they've done and the revenge and I want justice and rah, 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 because that's hurting you. That's poisoning you, you know. They're gonna get what they're gonna get, right? You're doing what you can do to identify and go, I just need to report this and someone do something that legally that can do it, and then you come back to you and you go, "How can I love me? How can I release stories and beliefs and emotions and energy and physical things that don't serve me? I'm releasing because I'm making space for that which empowers me, not shrinks me," right? So, as soon as you're able to do that, and I know depending on how long it's been, it can be difficult to do, but I feel like that's an important message for you as well. So, hopefully that helps, Steffi, and hang in there, my dear. You are loved. Right, and then we got on a photo, 70850 is for yours. Oops. And would you get a full-time job after your internship at Company G? Right, based on current energies, will you get the job? Quickly with this one here. All right, let's see what we got. You definitely have possibilities here. You have the Two of Wands, which is our power of our energy, and we can create something. We have the Five of Cups, which right now there's this energy of kind of disappointment, um, low vibrational emotional energy like doubt and fear and need and want energy. And you can change that although with the Two of Wands. I mean, our energy is what draws things toward us. So if I'm focusing in on, God, I've got to get a job. Needs to happen. I want this to happen. What if it doesn't happen? That feeling of restriction and smallness, that's lower vibrational emotional energy. When we focus in on gratitude for what we have and have had and that kind of energy, then that can bring those things in. And there is, with the Two of Wands, that means there is possibility. It's just we need to change our emotional energy and our energy around it. Um, if I haven't talked to you before, um, right above you under free reading number 2, there's a link to the Easier Path Abundance where it be. The talks in there about how our energy and also some inner child things that could block things from us with some changes that we make with that, we can open the conduit of abundance and draw things toward us of higher vibration instead of the lower. So I really encourage you to take a look at that because I feel like that can help you transform that and change it. Because right now it feels like there's this fear energy that's drawing you and making it more difficult for it to come in. But you can change that and make it easier for it to flow towards you. All right. So that's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. Right, and then we have adorable 71109 is yours. So thank you, thank you. Here's your time stamp. And then, would you be in a relationship? Would I be in a relationship with ML? So, will you, based on current energies, will you end up in a relationship with ML? Okay. It's a possibility. I know all possibilities today. You have the 10 of Cups, which is relationship energy. You can see full of joy and emotion and overflowing. The Six of Swords talks about leaving some old ways of thinking go, some expectations, move into looking at things from a higher perspective, allows us to move from choppy waters, which, ooh, I don't know, to calmer waters, higher possibilities of it happening. What we mean by that is we might have some, you know, we're focusing in on an expectation. Well, they should do this. This is what they're supposed to do. This is what's supposed to happen. Should. As we have those expectations, it sucks the life out of things. So as we let expectations go, focus, excuse me, hiccup, focus in on what we're grateful for about what we do have, what they are doing, that is what grows. That's a higher way of looking at relationships is what am I grateful for? Focusing on joy and laughter and play and celebration, not should, need to, supposed to, intention, when are they going to do this? Why aren't they doing this? That energy sucks the life out of it. The joy and the celebration, like with the 10 of cups, energy is what helps it. So there is possibility there. Just need to kind of take a look a little bit into mindsets and that expectation energy there. Um, and you might look at. I have a podcast episode called "Faded Love" that has information on uh, relationships and how they work and different things like that too. So I'll pin it underneath your timestamp when I do the pinned comment. If you're here right now, here it is for everyone, Faded Love. And you can take a look at that and see if any of that helps with that, letting go of some old ways of thinking as well. All right. So many blessings to you. All right, and then we got Butterfly. Hello, hello, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for all your hilarity. Always appreciate that. And of course, all your assistance in the chat. I appreciate all that. So happy Friday. It was a good day. So this week has been a tiring day. I don't know what's going on. It's just it feels like trying to keep our eyes open, right? Something going on. Maybe I'm doing extra work while I'm sleeping, and that could be it too. Anyway, thank you so much. How was your day? Are you doing well? So I'd like a message from Spirit. Let's see what they have going on here. So what does Spirit have here for you? Okay, we got this and we got this. And these others? This one too? Nope. Okay. Yeah, wow. We got you got the Magician. You got 3 major arcana. The Magician energy coming in, the Strength card coming in, and then also the Empress card coming in here. Sorry. Got an itch. Um, so I mean, there's a lot of creation energy here. You got the Magician, which, it's really like stepping in, knowing what is it that I want to do? Where is it that I want to go? And I do feel like you're in this. I mean, look at this. You've got the infinity symbol, which is our higher self, right? The magician is our higher self being a conduit, bringing it through us down into the world. And of course, this is our higher self with our human self. And the Empress is about creativity and creation, abundance, a lot of emotional energy behind there too. And it's like there's this we got air energy with the magician, you've got fire energy with the strength card, and then you've got a lot of water energy. Of course, Empress kind of brings in earth energy, but there's a lot of fire behind the water behind the scenes from all the queens. And so there is this what is it that I want to do with my heart? How do I want to step forward and take the lead on, really what is it that I want to do? What am I ready to step forward to do? A lot of empowerment energy. A lot of it's time to be seen energy with that Leo energy. And we just entered Leo season, of course. So there is this energy of me, and taking action to do this. And you got all that nurturing energy of the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself. And there is a lot of this energy of it's time for you to do something and take action on something for you that's an expression of your love that you're wanting to do, not that you're supposed to do and should do and need to do. And for other people, this is for you filling up and overflowing, something you really enjoy that will automatically help other people. But I feel like it's a time for you to allow yourself to reflect this. So I like that for you. So that's what they got for you, Butterfly. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Taya Patel, 71703. So, Paya, here's your timestamp. And you wanted a reading X. So it's a general reading. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. We got this. And what else? We got this one here. All right. So you've got the Nine of Wands and the King of Pentacles. Yeah, I feel like that you've been kind of hitting your head up against a wall regarding abundance and fullness of outside life. Whatever this is, whether it's money or relationship, whatever it is that you've been kind of defining your worth by, um, you've been hitting up against this wall, and it's been happening on purpose for you, because what you're looking for, it's like you're defining yourself either by the three buckets of the outside world: relationships with humans, which can be romantic or friends or family or whatever, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, or things, your body, your bank account, possessions. All those things are empty, they're unstable, they're ever changing, people change, people walk away, people pass away, situations never stay the same, things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down. Unstable, unstable, unstable out there, right? So when we define our worth by those things, we feel unstable. But all of those point us back inward and upward to the only thing that is a solid foundation, which is the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. We are priceless. When we anchor ourselves into that, then we feel solid. The outside world is becomes stable looking to us because now we're stable on the inside. But when we're unstable, we're all over the place, right? We don't know, from one moment to the next, what we think our worth is. But this Nine of Wands, it's allowing you to step into your power, so that as you take a magic one of these wands and step into your power, you can step through this block, but it starts by going inward and upward. We talk a lot about this in my podcast, The Easier Path, which the link is down in the description box. So if you want to learn more about how to open that up and get into that solid energy, be sure to check it out. The link is down in the description area, right? So that is what they have for you. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Ruby G. Thank you so much for all of your donations tonight. I appreciate you so much. Tell you, you need to write a book about your your life adventures. So a general reading for you, just like it gets deeper and deeper. I was like, wow, is this like a TV show? It could be. All right. And that's what it says. It's time to write a book. No, I'm just kidding. Ace of Wands and Ten of Pentacles. It's a good reminder, as you experience so many intriguing things that can draw us out into that lower vibrational, um, you know, drama that's going out there, right? This movie, this crazy movie that's playing. The Ace of Wands to the Ten of Pentacles is energy focused in on gratitude for what you do want. Because the more we focus in on all that drama that's not happening, we draw more of it in. We become a reality TV show ourselves, right? So I feel like it's a great reminder, just, gratitude, 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 joy, joy, joy. What are those things? The more we focus on that, the more we draw those in. So just a good reminder, coming back to center. We can get distracted. It's like we almost doom scroll our lives. So it's like, let's gratitude scroll our life and focus on what we're grateful for, and see the changes and see how amazing the moment can change when you do that. Because that's all you have to do. So powerful. That gratitude energy is such a high vibration that one moment of gratitude counteracts so many lower vibrational emotions. Powerful energy. Right. So that's what I got for you, my dears. Many blessings to you. And then we've got the FC 72137. There we are. And that scared me. I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, and the bear, I saw the bear face on my screen. Whoa, I'll go because I moved up, so the bear was looking up and I looked over there. That's hilarious. Scared myself. But that's so the FC, enjoy me being scared for a moment. So would your interview next week be a success? Right. And let's see here. Based on current energies, is your interview going to be a success? As long as you don't wear a scary bear shirt. I mean, that's not really scary, but when you're not expecting it, suddenly it is. What else? All right. And this one. All right. All right. What have we got here? Yeah, I do feel like here, that you it will be successful next week, because you have the Ace of Pentacles, so I do feel like you are offered a new position. That's a new start, a new beginning, um, abundance kind of energy. We do have the Strength card too, so go in bold and be yourself. Got some wonderful Leo energy that we just moved into that you can shine bright. And we got the Moon card here too, which there is some unseen things about this place that you're interviewing here. So make sure you research this company. I don't feel like it's oh God, they're a horrible company. I just feel like there's more to the position than is advertised. So ask some good questions to make sure that it is something that you definitely want to do. They're just reminding me like when someone was like um, applying at this company and it was like, "Oh, we just answer phones. We just look up things." No, we you have to change things. There's billing, there's this, there's this, there's this, there's this, there's this. And it was like, "Oh," because it sounded like you very easy, no-brainer job, but it is an involved job. Um, and so I feel like it's a complex position kind of energy it feels, more to it than kind of advertised, if that makes sense. Um, I feel like they just assume everyone knows because they think everyone is seen from their perception, and they're like, "Oh, this is normal," and they're like, "No, it's not." A lot of companies don't require you to do that and that and that. Like, it's like if you wanna be customer service, you don't wanna be sales, but they tell you, um yeah, it's customer service, and then you get into the job, and then they're like, "Well, you have to make offers on our products too." Well, that's like sales to me, and they're like, "Well, kind of, but, and da 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 da." So it's like, "Okay, can I, understand more about the job?" kind of energy. So, hopefully that helps for you, but it looks like it's successful. Just go in there, be bold, be yourself, don't shrink, shine bright, and, it looks like it's going good for you there, right? So many blessings to you. Then we've got Rolina. You're up 725 15. Whoops, that's not right. There we go. So, Rolina, here is yours. I got it. Itch, 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 itch. I think that's the weather. All right. You want to know if Juris will reconcile with you? All right. Let's take based on current energies. Is Juris going to reconcile? Let's see. I've got these two here. I don't see it in the current energy. You got the 3 of Swords, which is heartbreak, disappointment, energy. But on the brighter side, you have the Ace of Cups, which is there is a new love that is out there. And, you know, the wonderful thing about as we go through relationships and experiences in life is we learn, we grow, the individuals that we draw in, um, upgrade, 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 upgrade. The more we go through relationships, we learn so much about ourselves. And we do our inner work, especially if we reflect on what did I learn about this relationship? What did I learn about me? As you raise your love vibration, you'll draw in something higher. Otherwise, we'll continue to do what we've always done and experience the same things over and over and over again. So, but I don't feel like it's in the cards, literally, of a reconciliation between the two of you, but I'm actually feeling the energy of this other person. It's a higher vibrational love energy, someone that's more compatible with your energy anyway. So I'm kind of like glad it doesn't because this other is for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know it might be difficult. I want them though. It's all right. You know, we can it's I feel like what you are missing isn't the relationship you had. What the sorrow and the energy you have is the possibility of what could have been. Because and I did the same thing for several of my relationships, especially the ones in the beginning, was I was falling for the possibility of who they could be, not who they were showing me they were. And when we break up and we're like, we miss that dream, with thinking that they could be that, we're mourning that, not that, right? So, it's like they weren't being that, and when we get real with ourselves, we can realize they weren't being that, and I don't know if they ever would be. So, you know, let that go, let me, see what's going on inside of me, right? Because you might have someone else that can meet that, right? So, anyway, that's what they got for you, my dear, so many blessings. All right, and Livieva Garra, hello, hello. Good to see you. And here we go. Get your timestamp here. I think I got it right. Nope. One too many colons in there. All right, there we go. And you're like a general for the coming week, right? Happy birthday to you. Did you have a good birthday? All right, let's see what we got going on here. Whoa, cards flying everywhere here. So, you've got the 9 of Pentacles, a little bit of an invitation from Spirit to kinda step back and, feel that fullness of life. You got the 7 of Cups, so feel like you do have a lot of different emotional experiences, not you got some lower, but you got a lot higher, because here's lower vibration and then, up, 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 up. So you've got a lot of, different emotions ranging from maybe 1 or 2 feeling big, lower, vibration emotions, but like 5 higher vibration or middle to high vibration energies. And I feel like this is about stepping back and allowing yourself to feel without pushing the emotion down, right? Allow yourself. 90 seconds is what it takes to feel an emotion. If we suppress it, it'll loop and loop and loop and loop and loop and loop. We keep feeling it over and over. It's like just allow it to go through, feel it, and then understand it afterwards. And but I like this energy. I feel like it's a week of feel the feels and then review it with spirit and go, why did that feel so good? Why does that make me so happy? And then why does that make me feel angry? And or why does that make me feel sad? Right? The 3 emotions that we kind of drill everything down. And I like the awareness, emotional awareness that comes in and asking the questions as we sit with spirit and say, show me. And they will. So I like that little personal invitation from spirit of come feel. It's like scratch and sniff, but it's feel and review. I don't know. But you know what I'm saying, right? But, that's what they got for you, my dear, so many blessings to you. Alright, and then we got sufficient for today, 7:30:43 coming in here. There we are, and then give you some guidance on how Mr. A actually feels about you. He's giving extremely mixed signals. Yay, I know, isn't that so great? Let's take a look here. Let me just take a quick sip here, and we'll dive in. Cheers, cheers. Perhaps I'll turn that down. That's hot. All right. So, how does Mr. A actually feel about you right now? Okay. All right. Yeah, well, I get it because we have the hanged man here, which this is them seeing things from a different perspective or kind of transformation, cocoon kind of energy that's coming in there. And the Wheel of Fortune, it is the tune of for us. So, you know, you're probably getting this energy of like they really feel like, wow, I feel fortunate. This feels fated that we've met, from their perspective. And what's underneath here, But the hanged man is transformation. They're going through some changes in their life of, questioning, "Who am I? What do I want? Blah, blah, blah." And so they have mixed feelings about who they are and what they want in life. So it just flows out into how they feel about everything else. One moment they think, "Wow," and then the other like, "I don't know what I want." "Oh, yeah. Wow, this is wonderful. I don't know what I want." So, that's why this wishy-washy-ness is because they don't know. They're in, like, this transformational, caterpillar to a butterfly. Pieces of themselves are turning into caterpillar soup, right? They actually disintegrate into caterpillar fluid to form into a butterfly. So they're in transformation, which totally explains why they're putting out mixed signals because they're mixed up on the inside. They don't know who they are, what they want in their life, and so that's why it's kind of flowing out there. They do feel like you're, with that Wheel of Fortune, very fortunate, to, um, have have met you in their life, but they don't know what they wanna do. They feel like the wheels of fate are turning and changing too, and they're like, "I don't know what's coming next. What's happening?" So they're kind of feel like they're on shifting ground, like they're in an earthquake. They can't they're trying to get their bearings, and they just don't know. So that's where they're at right now. So, I don't feel like, an energy of a quick clarity, but I don't feel like it's a forever clarity either. I feel like reasonable, like by the end of the year, I feel like they'll have their life figured out a lot more than they are right now. But I feel like they're just kind of in a shifty kind of energy. So hopefully that helps a little bit. That's what they got. So it's not you. They really are mixed up. So, but it's not personal. It's not just you. It's their whole life. So that's what we got. So many blessings to you. All right. And we got Helen Hummingbird. You are up. Whoops. Come on. There we go. All right. So here is your timestamp here. And you want to know, will your connection with Mo bring you any benefit later or in vain? And I shouldn't talk to him again, right? All right, we'll take a look here. There's no like shoulds from spirit. It's just more we'll get energy and see what you prefer. So we'll pull a card here on maintaining your connection. What kind of energy do you experience? And if you, you know, don't talk to him again, what kind of energy do you receive? So if you continue talking to him, well, you got the Page of Pentacles. There is benefit there. Um, you definitely see your worth in a different way, a positive way, like you grow through that. So you do have benefit later with the Page of Pentacles, even if it's seeing your worth differently and there's growth, coming in with that as well. And if you don't talk to them again, you have the Hierophant. You will have other individuals. It's almost like what you're meant to learn and interacting with, Mo, um, is always on purpose for a purpose. So you're learning something from them. But if you don't, then you'll just have another experience similar later with this Hierophant. It's the growing pains, stepping stones, revelation of things. So I feel like there is benefit. Like I said, if you avoid that classroom, you'll have another classroom. Well, you'll still learn the same thing. If this mirror, you're like, you'll just have another mirror that you'll see the same thing with someone else. So it's kind of just like, see how it unfolds. Give it a little more time. Is what I feel there. So that's what they got for you, Helen. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Dason, you're actually going to be the next free reading. I am on free readings, but I just had a donation come in seconds before you. So I'm going to jump to do that. And then if there's no other donations, then you'll be up next after that. So hang in there. Hey, Donna Marie. Hello, hello. So close, so close. All right. Let's take a look here. So, Donna, thank you so much for your donation. Let me get that on here. Give that a love and a like. Boom, boom. All right, let's jump in. 73707. Call those sevens. All right. So you want to know what is going on with Mr. R? Is he stepping outside of the marriage or is he pushing away our connection? All right. Let's find out what's going on here. So, what is happening? What is happening? Let me get those. I want this one and this one. Do want this one as well. Any others? Nope, those. All right. All right. Let's see what we all have here. Let's get all this energy coming in here. All right. Well, let's see what we got here, my friend Donna. We got bottom of the deck, we have the Queen of Pentacles, which I do feel like represents your energy because this is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, very nurturing. It's the sensuality, it's that wonderful, divine feminine energy. Underneath it, we do have the 10 of swords, which is a lot of expectations, right? A lot of supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's that are there. And I feel like that's kind of some underlying energy, not so much that that's what you kind of put out on him. Like, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, you need to do this, you're not doing this, you're not doing this. I don't feel like you do that, but I feel like way before he ever met you, he had those already embedded in his head from the divine feminine influences in his life that women expect this and this and this and this and this and this, either by someone saying that to him, um, and then just by them witnessing, overhearing, things like that. So he's got a lot of things in his mind thinking that there's a lot of pressure, like, all this needs to happen, and I feel like I'm never hitting that. Um, and there could be some gratitude energy that comes in with this too. That um, you know, if I focus in on what I'm grateful for that they're doing, even in my own energy, even if I don't share it with them, that changes the energy of the relationship. Because we can tend to kind of fall into focusing in on who someone is supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be and who we're supposed to be. We're all taught that growing up. So we might even have, a bunch of our own energies, that are doing that on our own self and on the relationship. But I feel like that's kind of the underlying energy. So what we got, because we got the lovers card. So you are still a very important relationship with them here. The Queen of Cups energy, that is a lot of the emotional energy. I mean, again, a lot of, you know, sharing of emotion, and a lot of that, he enjoys, feeling those emotional, flows that come in with all of that there. So he definitely, uh, enjoys that side of things. We've got the Judgment card here, which is this pulling, like there's something pulling him to see things differently in his life. And I don't know if this is like, you know, midlife crisis energy or what, but the Emperor, this is trying to get it out of their head into their heart to figure out what they want to do in life. It's almost like they've kind of feel empty in their life because, you know, they they've been living from their mind, and when we live by our mind, we feel like we're existing. When we live from our heart, we feel like we're living, right? I mean, that makes sense, right? But when we're doing things from our heart, we feel like living. Do things from our mind, we feel like we're existing. And I feel like he's kinda going through this little, energy that's here. I feel like he's trying to balance his life. He kind of feels like he's in a bit of a storm energy coming in here. Um, I don't know. I mean, there is this energy. We've got the 8 of cups, which would be that feeling of, I don't feel like it's you know, walk it's because there's this blocking energy with the 9 of wands, right? And the 8 of cups is like, um, is there something out there? And I like this how they present it because I he's not like he's kind of left, but he hasn't left the picture. He's standing still. Usually they're walking away to go to 9 of cups, which is what they feel like their dream come true is. But the whole thing is he's blocked because he doesn't know what he wants. He's trying to get out of his head and try to find out in his heart what he wants to do and what will make him feel something, but he's, like, so in his head that that's what's keeping him. He's just like, "I don't know where I would go or what I would do." I feel like he's, like, relationships with people aren't fulfilling him, job and, those kinda situations aren't fulfilling them, things and money and their body isn't fulfilling them, and they're just like, "What is not what is there gonna be," right? Where's the joy kind of energy? So, yeah, he hasn't realized or felt how much people have done for him. Yeah. Well, and that would be the whole thing of the expectations, right? That if he feels like he's falling short, then why would he who wants to be around feeling small, feeling short, feeling like I'm not living up to things, you know? When we look over at, when we, if someone is telling us something that they love about us, that is what makes us wanna do more of that and other things. But if I'm getting energy in my life from a lot of people maybe that I'm not living up to things, I'm falling short, I'm falling short, I'm falling short. Who wants to be around that? No one. We wouldn't want it if someone every day told us who we weren't being. And even if we're not verbalizing it, energy does that, right? And if, especially if they're feeling like they're falling short in at work and at a lot of different places, then they are withdrawing because, to protect their inner child, they're like, all I'm getting is punishment from the outside world. I'm withdrawing, right? And what they say, what can happen here, and this is like the solution. You got the 10 of cups, which is it's relationship energy, but it's focusing in on joy and celebration and gratitude, right? Um, the Knight of Wands is being aware of where energy is being invested. And then we have the 6 of Pentacles, which is that balance energy. There is something in here with the 6 of Pentacles, which is kind of codependency awareness energy, which is, I call it overgiver. I'm a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships because, that comes from our childhood that, I felt I needed to give and overgive and deserve a little. And when we're in a relationship, right? Yeah. Um, so, there's this, the more we focus in on, like if we're over giving, 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 and they like, I can't keep up with that, then they will, say, where can I feel good? Like we feel good in giving and we're our capability of giving, but we can overgive so much sometimes that, you know, they feel like I can't give, so I don't give a crap anymore, you know? So they're like, and that's the withdrawal is they, um, yeah, it's love. That's all we can do, is, just love on them, sincerely, just Well, again, do you can you see how can I get him to show up because he's not being who I want him to be? Do you feel how that's like that's not a gratitude for what they are bringing? We're focusing on who they're not being, right? It's like, well, he's not doing this, he's not doing that, he retreated, he's stepping back, he's doing this, he's doing that. We're focusing on all the stuff he's failing at, right? And that's energetic. If I can sincerely go, I'm gonna consciously focus in on who I love, what I love about them, what I have loved about them, and what I'm grateful for about them, and focus my start with my energy doing that, that starts changing the dynamic, right? And it has to be sincere. It's not, you know, "I really appreciate them. Are they doing what I want them to do yet?" No, that doesn't work, right? We can't fake energy, when we do that, right? Yeah. So, all of this energy is about letting go of expectations of actions that they should do, need to do, have to do, must do, because that energy is what is driving him away because he's feeling like he's failing and he's not doing. And um, so instead, we just try to let go of all expectations of requiring them to be anything but who they are. And then we change our energy of gratitude toward, what we do love and appreciate what they are doing now and have done. And we can share that stuff with them, something I love about you is, you remember when da 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 da? I just love that, you know, kind of energy. That's what allows them because otherwise they feel all these expectations. I'm failing. It takes all these energies just to get up to 0. And he's exhausted trying to live up to everyone's expectations. So that's why he's shrinking away. When we get rid of expectations and we just focus in on who they are being and what we're grateful for about who they are being, then the pressure's off and everything feels like abundance to them. Then they wanna give more, then they wanna grow. That grows the expectations and focusing on who they're not being kinda just shrinks it all, and that's what sucks the life out, and then they're exhausted, and then they don't, it's like and all this energy to be minus 10, they're like, "Really? I'm still failing? I'm still not, there's not abundance? No, I'm failing, right?" Whereas if no expectations and they're over here, all of this is abundance, and they feel like, "Wow," right? So it's, changing the energy is a lot of, is how the only thing we can do. We can't change their mind, we can't convince them to be something else that just pushes them away. The more we try to make them do something, they move away. When we try to pull them toward us, they resist, right? Yeah. So, again, we're focusing on who they're not being, right? So, who wants to be around that, right? Um, so, hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in with the shamanic medicine. Maybe they'll bring in something else that will help there. That's correct, Jason. I did get 2 more donations that came in, though, so sorry. So you will be after those. You'll be up next on the free readings. Um, but I did have a little wave of donations come in. Yeah. So we've got the West Energy and Purge here. So let's see what this brings in here. So, whatever it is that has been eating away at you, it is now time to get it off your chest. Spit it out and say what you feel. You have a voice, so use it. Problems cannot be solved if nobody is aware of them. If you're in a bad relationship, get out. Well, there you go. Make the necessary preparation by telling a close ally. You will get their support and you'll find the courage to make your move. If work is the issue, speak to your boss and give them the opportunity to correct things. If they can't or won't, you can always seek out what is you really need to be doing with your life elsewhere. So if you've been living by another's rules, religious beliefs, or ways that are not for you, now is the time to explain why you will no longer abide. The people who matter and really care will not punish you for being true to yourself, but they will support you in making the changes you need. So the spiritual warrior of West now leads the way to help identify, dismantle, and destroy all the habits and beliefs that no longer serve a positive purpose in your world. Well, so have you shared with him what you want and your desires? You know, what I would like from you is this. Um, and have you asked him, do you still want to be in a relationship? It feels like it's time to spit it out and say what you feel, right? In Native American traditions and the old ways of Europeans and Scandinavians, the West energy represents the source of great personal power and opportunity for transformational change. Associated with the element of water in the season of autumn, West brings an uprising and a purge. Uh-oh. The other divinatory meanings are determine who is a true friend, weigh up pros and cons before making a commitment. Someone is sad to have lost your friendship. A relationship is being healed. Decide where your loyalties lie and be integral, yeah, to all you do. Be truthful, consistent, and assertive. Be you. I love this. The West speaks says, remove all which serves you no longer. Let cleansing waters make you stronger. Clear of mind, body, and soul. Now I have room to make you whole. Wow. Well, I feel like there is this, as they say in America, come into Jesus moment where it doesn't have to be rude or mean, of course, right? But it's sharing, you know. Um, I just I want to know where you're coming from, and if we can have an honest conversation. Are you happy in our relationship? Do you want to work? Do you want to have this work out together, or are you done? Um, And I just like to know where you're coming from and let me know, I want truth. I don't, so you don't have to sugarcoat it. I want truth, right? And then and then you're like, okay, what am I willing to do? Then I can share that. And if he's like, well, I want this and this and this, if that's not enough, say, well, it's having a good conversation, right? So hopefully that helps. And then I see your other one. We'll circle back around here in a moment for that one as well. But yeah, that's a very direct card, isn't it? It's like, "Whoa, ooh, okay. Are we ready? Are we ready just to confront it, right? And have a loving, conversation, right? Not accusations but a real conversation, I I love you, um, and we can see where do we wanna go from here? 'Cause I don't wanna continue heading where we're heading because I love you and I don't wanna have to kill you. Just jokes, don't do it. All right. And let's see, Ruby G, we got you. So Jojo, sorry, I got you. You'll be up next, and then Ruby G, you'll be up after that. Let me grab your question here. Okay, got that. All right, got there, and then Jojo, there is your question. Get you on there. Okay, we got that. We got that. We got that. And then Don Marie, thank you for your additional one. You'll be number 32. So you'll be up there after Ruby. All right. So I think I've got those donations on there. Boom, boom. All right. And then Kaja, hello, hello. Your first time here. Welcome. Thanks for being a new subscriber. I'm still on. I am, right? Hey, Cat Marie. Yeah. So Kaja, if you want to do a donation, you can do that. Free readings. Um, I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if you want to get on the free reading, just put your question out there. I'll add you to the free reading list. And I I'm at 8 hours almost right now. So after I finish donations that I have here, I'll see how many free readings I'll complete because my energy is starting to wane. So I'll try to see how many free readings. So if I don't get it to tonight, I will start in the morning with that. But Dason, I'll try to get yours in because I know you've been waiting patiently. So I'll try to get yours at least in, um, and for the free readings since you've been hanging out. All right. So, and oh, okay, thank you so much, Cat Marie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. For the month of August, I'll change that. All right. So thank you for that. Boom, boom. All right. Yeah. Barely still on. I'm hitting 8 hours, but I'll complete these donations here. Don't think I'm not gonna try to go for my record, which is 8 hours and 50 minutes, because that wore me out, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, let's jump in. Quit talking and get to readings. Alright, Jojo, 7:58. 56 is for yours. There is your timestamp. Boom, boom. Alright. And is O gone away forever? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, are they away forever? All right. Got those. I got these here. And this one here. Okay, what do we have here? It doesn't look like it's a forever ending story because you have the Two of Swords on the bottom, which is the power of story. So it's like the story isn't necessarily over. Um, and we'll see what that means here with these other cards here. But it's the Two of Swords is the story can change. So there's still options that are here. Um, yeah, yeah, I like this. No, there's still opportunities for more conflict. You have the Page of Pentacles, which is another opportunity, and the Five of Swords is, conflict energy. No, there's still room for more arguments, more disagreements, and friction. Let's see what else we got here. So, Page of Pentacles is, that for the future. Um, Yeah. Still time for more nightmares regarding love. It's funny because you got the Knight of Cups, so that's the movement of romance. You got the Ace of Cups here too, right? But the Nine of Swords, yeah, drama, this is the expectations around love. Um, and that's kind of the journey and the adventure that's coming in there. Um Because, all of that conflict, all of those things show us what we wanna see about ourselves until we see it, right? And so there is more opportunities on your quest for your self-love to have some more of these shown to you so that you can have that, release and that freedom to come in. So there is still some stuff, still opportunities for growth, for this mirror to come in for you. Um and I feel like a big piece of what they bring for you is the 7 of Wands, which they really reinforce this energy of you being true to your authentic self, of you not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not, you know, like I said, defending who you are and what you want uh, and how you express yourself. You're like, I'm the sun, and you are Leo, that Leo energy of yours, right? I am the sun, I shine bright, and if someone can't handle the heat, then we learn, we grow, right? And so I feel like I don't feel like they're a forever person for you. I still feel with that 5 of swords, they are a stepping stone, and so you'll learn through them. And I don't feel like they're gone forever. I feel like they'll reemerge if you want that additional stepping stone. But sometimes we get a good rhythm going and we can, you know, take 2 stepping stones at a time, jump over one, right? We don't have to like step on every stepping stone. We can like leap over 1 or 2 if we want, right? So that's what they got for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. I like it. Yeah, you have time to still cry over some situationships. Got the little cup of love. What does it say here? Seen 2 days ago. It's complicated. Emotional investment and rejection. Yay. So if you want more of that, there's plenty of more where that came from, it seems. Perfect. Yay. Exactly what I wanted. Yum yum. All right. So that's what I got for you, Jojo. So hang in there. Thank you again for your donation. I love it. All right. And then we've got Ruby G circling back around 80340 for you here. You are welcome. So thank you for all your donations tonight, Ruby G. I appreciate these. So does your husband's ex-baby mama know that him and you are together and or married? All right. What are her thoughts and her beliefs about your relationship? And is she plotting anything against us? Oh, crap. Or does she just know he's in a relationship but have alternate suspicions about you? All right. Let's get in here. um, no, Dason, I've got Ruby G, and then I've got another one for Donna Marie, and then one for Cat Marie. I got a little wave of donations that came in, so I'm so sorry, but I will try to get to yours tonight, for sure here. So hang in there. Cheers, cheers. Or if you want to make a donation, you can get in line for sure too. And she knows who told her. How did she find out? All right, let's take a look here. So, does your husband's ex know that you two guys are together? Let's start there, right? So, all right. They are in the know. The King of Swords. They know a lot. So, King of Swords, that's of course mental energy, uh, double the mental energy. So they do know that you guys are together, and you wanted to know who told her. How did she find out, or who told her? Let's look at that first here. She heard it on the grapevine. The Six of Swords. That's movement of communication. And I don't know if it feels like, I don't know if do you guys have yourself out in social media anywhere? Because it almost feels like, that they found it out there, right? Um, yeah, because it feels like it's you guys they saw you some way, somehow, the Seven of Wands, being seen together somewhere, either on social media or in person. Um, and it was communicated to them. So someone saw you guys together, or she saw you in social media, and then so she knows. She knows you guys are together. Um, anything else here? Yeah, 7 of Cups, all these sevens. So, and I feel like this feels like several people, 7 of cups. So, it feels like it's you guys haven't, like, been secretive, like, we leave in separate cars and at separate times from separate doors and all that, right? I mean, I feel like they you've been seen and spotted several times. So, I like that, right? Alright. So, that was that. They do know that you guys are together. They know a lot in different state, yeah. So, I feel like um they know someone or maybe on social media then, but I feel like there might even be someone there that they know that lives in the same state, right? The mother-in-law, the mother-in-law's neighbor, or your ex. Sure, we can do that here. So, mother-in-law, the moon, hidden and unknown, revealer of secrets. Let's see, mother-in-law, mother-in-law's neighbor, movement of emotion. Okay. Maybe all of them, right? Or your ex. Did they learn from your ex? Let's see here. No, I don't feel like the 8 of Pentacles. I don't feel like it was your ex. Yeah, no, because we got the 8 and the 9 of Pentacles for your ex, so I don't feel like they're connected there. But it does feel here, like with Mother Moon, the revealer of secrets, and, the neighbor, Knight of Cups, movement of emotion, kind of feels like the mother-in-law, energy, um, I don't know, it kind of feels like a little bit of, I don't wanna say they're gossipers, the mother-in-law and, neighbor, but it feels like they get moved emotionally and then they overshare. So it kind of feels like it could be from that, but I feel like it's from several different sources with that 7 of cups. You don't know she's a gossip for sure. Yeah, so I feel like it just kind of like, you know, that kind of thing there. So what are her thoughts, beliefs around you guys' relationship? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like, um, they have the Temperance card here. Some of the beliefs is that it's not gonna last, such a X thing to say, "Oh, it's not gonna last." You got the 4 of Swords, which is, um, I don't know, this 4 of Swords is a different energy. Because it's like a letting expectations go and resting. So it's like one moment, "Oh, it's not gonna last between you 2." And then the other thing is she doesn't care. Um, but then there's this, Hanged Man here, which is this transformation and change energy. Like, there's gonna be again, it's like, we'll see if it lasts. Things will change between the 2 of you. Like this other one is, it won't last, uh, but so all over the place, which makes sense with their kind of mental state, but, all over the place. Is she plotting anything against you guys? Let's take a look here. You know, the 7 of Swords, the plotting is more lying and deceiving and making stuff up to try to 5 of Pentacles, try to hurt, that kind of stuff, as well, with that, and so, there is that kind of, you know, intention to, I'm gonna make stuff up and blah, 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 blah," and it's like, you know but I just feel like it's empty, empty promises, like the bark is worse than the bite kind of energy because she can't focus on, there won't be any plan. Yeah, right. Yeah, there's, any plan is gonna she can't keep her head on straight for to have any plan ever come to fruition anyway. She gets tired easy and distracted easy, and so she'll start to do something, then off to something else. Um, yeah, and, any alternate suspicions or anything about you or anything like that? Um, no, I feel like, we have the 4 of Pentacles. Here's the home, a solid home. um, you know, the stories that keep changing with her, the 6 of Wands, jealousy, wanting to have had a solid home and, these kind of victories. And I feel like I don't know, it's confusing to go into her brain. It's quite honestly, it's just like, whoa, just all over the place. It's like, it's like joining a white water rapid, you know, boat out of nowhere, being dropped into it, and they're in the big rapids. I tried to go in there, and I'm just like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 we're gonna get thrown out of this thing." Um, kind of energy. So, that's what we kinda got it going in there with that. Um, so hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. Yeah. Buried in earth. Transference. Let's see what this is about. This is a shamanic kind of thing, not any prediction of anyone ending up, buried. But dig deep to find what is hidden beneath the surface. This is true of family in the present and more poignantly from the past. Their stories, experiences, and circumstances have contributed greatly to what is currently happening in your life, as well as who you are and how you deal with things. Being ceremonially buried with objects that have a direct connection to one's ancestors is not for the faint hearted, but it is a very powerful rite of passage. Ancestors can include anyone who you held in high regard or had a profound influence on your life. Whether you're stripped back emotionally within the sanctuary of Mother Earth, the energy of those you hold dear is transferred to you, passing through the objects and into your being. Connect with the energy of this card to open yourself to the truths, answers, and attributes you need from your ancestors right now. This will help you move forward in your journey, free of negative attachments and falsehoods. Please ensure you undertake this with the correct guidance and supervision. So really don't bury yourself here. I feel like I feel like this energy, they're pointing you back to consider what everyone has gone through that has created these human characters to be who they are and how they're acting. That they're not acting as mature emotional adults. They're acting as children in fear. And when you put it in the proper context, then we take it less personally what they're doing and saying and everything because we realize it's a cry out for love. They're in pain. And when people are in pain, they express their pain. And it's not intended toward us, it's just expressed. And when we realize that, we can not feel as defensive as we get when people are doing things and saying things or whatever, right? We're like, "Oh, wow," we can have compassion for someone that's freaking out and in the situation they're in. Doesn't mean we have to be involved with them and do anything. We can just let that be over there and let them be them and understand where they're coming from and not try not to take it personally what they're doing because it's not. It's an expression of their own pain, right? Other divinatory meanings: stop burying your head in the sand. Ignoring problems prevents you from facing reality. Someone from your past offers a helping hand. Journey within to get to the source of a situation and bury the hatchet. Hidden gifts are unearthed. The buried in earth speaks. It says, I hold you here in darkened silence. Strip from you all pain and violence. Replenish your soul with wisdom's true. Now rise again, a stronger you. Wow, I love that. So bury, it's like bury the hatchet, let pour out it's like forgiveness is to choose to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence. We pour out the wrath, not forgetting what they've done, doing our legal stuff, whatever, but this is an emotional thing that we pour it out so we can be a vessel of love instead of a vessel of pain as well. So, all right. So that is what we have for that one there for you, Ruby G. So thank you so much for that there. All right. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to start cutting off, donations. If I get to a certain point, I'll need to, like, finish them up in the morning because 'cause I've been on for over 8 hours, so I'm gonna need to start kinda winding down here. I so appreciate all the donations. I just might be, better for me to continue in the morning at some point, so that, I'm giving you good, accurate, clear messages from spirit instead of brain foggy messages. So, we'll see how far we go here, but, thank you guys. I've got you, um, Donna Maria got you. You're up next, and then you have number 34. Um, so I've got Donna, and then Kat Marie, and then back to Donna Marie, and then, Kaja. Okay, there's not as many as I thought. I don't know why I thought there was more, but there you go. Let me see here. Did I miss anyone? Let me just make sure I didn't leave anyone out here. Got Cat Marie. Okay, here we go. Uh, okay. All right. And I'll add that onto your question here, Donna. Okay, I'll add that into that portion there. All right. Hey, Lingland. Yeah, you can get on the list. Are you going to do a free reading? I'm probably not going to get to it tonight because I have quite a list of free readings still to do, and I'm finishing up donations. But I will probably get to it in the morning. You can definitely get on the list though. Just setting expectations for you there. That I'll probably do it in a separate session in the morning, unless I get a sudden burst of energy after I finish our donations here. All right, let's continue on. So Donna Marie, we got here 82046. So thank you for your multiple donations here. Get that here. I think I got all those. Okay. So for this one, you want to know, does your spouse want you or uh or go to his fantasy? Okay. So let's take a look here. So based on their current energies, you're welcome, Langland. All right. All right. We'll see what that's about here. So we've got the High Priestess energy here, which is this energy of them pulling away, going into their high priest temple away to look at things. Let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, we've got the Queen of Pentacles, which is the energy we had for you here and the Sun card. I feel like they're just trying to gain clarity on the relationship with you, because the Queen of Pentacles is that energy we had for you there. And we have the Judgment card, which is this calling. It doesn't feel like this is this fantasy kind of energy. On the bottom, we have the Eight of Pentacles, which is putting in the work and the transformation energy. So it doesn't feel like they um like they want to like find some fantasy kind of thing. It's more of a I'm trying to figure out who I am, what I want kind of energy. And so it feels more internalized than it is externalized. Like I want something out here. I feel like they're trying to figure out who they are and what they want. So it feels more of a reclusive, I don't know, I don't think anything in the outside world will fulfill me. I need to find my fulfillment in here. And then that changes our outside world, which is what we all go through as humans. Eventually, we do discover that, you know, the only thing that we find fulfilling is our self-love. Then once we fill up, then everything else feels fuller in the outside world, but it feels empty till we find our self-love, because nothing can get in here. If I love myself this much, no matter how much love people want to give me, it just trickles in. No matter how much love I want to give out, it just trickles out. The more we raise our self-love and our self-worth, then it opens up our ability to give and receive love to people in the outside world, right? So it doesn't feel here like they're, you know, it's not that they don't want you, it's just they need to understand and shine a light on what they do want in their life. And I don't feel like this calling, it feels like their higher self is calling them to see their life from a higher perspective. And I feel like that's what they're doing is they're trying to withdraw to figure out what's going on inside of them, kind of energy. So not it's about what's going on inside of them, not what's going on between the two of you kind of energy. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one. And then we'll circle back around for your other one here in a sec, too. That's where we'll dig deeper with those other questions there. Yeah, we have don't panic, faking confidence again, insecurity, pretense, self doubt. Yeah, so that's the kind of energy that's coming in. He's even doubting himself, and then we are as well, like you said, that you feel like you fall short, right? So, interesting energy. So we'll dive more into here in a moment here after we jump to Cat Marie, and then we'll jump to yours here. All right, let me see here. So Langland, let me grab yours. I'll get you on the free list for in the morning. Yeah, I'll definitely need to do the morning here. All right. Let me get back up here. All right. So Cat Marie, we are 8/25/20. So there we are. Boom, boom. And a general for the month of August. So thank you so much for your donation. Hope you're doing well. Let me take another sip here. It's thirsty. All right. So general for the month of August. Got those, got those, got those. And those. All right. So what we got going on here? Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the Five of Pentacles. And the Five of Pentacles energy, that is this realization about, our beliefs around lack. But I'm feeling like this for you for August is more of a transformation than it is a focus in on the lack energy. I feel like this, one of the things that comes in with the Five of Pentacles is realizing that our sustenance doesn't come from humans. It might come through humans, but it doesn't come from them. They're just more of a delivery company at times. The universe doesn't need humans to bring us abundance. Sometimes it'll just come to us in magical, amazing, mysterious ways, like a 50% off coupon for off groceries. And we're like, what? Oh my God, something rogue that comes in and we're like, that saved me, $50. Oh my gosh, you never know. But we learn that our sustenance comes from Creator, always has, and they bring us what we need in each moment. Otherwise, we wouldn't be alive right now. We'd be dead, right? So they have always, and we can build this beautiful energy, right? Oh, yeah, you're like, "Oh, did you toot a little? Oops." Um, so, but in this case, it's a positive energy. It always is. Every card in the tarot is positive. It's always for us. There's always freedom that comes from any conflicting card. But this one is you're learning you can trust the creator because we experience abandonment, the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, blah, 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 right? We experience all that through humans when we're younger, when we think they're supposed to bring us our sustenance. And when they go into fight or flight mode, they go into survival mode and they pull back. That's who we experience abandonment from. When a human freaks out, we all I need all the toys to survive, right? That we pull everything in like a little child. That's where we experience abandonment. Creator never goes into fight or flight, fear. Thank God. Thank you. Source has endless resources, so they bring us, and so we can build this trusting relationship. And it's a transformation to go like jobs. Oh, are they going to give me a job? It's like that's the wrong focus, right? That's an incorrect focus. It's a misdirected focus. We're like, "Hey, creator, you know, I would like a job, at there, and if that aligns, I'm gonna trust that you're gonna bring me the perfect job in the perfect time, in the perfect way. This is what I would like and why. I'll leave it up the rest to you." And we can trust that, right? Yeah, yeah. So this is realizing it's not humanity in this it's creator that brings us what we need in each moment. And as you build that trusting relationship, I feel like that's a big piece of August for you, right? And that comes here with temperance. Yeah, we got temperance, trusting the process, trusting that things are unfolding, that eventually things do turn to gold, right? Um, but it's all about remembering our energy. Three of Wands is with new information. I use my energy in a different way that helps speed up the process of the gold, which is, of course, when we're focusing in on gratitude for what we do have and have had, more of it comes in. We trust creator. It comes in. When I'm focusing on loss, like I've lost $20,000 in my savings. I've lost, I have emptiness. I'm in the negative. I need to get back. I'm below. All that energy sucks money away. It makes it harder for it to come in because we're focusing in on the fears, the lack, the loss, right? Not on abundance. Gratitude for what we have and have had transforms everything, right? Um, yeah. Yeah, and it's all up to you, right? So and there's no judgment from spirit. This is just information, this podcast, I probably have shared it before, Easier Path Abundance, where it be is a great energy around our focus of our energy and even some stuff with our inner child that can keep stuff away from us, right? Um, so it can be hard, and it's not about going from, you know, all to nothing. It's do it how you can and when you can, right? If even if you just do it once a day, you have a little ritual that you do every day, like when you wake up or before you go to bed, or maybe both, or throughout the day sometime. You're like, once a day, I'm gonna say, I'm grateful for and sincerely focus on what I'm grateful for, right? Yeah, yeah. So, there is some wonderful transformation that can happen with all this, you know, and getting to the root of fears always helps us too, right? Um, Yeah, and then you've got this 9 of wands. Here's this block of walking away from emotions that don't serve you anymore, and that makes sense. This is the emotions of your childhood of lack, lack, lack. This is experience in August helps you break down the barriers, move past, those old emotions and allow some, beautiful release energy. A great book, there's a couple great books that I talk about all the time. One is, The Presence Process by Michael Brown, and then the other one is, uh, what is it called? Tapping into Wealth? Is it over there? Yeah, Tapping into Wealth by Margaret Lynch, Lynch. Both, tapping, both of them help us get to these belief systems that, so we can release and be freed from these blocks that are bubbling down there below the surface that we might even not be aware of. Sounds like you're aware of some, but there's some like I didn't even remember that came up in those processes. But I feel like that's an important thing, um, to that can happen with this 9 of wands and the 8 of cups. There's an opportunity to release some blocks. Definitely feel like it is a month of some transformation because here you have the 8 of swords with the ace of swords, seeing things from a higher perspective, and the 8 of swords is cutting away, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So I like this 8-8 month because it may be even the Lionsgate 8-8 portal energy coming in here, but it's a month of flow and release, in positive ways. So I like this. Yeah. And beautiful transformational energy coming in here too with the hanged man and, the ace of cups. This is again, caterpillar transforming, letting go of things that don't serve, finding my self-love to where my cup feels like it's full and overflowing rather than that it's got leaks, you know? I like this imagery of the overflow really, emphasized there. See if I can get it to focus, but, you got all that flow. Look at the overflow. And so we focus in as much as we can on gratitude for what we do have and what we have had. Even if you focus in on going, that $20,000 that I had in my savings, I'm so grateful that I had that. Some people never have had that in there and they're going, "Oh my god, you're like a princess." Um, and it's like, I'm grateful that I was able to have that. And I'm grateful, that I will have that again. And I'm grateful for what I do have now. There's some wonderful things that can have that can flow with that. So I feel like August is a big flow month. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Through the shamanic medicine. Since yours is over $5, you do get one of these here. There we go. And you've got Vision Quest. I love it. Seek. Here's the bright sunshine. Watch the horizon. Let's see what Vision Quest brings in here. The time of abandoning, ignoring, diminishing, and misunderstanding the power of the old ways and wisdom is coming to an end for you. Look at that. Yeah, isn't that beautiful? On the physical plane, you feel a need to carry on in your set ways as a matter of survival, but this will soon create a state of emptiness, weakness, and fear. A rite of passage, like a vision quest, allows the body to respond to challenge and gives you the strength and vitality to deal with the changes. On a transpersonal level, you are seeking soul knowledge. You want to know who, what, and why you are, as well as the possibilities that lie before you. This knowledge, enriched by the wisdom of the collective unconscious, is the basis of your recognition of your physical or spiritual place on Grandmother Earth. A vision quest is a way of taking the first steps towards knowing your true place in nature. Quest what you seek, and you will return with healing and direction for yourself, your loved ones, and for all of us. The divinatory meaning here is become your authentic self. Get to know the truth of who you really are and what you're capable of. Don't measure yourself by the deeds and words of others. Your voice must be heard. Don't follow the crowd. You're entitled to your own preferences and opinions. Speak up. And the Vision Quest speaks and says, become the quester of your vision. Where and how is your decision? Meet your guide with their protection, heal your wounds, and change direction. Wow. Beautiful August energy. So Vision Quest. August is a vision quest, right? I like it. I like it. All right. So that is what we have for you, Kat Marie. All right. Up next, I do have Donna Marie, and then after that, Kaja, and that should be it. Dason. So hang in there. I will make sure I do yours for the free readings, but the rest I am going to wait till the morning because I'm getting really tired now. All right. But we will get to yours. Okay. All right. So I think that's all that there. All right. So Donna Marie, we're back to you. 8:38:24. And so you want to know, based on current energies, um, are you meant to walk away so we both find your true path? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, is there a fated ending that's meant for you guys to go this direction? All right, let's take a look here. Or is it wands, possibilities as a possible path, right? We'll look at that, and then he said, "Good Lord, he makes me feel like I fall short, right? And you're here, yay, yay!" And then, will your spouse Rick ever see your value? Will you ever treat me and realize how much you care? All right, let's take a look here. All right. So, are you meant to walk away? Okay. We've got the Four of Cups. It's kind of stagnant emotional energy. So it's got Page of Pentacles. Let's see here. Let me look at all of these together here because this doesn't feel like there's a faded ending to move forward kind of energy that's here. Because the Four of Cups is, this is realizing that the outside, like relationships with human situations and things, don't make us feel fulfilled. It's the Ace of Cups. Our self-love is what happens. And the Page of Pentacles is this adventure of discovering like a different way of looking at our worth in relationship to the outside world. And so I'll talk about that here because we got the Nine of Swords. The situation that's happening here is for both of you, and it's so that you can see the expectations we have on ourselves and the expectations we have on others. And, you know, this, Queen of Pentacles that comes in here, which was represented you. It's come up in every single one of your readings. But the Queen of Pentacles is about nurturing ourself, this energy. We have the Knight of Pentacles that came out too. Every night has a quest. This night is the quest of looking for our self-worth, right? And what happens with this, and this is the reason why it's like, am I meant to walk away so we both find our true path? Well, all of our true path is we're on this, beautiful energy, right? The realization is boom, right? There's this, um, we're taught to define our worth by the outside world, right? By relationships with humans, situations, job, education, and things, right? We're taught to look at that and to define our worth out here. But really that's the journey is, you know, um, our worth never changes. We're priceless before we come down here. Our higher self is still priceless. We come down here as an expression of our higher self. We're perfect all the way through our entire lives. No matter what's going on out here, we're still priceless. Just our perception gets a little skewed because humans tell us, "Oh, no, no, no. Your worth isn't priceless. Your self-worth, no, your retail price, what you're worth to things in the outside world is what determines your worth." You're like, "No." And like, "Yeah, yeah." And we're convinced, "No, it's out here." So we start believing that relationships with people, how they what they do and don't do, say and don't say, define our worth. What kind of job we have, what kind of education, what kind of social status, what kind of marital status. Oh, all that defines you. You're either acceptable or not, or blah, blah, blah. And your body and your possessions and money and your bank accounts, all that defines you. We're told all out here, all this stuff defines you. And no, it don't. Because truly it all is unstable and it points us back inside here for us to look at how we are truly worth. And so, all these opportunities, we've got the Hierophant, the major arcana number 5, and the 5 of swords, the conflict that we have in life. The Hierophant is the master of growth, of the stepping stones, of the shaking and rattling. We grow through conflict. I know, right? There's no growth in a comfort zone, and there's no comfort in a growth zone. So when we're growing, we're in conflict. That's the uncomfortability of like the caterpillar when it feels probably "Ugh," when they have to turn into um, caterpillar juice in order to let go of what doesn't serve them, what isn't them, so they can leave the cocoon as a butterfly, right? So there's a lot of transformative energy coming in, and the conflict we experience in the outside world points back to us because that's our real, you know, energy is coming in here, right? So, we have the cards here for this. So when you said like he makes me feel like I fall short, um, you know, the only person that can make us feel short is us. Because people can say all sorts of stuff, but if I don't believe it, then they can't make me feel it. But if someone says something and they're being like a mirror for us, showing us a belief we have inside that is incorrect, that we're ready to change, right? So when we experience things in the outside world that bring us this image that I'm falling short, I'm less than, I don't feel good, then somewhere inside of me, I have a belief, probably from childhood, that's bubbling around down there, that's coming up here, and we're like, "Ugh, I don't like this." But with this 5, the Hierophant energy of transformation, when we see this, then we can question it. We can go down to it and go, "It's not true." And when we realize I define who I am, inward and upward, I'm priceless. Creator, the source, the universe, they believe I'm priceless and I am. Then, we get to realize, this energy. We get to realize, you know, that when I'm in have this root and this grounding in my true worth on the inside, this fickle, unstable human opinion doesn't mean anything about me. I get to choose my worth. Everyone will have their opinions, and that's okay. They can have those. We'll probably have opinions about everyone else too, but our true worth we determine from within us, and there's freedom that comes in with that when we realize I'm the one that gets to do this, right? So you wonder, will Rick ever see your value? No, we got the 4 of Pentacles. This is this energy, right? Um, the Four of Pentacles is that energy where we talk about when I define my worth by the outside world, I feel unstable because all of that is unstable. And they're kind of bringing this energy. Um, Rick can't see your value if you can't see your value. So when we see our value, then other people can see our value. Because how can we expect other people to do something that we aren't doing for ourselves yet? And it changes because when I find my value, I can give a rat's ass what everyone else thinks. you know, it changes our energy. And the Eight of Wands is the energy switches as soon as you identify your self worth. Boom, like you said, boom, things change. As soon as you step into that worth and you have that solid foundation, then outside world, we care less about that. That's just opinion. And they're like, the famous saying, it's like buttholes. Everyone has one, right? You're like, that's right. That's just an opinion. But what matters most is, this opinion. My self worth comes from in here. Retail price out here, that's fickle. That changes. We end up on a clearance rack out there. That's just opinion. But my true worth comes from in here. Um, will he ever treat you I mean, sorry, ever realize how much you care? Three of Wands, with the new information and change, they can, but, um and again, all this mirroring, right? I can look at myself and ask myself, "Do I know how much I care about me? Do I realize how much I love myself?" And that's the transformation, right? When we discover our self-love and we can hold our own hand and give ourselves a hug and mean it and go, wow, does our inner child, that little inner child that didn't get a whole lot of love when it was younger, does it know, like holding on to it to go, do you know how much I love you? Do you know? And it's about finding our self love. Because once we fill up in here, everything in the outside world changes because we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And so as we change, then the outside world changes. So, you know, and also Rick can't see your value if he can't see his value first. He can't realize how much you care until he realizes how much he cares about himself, his self-love. Again, if his self-love is like this, he's not gonna realize anything outside of the little drip, 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 drip energy, right? The more we expand our self-love, the more we're like, wow, it is a life changer. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too with the shamanic medicine here. Yeah, we got the lodge and council. So let's see what this brings in here for you. Yeah, there are times to go it alone, and there are times when the experience and help of others should be sought before taking the next step. Lodge is calling you to do just that. Seek counsel. You may struggle to decide who to speak with, but don't worry that one person or the other would offer better advice. Ask as many people as you wish. Different perspectives can help you to see something that hadn't occurred to you before. Ask a family member, a neighbor, a friend, or a person of authority like a police officer, a solicitor, or an accountant. Your genuine desire for their opinion on a matter will be met with an equally genuine response. If you're thinking of embarking on a spiritual course, inquire with as many of the teachers as you need to. Again, be honest in your communications, and you'll soon discover the right person for you. Asking for help and speaking out about concerns is an act of strength, not weakness. If you are met with ridicule or resistance, you'll know those people need not be approached again. I love that. Um, yeah, and so the other divinatory meanings are good news is on the way, someone is holding back from you, release your fears of being judged by others, your silence does not defend you, be brave and speak your truth, don't worry about the reactions of others, integrity is key, and only accept what feels right for you. The lodge speaks and says, please enter me as you must, in the words of elders you now trust. Hear them speak of what they know. Learn well from them before you go. Wow. Powerful energy there. A lot of integrity in speaking your truth in love, right? Not as, yelling at the top of our lungs won't do any good, which I know you wouldn't do that. But hopefully that helps, Donna. A little bit of clarity. Um, so hang in there. It's always fun, our little human adventures. So, all right. And then we have Kaja will be the last donation for tonight. And then I will complete one free reading for Dason because you've been so patient. And then I'll come back in the morning to finish out all of the free readings that I did not get tonight. So cheers, cheers. All right. So Kaja, 8:53. Oh, I think I have a new record. I have a new record. So, any messages for the near future? What's coming? Let's take a look here, Kaja, based on your current energies. All right. That's it. All right. Well, we have the Page of Cups energy coming in here for you. And the Page of Cups, this is about happy energy. So this is good. There's some uplifting, emotional, whatever this is that we're going to talk about, the underlying energies, it brings you up, to this higher emotional state. Um, so let's see what we got here. Got 3 and 3. So this one is the 8 of Pentacles. This is something you've been putting in some blood, some sweat, some tears. You've been like doing the work around whatever this thing is, and you're about to see fruit start appearing for this that's been feeling like you've been investing it for a while, but you're going to see change in that area. The King of Wands, yeah, this is something, again, you've been investing energy into, and you have the calling, the judgment card coming in here. This pool, it's almost like you've been working toward a dream kind of energy, getting out of your head and into your heart, following your heart, following your heart, following your heart. And I do feel like it's something that does feel like you're like what you feel is your calling or your, you know, what you feel you how you want to uniquely express this love in your heart to the world, right? And I feel like this is something that you've been working toward, and I do feel like now you're gonna start to see progress and movement. It's like when you plant like a tree, you plant like a seed, takes a while for it to grow and then turn into like a little tree and then get bigger and then, you know, uh eventually leaves and then blossoms and then fruit, right? So there's this, energy of you've been watching and doing all the growing, and you're like, oh, there's the blossoms, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, there's a piece of fruit, and it starts, and then the next day there's 15, and then the next day there's 30, and the next day there's 50, you know, oranges or apples or whatever you're growing, right? That whatever this fruit that you're doing, and you're seeing the fruit of your labor that comes in, and it's like, wow, this amazing energy that comes in. So I like this. I feel like this is what's bringing this happiness, that something that you've been working toward, letting go of the getting out of your head and into your heart around is transforming. Yeah. In the 8 of Cups, I feel like you've been letting go of emotions that don't serve you, relationships that don't serve you. Feels like you've been building up your emotional bank, and that's great because if it's love you're looking for, I had to peek. I'm cheating. Because if it's love that you're looking for, then your heart won't allow a new relationship to come in if you're already investing a lot of emotional energy in old emotions, keeping them down, keeping them suppressed, charged emotions, and investing a lot in relationships that you're not getting a whole lot back, and you're pouring out all your emotions to everyone, and they're not giving a whole lot, and so you're the one keeping a lot of other relationships alive. This is you pulling back 50% or kind of just walking away from relationships that don't serve you anymore, doing emotional transformation. It builds up that emotional bank, and then your heart goes, "We can approve a relationship now." We have it to invest. Otherwise, they're like, "It's not in the budget." Denied, 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 right? So I like this, that this is part of the work you've been doing to help bring in a relationship energy, right? Or something that you're passionate about. But I kind of, with the 4 of Wands, the marriage card, kind of feel with that Page of Cups too, there's this is like an emotional type of thing that you're wanting to do, whether it's a relationship with a human or a relationship with a job or project, we still have emotional energy that comes in with that, right? And I feel like the biggest thing that comes through this with the 7 of Wands is a beautiful energy here of being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending who you are, but standing tall and shining bright. And in doing this, part of the work you've been doing is allowing you this energy of to do that, because before you would have been like trying to be who you think you're supposed to be to attract someone, and because of that, you you um you blend in instead of standing out. But now you have this energy of stepping forward and being true to yourself. And when you do that, you stand out. And because you stand out, someone that loves you for who you are recognizes you and go, "Who's that?" Instead, you would have blended in, they wouldn't have seen you because you would just blended into the crowd. So I like this energy that you've been putting forward. And I feel like that's what is coming towards you, even more so. So I like that. Your fortune cookie is you're still not over it. Regret, looping thoughts, lingering feelings. So this is the letting go of those things. That 8 of Cups is letting go of these lingering feelings that don't serve you anymore. So those are going bye bye. All right. So that is what we got for you. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Yeah, I'm finishing up right now, Jojo. I'm going to do one free reading and then we'll be done here. So let's take a look here. No questions. You deserve all 11 of us. Oh, thank you so much, Kat Marie. Oh, appreciate that. I'm gonna give that a love and a like, and we're gonna add you to the top here. You'll get uh, a separate entry into the on Monday's drawing. I'm going to put you at the top here just to thank you. Thank you for the lovely donation. So we'll put you up there. So I'll make sure to get you entered in for extra there. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And then Donna, it looks like you made an additional donation. Was that a tip or were you going to do another question? I'll probably get that in the morning though, since I just hit 9 hours, a new record for me. So while you're answering here, I'm going to complete Dason here. So Dason, we got 90109. Look at you. So there's your time step, Dason. And do you think you could put me on the list and ask if rattle is made for you? All right, we'll take a look here. Let's go. All right. So are they made for you like a relationship kind of energy? Is this for you? So is this fated? Is there possibilities? What can we know here? We've got that, and we've got this. All right. We've got the moon card. We've got the Knight of Swords energy coming in here. You know, I don't feel so here, you know, because the moon card, this is like there's something hidden below the surface of the water down here. Something that's not revealed yet. And I feel like when, when you this Knight of Swords is like this quest, this kind of quest energy for seeing things more clearly. But I do feel like it's like um, there's something that bubbles up that reveals itself that brings clarity where you're like, "Oh, I thought this was really good and everything else until the Loch Ness monster, comes out of the lake and you're like, "Oh god, maybe this isn't for me," kind of energy. So there is something hidden here that will be revealed, with this moon energy and the Knight of Swords that's gonna show you, "Oh, yeah, I don't feel like this is a good match for me. I don't feel like this is a good, energy that, comes up." So, I do feel like we've got, uh, the message is, really clear there. Some hidden stuff that shows us that this really isn't meant for me. So, I know you waited all that time for that. Oh, man. So well, so that's what we got for you there. So thank you for being patient with, getting to the reading there, and, appreciate you. Alright. So Donna Marie, looks like you retracted your message. Oh, thank you, Cat Marie. Um, so, uh, so Donna, did you want me to I am gonna pop in the morning. Um, to finish, I've got like what, 18 to 19, I got like 11 or 12 free readings. I'm gonna jump in. I can complete it in the morning and do you first. Wow, that sounds bad. Do you first. I can give you a reading. Yeah, I can make you the first up as a donation in the morning for this one that you did here. If you want to put your question out there, I'll make you first in the morning session, the little makeup session that I'll do. So if you want to put that out there. All right. So your question is RWS or BKB meant for your energy? Does that like romantic energy, you mean? Like you want to know what the energy is between the two of those? Just to make sure I have it, because there won't be a chat in the morning when I come back on. So you won't be able to tell me anything. Um, yes, okay. So your question is RWS or BKB meant for I'm gonna put for my romantic energy so that I just know that. So I'll basically pull cards for both and see what kind of emotions pop up for those. So thank you so much for your understanding there. I'm ready to finish up, hit the hay, and then I will. It's 2 a.m. here, so I'll probably get to bed around 2:30 or so. By the time I go to sleep, 9:30. I'll probably wake up at 9:30 or probably before. So I'll probably be on between 11 a.m. and noon Mountain Time, my time. So in about no, that's not right. 2:30 plus 7. Well, that'd be 9:30. Anyway, I can't think right now, obviously. But thank you guys so much for all your love and all your support. Um, and so grateful for your patience, of course, in getting to readings too. If you haven't got into the my celebration, I have for the month of July, I do have every Monday, I'm having a drawing where from donations I pull one winner, and from free readings I pull one winner. And you don't have to do anything for that. I automatically capture everything and pull the winners from my chat list and everything. But there is a special one on August 3rd for the last one, where if you check out that video there, and it's also linked down in the description box, it tells you how you can get into possibility of winning an hour personal recorded reading, one of the two 30-minute personal recorded readings, or four of the 15-minute personal recorded readings, in addition to my regular drawing that I'll give. So be sure to check that out. And and we've got here, oh, yeah, and my podcast. I was like, "What else was I gonna show you guys?" So if you haven't checked out my free podcast too, I have that. It's called The Easier Path. Here's the playlist link. It's down in the description box, and as well as on my main page as well. So, there we go. Oh, thank you so much, Donna Marie. Coffee, tea support, right? So I can be wide open in the morning? Thank you so much. I'm gonna add your on here. You'll have another entry into the drawing too. I'll put you under Cat Marie up here. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. You guys are so sweet. Feel so loved and supported. You guys just rock. I tell you what, I have the best Zen friends. So thank you so much for that. And then I will dive in the morning. You'll be up first when I start in the morning. All right, everybody, I'm headed out. Until I see you again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Dream well, sleep well. Have a great day if you're on the other side of the world. And I'll see you guys when I see you, right? Have a great night.